No, it's okay.
Oh.
Okay. Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the second day of our meeting. We hope that you rest well, and then you went to the shopping mall yesterday. So all the DSA we have given you, you should spend it here before going back to your respective countries. Okay. There is a lot of things here to buy. Okay. Every day we'll go to shopping, and then you have to spend your money here before going back. Okay. Good news. Okay. So thank you very much to the center who offered us the bus to go around yesterday and the day before to see the city. So today also, after the training, those who are available, just wait us at the swimming pool, and then the bus will come and take us to go around. Okay. So today we'll continue with our session. We continue with our session today on team 7. Team 7 on the information management and capacity development. Yesterday, a few of you has asked me to do a practical session on team 6. So after this, we'll maybe have one practical session on team 6, and then I will give the floor to the Egyptian to share their experience on how they collect the information on the WASSMO, because they are among the countries who are able to submit around 70% of the data. So they will share their experience with you, and then we'll give the floor to GWP, Andrew Takawira, who is connected, to present the AIP scorecard, which we work together during this campaign. So we'll continue. We'll start today with just start with the recap of yesterday. So we'll ask to one participant if they can give us the recap of yesterday, what we have been able to learn, what we discussed yesterday. Can somebody give us a recap, please? 2 hands, please, to give us a recap of yesterday. The recap could be in French or English. Can we have a summary of what we went through yesterday? Oui?
Oui, Patrice, bonjour tout le monde. En fait, je pense que ce n'est pas tous les résumés, mais c'est ce que j'ai en tête maintenant. Hier, on a parlé le système, y compris concernant le financement, le thème concernant le potable, l'assainissement, la gestion des ressources en eau, le changement climatique et aussi la gouvernance. Et on a parlé aussi concernant le paramètre, les indicateurs. Et on a parlé aussi les expériences partagées par les autres pays qui a été bien expliqué par tous les pays. Voilà, c'est ce que j'ai en tête, c'est ce que je dis tout à l'heure. Merci beaucoup.
OK, merci beaucoup. D'autres contributions, s'il vous plaît, par rapport à ce qu'on a discuté hier? Oui, madame.
Merci. On a parlé aussi à propos de WASSMO. C'est quoi WASSMO? Quel est l'objectif? Quel est notre but pour le secteur eau, assainissement et hygiène pour les pays africains? Et on a parlé pour comment et on fait pour les 7 thèmes de rapportage, de suivi de secteur eau, assainissement et hygiène.
OK, très bien. Une dernière contribution. C'est qu'on a appris. Hein? Oui, madame.
Vous nous avez parlé des améliorations apportées à l'ancien système, notamment pour pouvoir comprendre les indicateurs à renseigner, mais aussi lors des sessions d'ouverture, nous a donné en résumé les attentes de cette réunion. Merci beaucoup.
OK, merci. Une dernière contribution avant qu'on avance. C'est uniquement les francophones qui ont parlé. Want to say, okay. Right.
He's whispering that the Anglophone should be represented. I think in addition to what the colleagues have said, good morning, Professor and other colleagues, the recap touched on quite a number of issues, as was indicated, on matters of governance, but specifically on matters, at least from what I could garner, the integration of data collection and monitoring thereof, issues of water supply, and perhaps the link between sanitation and hygiene, insofar as the resource allocations is concerned. And also, I think what came out very clear is the whole classification of the clean water and maybe the water not so clean. And there was an in-depth, I think, discussion and clarification on what components constitute clean and what is not, and what other countries are doing, what they are not doing. And also, I think it was very helpful to learn about the experiences of various member states, and the fact that North Africa appears to have done well on the sanitation, and it was then also indicated, if possible, how do we learn, or what lessons we can learn from there? Because if 7 countries have done it, maybe in the next financial year and thereafter, it would be good if that 7 is multiplied by 3 or even by 4. And so I think in a nutshell and in summary, that is what was discussed yesterday by various themes, and looking forward to the last theme for today before we jump into the next discussion. But I think maybe for what it is worth, it is also important to say that the professor who is the facilitator did a very good job, and we should be able to commend him for that, as well as the team that was assisting us with what was that? Is it the Icebreakers? So I think that fascinated the discussion even better. So that is what I could recall.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Peter?
Yes, I think to add on the contribution, there was also a reporting back on the performance of the countries in terms of the 2021. And the highlights was presented very precisely, showing that a number of the countries that have reported, actually from the total of 55 countries in Africa, only 38 submitted their reports. And these 38, actually, from the summary, it was showing that the performing countries were a bit very few. Those who performed very well were very few. So 25% did a very good job in terms of the reporting with the parameters. And the highlight shows that Ghana was one of the numbers, one of the highlighted performing very well in terms of reporting. South Africa, Egypt, and Senegal, and those. So this, in general, it gave us a nutshell of where to come and learn from. Can be also a part of the exercise today, maybe, as I have had earlier. There will be some kind of a showcase from Egypt to show us how they were doing some kind of inputting and giving us the online how to put the details. And actually, what was very clear is not that the indicators, you just, in countries, you must use the parameters. You put the parameters and the calculation come automatically. You don't bother about how you can come up with the details. So I think generally it's just an idea of the report of 2021.
Okay, thank you very much for all this summary of what we went through yesterday. So our role here is just to facilitate the session. So we are learning also from you. We are learning from the interaction, the interaction with you. So yes, yesterday we went through the team from team 1 to team 6 of the WASSMO, showing the not all the parameters, but the key parameters, some of the parameters of the WASSMO. We had some session where countries exchanged their experience on the sanitation. And before that, we presented the key result from the 2021 WASSMO report with the performance that us as African countries has done in the area of the water, sanitation, and hygiene. So today we will continue our session with the teams, the last team of the WASSMO. I think it's around 2 or 3 slides. The last team is about the information management and capacity development. After this presentation, we will have a request to Egypt to come and show us and explain to us, share their experience on the data collection and the reporting on the WASSMO. And then we will give the floor to our colleague from GWP, who will present the AIP scorecard, which is a new component we will add into the WASSMO during this reporting period. So after all of that, we'll go through the AfricaSan goal commitment, and then hopefully we'll also have a session on the national coordination platform before closing the day. So this is overall the objective of today. And then tomorrow, our plan is to have the IT session, and then we close the meeting around 1 p.m. at the NICOS with the minister or his representative. So the closing will not be here. It will be somewhere in town. So yes, today we'll start with the team 7 of the WASSMO. Emma? Okay, so we start with the information management and capacity development. So here is just to show the degree of establishment. Here we have one, the target is by 2025, fully implement effective African monitoring and reporting system. So here we want to evaluate. We want to know how far our member states are implementing, are establishing the national monitoring system. Okay. And then for that, we have the parameters that we are requesting from you is the level of establishment of the national data collection monitoring system for the WASSMO, the spatial coverage of the national monitoring system, the country size, the level of establishment of the national database for the WASSMO system, and the availability of the personnel to manage the national monitoring system. So these parameters, for instance, in the availability of the personnel. So it's still the same process we will go through. So for the personnel, for these parameters, where we have the availability of personnel to manage the WASSMO. So it's not to answer yes or no. Okay. In the system, you should not answer yes or no. These are the criteria here. In terms of the availability, all this, you have the criteria here. The parameters look qualitative, but the answer should be quantitative. Okay. So when we say the availability of personnel to manage the national WASSMO, so you look here. If the personnel is very low, is low, medium high, high, or very high. And you will now assign the number here in terms of the availability of the personnel. So this one is a percentage. It's not the number of people you have. Because for the last report, we noticed that most of the countries, they were thinking this is a number of people they have within their national monitoring system. Okay, so is the range where you are. If you are very low, you have, if the personnel is very low within your countries, is 0 to 9%. If you have a very good number of the personnel, you can put between 70 to 89. So 70 to 89 doesn't mean it's 17 people you have within your monitoring system. It's just 70%. This is aligned with the medium high. And it's the same exercise for the other parameters. Okay. I hope this one is a bit clear how to report this. So it's not the number of personnel we are asking, it's the range where you are in terms of the national monitoring system. So this other one, we are asking the amount of funds disbursed to education and research. Okay, here we are asking the amount of funds disbursed to education and research. So here you need to work with the ministry in charge of water, the Ministry of Education, okay? Because here we are looking for the public fund disbursed to education and research activity to the wash sector. So everything here is the amount of funds disbursed by the government to the research in water and sanitation sector. And the total annual public funds disbursed to water supply, sanitation and hygiene, sector. So here, so within the fund disbursed to the water and sanitation sector, we are just looking the percentage, how much they are allocated to the education and research. These are the two information we are looking here. And you can work with the Ministry of Health or the Ministry in charge of the education. So you can work here with the Ministry in charge of education, and they will provide you the information. So we remember last year we worked with Comoros, and is the Ministry of Higher Education in charge of the research and the university that was able to provide this information in Comoros. So I don't know for your countries which ministry can provide you this this information, but they should be part of the your coordination platform. Okay. Any question about this, Team 7? Question about Team 7? I think everything is clear, right? Yes, Alsat.
Thank you very much. It's not a question, but it's a comment related to the terms used, especially on the data source or in charge reporting. So most of the countries, of course, they use ministry. It used to be ministry in charge of water and so on, but it would be better if in your document, maybe official document or in your invitations and so on, any other written document, to put maybe ministry or institution, because in all countries, it's not ministry always in charge. For example, in Rwanda, of course, there's a Ministry of Environment, but Rwanda Water Resources Board is the institution in charge of implementation and regulation and everything related to water resources, and is located in the office of the Prime Minister. So it is not under the ministry, any ministry. So it's better to avoid misunderstanding or, yeah, thank you.
Okay, it's noted. So it's either ministry or institution, depending on how the structure is in your country. Okay. So any question here about the Team 7? Okay, I hope everything is clear. So this is the end of the presentation. So you can see the Team 7 has 2 slides. Okay, around 2 or 3 indicators for Team 7. Okay, so now we have done with the presentation on the team of WASSMO. Okay, so we went through the Team 1 and Team 6 and Team 7 of the WASSMO. Do you have any question about the WASSMO before we move to the learning session, where we will give the floor to Egypt to present us, to just share their experience about the WASSMO? You have a question? Yes, Arsa.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your good presentation, and took us through the WASSMO indicators. So I don't know if there is a session provided for that. It will be better if we can have some, like a demo within the system, to see how we navigate within the system.
Yes, tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
There's a session for that tomorrow. And my colleague here.
WASSMO.
Yes.
Okay, thank you
So
very
we'll go
much.
through the session with Genevieve. And then, yeah, tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, any other question, please? Yes, really?
Merci. Ce n'est pas une question, mais une suggestion. Parce que pour pas mal de pays, il y a un problème majeur en rapport avec la base de données. Et c'est la base de données qui est à la base d'auto. Je pense que on peut suggérer à ce que WASSMO puisse appuyer les pays dans l'élaboration de la stratégie nationale en rapport avec la correcte, le traitement et la diffusion des indicateurs en rapport avec WASSMO. Merci.
OK, c'est noté. D'autres contributions?
Patrice, you didn't mention the fact sheet on the WASSMO, because we have comment on it.
The fact sheet?
Yes.
The water fact sheet?
Yes. Or maybe I mention it in my presentation.
Okay,
As you
yes,
want.
we can mention it. Okay, I even prepared something on that. On the water fact sheet, right? Okay. So just the water fact sheet. So in the WASSMO, so yesterday when I presented the different element component of the WASSMO, I showed there is a water fact sheet. Okay, the water fact sheet is a result from the data you submitted to the WASSMO system, and then the system will generate a water fact sheet for each country. Okay, so the water fact sheet will provide a profile of the countries which contextualize and analyze the annual water and sanitation performance report. Okay, so you will see in the water fact sheet. So from the web-based system, from the WASSMO system, we will generate a water fact sheet from each country, from the data you populated in the WASSMO. So from the parameters we have 30 parameters out of the 180 that we are using to generate the water fact sheet. So this is an example, for instance, of a water fact sheet we will have. Okay. So in the WASSMO system, you have a water fact sheet like this. So you have a map. You have, these are the different elements we will have in the water fact sheet. So you will see from the information in the WASSMO, we will ask you to populate all this information. These are all the parameters from the WASSMO. Okay. So once we can have an overview of the water and sanitation in your countries from the data you inputted in the WASSMO. Okay, so you see here, we have the country map, you have the official name of the countries, the sub-region, the neighbor countries, the capital city, the type of terrain, land area, area of open water, area of forest. These are the parameters. The number of Ramsar sites. Here, these are one of the parameters that the countries need to fill. The number and name of national park and others. So now from the WASSMO system, you can see the different sub-region here. So we have, these are the West Africa, the North, the East, the Southern Africa. These are the different regions from the WASSMO. So we have also the demography under the water fact sheet of the WASSMO. So these are the information you will get when you extracted from the WASSMO system. So this one, this one is generated automatically by the WASSMO system. You will see the level of human development. So don't be surprised to input this information. The GDP per capita, the population living on less than $1.5 per day. So these are the information we are requesting to generate the water fact sheet. Also, this element on the water and sanitation, where we will get from the water fact sheet from your countries. The navigation also, the measured waterway and the inland port and terminal. Okay. We have the team 6, we have the energy, where we request some of the information, and then from that, we can extract the water fact sheet. And then the last is the agriculture from the fact sheet, where we have, these are the information. So from somebody who wants to know the information and a general overview of your countries, they can easily download the information on the WASSMO system. This is the team 8. I forgot this one, the health. Here we have the main cause of morbidity and mortality. So you have this information that will request to feed into the WASSMO system. And then from this, we'll generate this the value of the parameters. So this is the main source of data where you can collect those information and input it into the WASSMO. So overall, this is what we prepare for the water fact sheet. This will give us the overview of the water and sanitation sector of the countries. So this is from the information that you input, the system will generate that automatically. Yes, Inas?
I mean the indicators with in the fact sheet or parameter indicators from the result of the indicators F3. I mean some indicators has no formula, and you called it fact sheet also.
Some indicator has no
F3 transboundary water use dependency ratio. Yes. Because we have comment and send it to you because Egypt uses all transboundary water resources, which is from River Nile, which is almost 98% of its all water resources. And then in addition, we reuse about 21 billion cubic meter, but the final result doesn't reflect this water is transboundary. And we sent our comment. You asked Dr. Nicholas, and Dr. Nicholas said it seems this indicator from a part of the old fact sheet, and perhaps DHI hasn't made the necessary changes in the new fact sheet.
Yes.
I have our comment, and I have your response.
Yeah, okay. So I have to confess that I forgot about when I was working now. So please remind me before leaving this so we can work on that.
There were some indicators without formula. And when we asked about it,
yes,
he said this is the old fact sheet. And we
I understand now, yes.
Okay.
Please just remind me so we can work.
Transboundary water use efficiency ratio.
Okay.
F3. Thank you, Patrice.
Yes. You are right. I completely forgot.
Okay.
Please just remind me so we can finalize it before we leave this before leaving the Cairo place. So we can work on it. So we include it in the system. Please just remind me after so we can work on it and then before we please. Thank you. So so I will give now the floor to Engineer Inas. And you want to present from there? You can come here. Yeah. So I will give now the floor to Engineer Inas. So she will share the experience of Egypt. This one. Okay, good. Okay, so Egypt will share their experience on how they perform in terms of the data collection and the reporting. So we all learn on how they have been able to report over 70% of the data into the WASSMO system. Thank you. Inas?
Thank you, Patrice. Good morning, everybody. First of all, a national coordination platform was formed in July 2020. Bilateral meeting, physical and virtual, have been exerted by WASSMO team in order to collect data and information from different entities. Physical meetings have been held with the National Coordination Platform for the presentation, unification, and verification of the data collected and the result of indicators with all institutions and ministries involved, Ministry of Water Resource and Irrigation, Ministry of Housing, CAPMAS, holding company of drinking water and wastewater. Egypt has submitted WASSMO data on time, 15th of October 2021, and the proportion of indicators reported on was almost 70%. In addition, Egypt always keen to participate in all AMCAO events, like workshop on WASSMO validation, July 2020, workshop on institutional and the role of national coordination platform, October 2020, training on WASSMO system, June 2021, participation in all TAG, General Assembly, and EXCO meetings to follow up the updates on WASSMO system. And of course, we have reviewed the draft WASSMO report and sent our comments to the Secretariat. Of course, we faced some challenges in our journey with WASSMO. Technical challenges regarding online database, as we mentioned today and yesterday, F3, transboundary water use dependency ratio, 4.1A, water stress, 4.1B, water use efficiency at all sectors. Lack of building capacity of countries on data collection, data quality control, data reporting, lack of financial support for organizing national coordination platform meetings and monitoring activities, data existence, data duplication, miscoordination between sectors at the national level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing this. So if you have any question to Egypt on how they prepare their meeting, so you can see that they went through a consultative process with other ministries involved into the WASSMO process, and they were able to collect over to report over 70% of the data. So they have a commitment at the high level about the reporting of this, the indicator of the WASSMO. So overall, this is just a few presentations, a few slides about how they perform, and they were able to report the data. Do you have any question to Inas? Engineers.
Well done, Egypt. Engineer has done well there. I think the question of interest for me, it's obvious we have established that North Africa is doing better than us, but next time we also want to do better than you. On the high level commitment, which you have spoken of, how does that come about? Is it the minister gives directives? Is it the prime minister? Is it the president? Or everybody just get on board? Because I think that is critical for focal points. If you don't have commitment from the top, it is difficult to get commitment from the middle or lower. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We have commitment with the Ministry of Water Resource and Irrigation, because it is a focal point for AMCAO, and we involved with other ministers like Ministry of Housing, CAPMAS. We keen to involve other ministers and institutions with us. And under the leadership with Dr. Tehani, tech member, we conduct many meetings, and physical and virtual. And after we get the result of indicators of parameters, we review it many times with other ministers. Okay?
Yes, I think he also wants to know how you were able to involve other ministries. What was the process? Is it the letter coming from your ministry to invite the other ministry, or is from director to director?
I think first of all, we asked our minister to held or develop a national coordination platform, and after he agreed on it, we send the letters to other ministries and institutions to nominate focal point to all participants from their sites. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Arsad.
So the question is related to the financial means, because most of the time in our countries, there are annual action plan and a budget line for planned activities. Most of the time together, physical meetings or data collection for all of those team members, how do you or where do you find financial means in the budget line to convene those workshops? Because in our countries, if it's not in the budget line, it's somehow not easy to do it.
Yes, it was not easy, but my sector, my workplace is give us the money to conduct these meetings. And this is the point we mentioned yesterday. We need the financial support from AMCAO.
I mean, in your ministry, is there a budget line planned in the annual action plan? Is it on annual action plan?
No, it's not a plan. It's like activity, like any meeting. We haven't a specific budget for this. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So in Egypt, they don't have a specific budget, but they were able to mobilize resources to organize that meeting. So AMCAO did not support it. We were planning to do it, but we could not do it because of some issue. But they were able to mobilize resources internally to first to mobilize the other ministry, and then to work with them into the submission of the data. Yes, so I'm sure even also your countries, you can do the same. Yes, Mr. Peter Mahal.
I think you have elaborated on your country commitment in the collecting this data in a collective manner. This is what actually each country is supposed to be doing. This activity is important, generating data and then analyzing them to give us a decision to make in a professional way. Decision makers will have the informed decision always. And if we could have it in M&E department under the ministry concerned, responsible for this activity, it would be better internally to have its own resources available rather than at the last minute to mobilize from partners. This is what we are trying. We write letters to the institutions that are mandated to for specific functions. And to get data is a nightmare. You may not even get to mobilize people to come to attend to your meetings is a nightmare also. So these are practical things. So the best thing is that it should be embedded into the national budget. At least that would be the best way. And it has to be systematically running rather than a last minute kind of mobilizing resources from a specialized body like AMCA, for instance, who is dealing for the whole continent. So my own experience and the best way is that it should be embedded into the national budget and be continuously being supported, whether there is support coming from the regional or global, that comes at the secondary thing. That is the experience we have.
Okay, thank you very much. So you need a high level commitment to organize this, and then the rest will come. Okay, even the money, I'm sure it's not even a matter of money. The country has been reported this WASSMO for the past since 2011 without any financial support of AMCAO. So if there is a high level commitment, I'm sure that you can do it. Our money, our fund will just come as a contribution because we can't support all the process in the country. We can only contribute to the process, either technically or financially, from the resources we have. Yes, madame?
Merci. Juste un éclaircissement par rapport à ce que vous avez dit. Un plan d'appui de l'AMCO parce que ce n'est pas nouveau pour Madagascar, le WASSMO et le Multi-Stakeholder. Beaucoup de partenaires ont parlé par rapport à ceci. Et je voudrais éclaircir par rapport au plan avec l'appui de l'AMCO, comment on va travailler avec les partenaires parce qu'il y en a beaucoup de données selon l'évolution de ces paramètres, indicateurs, de mettre dans le multi-inventaire notre rapportage de comment on va faire l'appui de l'AMCO dans le cadre, parce qu'on sait bien que l'AMCO travaille avec les partenaires, par exemple l'UNICEF. Merci.
OK, très bien. C'est une bonne question. Je pense à notre niveau, on va on va continuer à travailler avec nos partenaires au niveau régional. Si je prends le cas de Madagascar, si on veut que l'UNICEF vous appuie, on doit écrire au bureau Afrique australe de l'UNICEF. Et l'UNICEF, maintenant, en fonction des ressources qu'ils ont, ils vont demander au bureau pays de Madagascar s'ils peuvent vous appuyer par rapport à l'organisation de l'atelier, par exemple. Si je prends l'année passée, par exemple, en Guinée-Bissau et au Mali, c'est le bureau, on a écrit au bureau régional de l'Afrique de l'Ouest de l'UNICEF et ils ont écrit au bureau pays de Bissau. Le bureau pays de Bissau a supporté l'organisation de l'atelier, la location de l'hôtel, la nutrition et autres. Et AMCAO est venu juste avec les PDM. OK? Donc, c'était une collaboration conjointe AMCAO et UNICEF pour Bissau. Aussi, au Mali, c'était la même chose. Le bureau pays du Mali de l'UNICEF avait déjà des ressources pour ce genre d'activité-là. Donc, c'est le type de collaboration qu'on va continuer. Je suis même à vos niveaux respectifs, les contacts que vous avez avec les agences onusiennes, ils peuvent vous appuyer aussi pour l'organisation de ce genre d'atelier. Parce que ce sont des indicateurs qui ont trait à l'eau et l'assainissement. Et il y a des indicateurs qui font partie il y a les indicateurs SDG 6, parmi les ODD 6, parmi lesquels les UNICEF et OMS sont aussi intéressés au reporting de ces indicateurs-là. Donc, vous-même, à votre niveau, vous pouvez discuter avec votre point focal au niveau de Madagascar et voir comment il peut vous appuyer pour l'organisation. Donc, c'est maintenant qu'il faut commencer le processus et voir comment est-ce qu'il peut vous appuyer. Je pense que c'est la même recommandation à l'endroit des pays. Hein. Donc, à la fin de cet atelier, vous pouvez voir avec le responsable WASH de l'UNICEF de vos pays respectifs, s'il peut vous appuyer pour l'organisation de l'atelier de validation. OK? Je suis sûr que vous aurez une réponse positive par rapport à cela. Ou bien, Thierry, notre ami de Madagascar, il peut appuyer, non? OK, très bien. Donc, c'est la même chose. Je pense même dans les différents pays, si vous commencez les discussions avec les bureaux pays de l'UNICEF, ils vont vous appuyer pour ce processus. So, even in Egypt, Inas, I can introduce you to the head of nutrition here, Chris Comrie. I say about the support of the support of the other institution to organize a validation workshop and others. So UNICEF is a partner that can support our members. So they supported many countries last year from the request we sent to them. So even here for the North and the Middle East, we are working with the regional coordinator for the WASH. So we can easily also send an email to see if it's possible for the office to support the North Africa countries to organize a validation meeting. So those who sponsor your trip to Dakar, so we can still send them an email to see if they can sponsor the meeting, the validation meeting here. Can be a contribution from their side. I hope it's a bit.
I think your side.
No, I said UNICEF because in case AMCAO could not mobilize the resources for this activity,
Yes.
we can still work with our partners like UNICEF to see if they have resources available to support the countries where they are operating.
Okay.
Yes. So we have done that last year. They supported many countries from our request.
Egypt. We tried, but didn't succeed.
Yes, this year we will start a bit early to see if they can support you within the process. Yes, so we'll send an email to the regional office and then they will see from the countries where they have the resources to
Okay.
support those type.
You mean we should send an email to?
No, we will send
you,
first.
You will send to
Yes.
UNICEF. Okay.
Yes. Yes. So we will send first an email to request if they have availability of funds to support the countries where they cover. Okay. So Emma, so you mentioned that as recommendation. So we know you send the email to the regional office of UNICEF to request the support. Yes. No, last year we did the same thing with West Africa and others. Yeah. Yes. Yes. For all the regional office. Yes. So no, we send only to the regional office and then they will nominate all the countries. Yes. Okay. So we will send an email, an official correspondence to the regional office of UNICEF to see if they can support our member states in organizing the validation meeting. So I think this is what we can do from our level. And if there is any resources available, we'll let you know about the next step. Okay, thank you. So I will give the floor now to any other question to Egypt? Yes, Alex?
Thank you very much for this time. Thank you very much for the presentation from Egypt. Mine is a advice, especially to the AMCO Secretariat. You have seen, according to the presentation, is that the team from Egypt got support from the high level, of which we think this can also be helpful if this opportunity can also be available in other countries. And this, as I advised yesterday, is that we have to suggest this in the AMCO meeting to have commitment of the ministers. If at all they can be advised to take a champion, take an agency role by emphasizing their countries, by supporting the national coordination platform. If we get directives from the ministers, it's easy also for us to use the resources. Because as you have seen, this task require resources. Now, if the order or if the directives are coming from the above, it will be easy for us. Otherwise, the national coordination platform will lack power. So if this can, my advice is to find the way, if the Secretariat can put this even in the speech of the guest of honor, and also after the meeting, maybe we can receive a letter from the AMCO Secretariat showing that the commitment of the ministers, then the letter will be written to the ministers, so they will now downgrade it to the PS. The PS will share with the national, the focal person. This is my advice.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think this is how we'll proceed. Even last year, during the launch of the campaign, we always send a letter to the minister, the minister in charge of water and sanitation, informing them about the launch of the WASSMO data collection campaign and requesting for their support to organize the validation meeting. So we finalized the draft letter to send to the member state. So I'm sure by the end of this week, we'll start to send the letter to all the countries, all the ministers, to about their support to the validation of the WASSMO process. Okay. Yeah, Mike, use the mic.
Can you hear me, please? Okay, so I was saying that AMCO can also explore the option of leveraging its 13th Executive Committee meeting of ministers So the recommendations and suggestions that are coming out from this meeting would also be put before our technical advisory committee for them to recommend to the exco. And that could be one way we can get a high level commitment. And if that is approved by the exco, then we can be assured that the ministries or the ministries in country level would be supported from the high level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. So now we give the floor to Andrew to make a presentation on the AIP. So as to give you an overview, so this year, for this campaign, we will have the AIP scorecard as part of the WASSMO indicator. And for that, we are working very closely with AUD and NEPAD and the technical support of GWP to integrate the AIP PIDA water investment scorecard into the WASSMO. So I will give the floor to our colleague from GWP to make a presentation on the AIP scorecard, and then we have a question and answer before moving to the next step. So Andrew, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrice. Can you hear me? Hello, Patrice?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so as introduced, my name is Andrew Takawira, and I'm working in the Africa Coordination Unit for the Global Water Partnership based out in Pretoria. So I'm making my presentation from South Africa at the moment, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a colleague in the room with you, Margaret, from our East Africa office. So I'll just quickly go through the AIP PIDA water investment scorecard, and I'll just start by giving you a bit of background on the scorecard, and very much it's coming from supporting the implementation of PIDA, which is the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, in Africa-wide program, which is driven by AUDA NEPAD. And basically, PIDA, they have instruments which are developed to support project preparation and project development, and also looking at unblocking bottlenecks. From the previous implementation of PIDA, the Priority Action Plan 1, which ended in 2020, water projects were lagging behind other sectors. And to address some of these challenges, it was noted that there was need to also look at developing instruments that could assist in accelerating the implementation of water projects, complementing some of the existing instruments. Also, develop sort of tools that will enhance mutual accountability between countries and partners, so that we can accelerate the investments in the water sector. So these are some of the PIDA instruments that are already in existence. There's the PIDA SDM, which is the Service Delivery Mechanism, basically supporting the early project preparation. There's the PIDA Continental Business Network, which is looking at bringing in private sector to also support project development and unlocking some of these bottlenecks that are slowing down sort of investments in different sectors. There's the 5% agenda, which is looking at also institutional investors sort of contributing to the infrastructure agenda. There's the Africa Infrastructure Guarantee Mechanism, which is also linked to the 5% agenda. The NEPAD IPPF, the Infrastructure Project Preparation Facility, which is hosted by the AFDB, supporting project preparation, developing feasibility studies, technical studies to ensure that projects become bankable. There's the PIDA Job Creation Toolkit that has also been developed to ensure that whatever projects are being done are also looking at creating jobs. And now we are looking at also developing a tool around accelerating water investments and enhancing mutual accountability. And this is where the scorecard comes in, providing support to accelerating projects whilst water projects whilst complementing existing PIDA instruments. Just as a way of background, on the 6th of February 2022, the Assembly of African Union Heads of States and Government approved the Water Investment Scorecard framework, which was developed through a consultative process led by AWUDA, NEPAD, and AMCO, has already been noted, for tracking progress in the mobilization of investments for water projects. The scorecard was developed as part of the Continental Africa Water Investment Program, which we call AIP, which was adopted in 2021 as part of the PIDA Priority Action Plan 2 at the 34th Ordinary Session. So these are some of the two sort of key decisions where the scorecard is anchored. Like I already said, the AIP PIDA Water Investment Scorecard has been developed to track progress in the mobilization of investments for water projects. The scorecard development was led by AWUDA, and a number of partners have also been involved in supporting the work. Maybe let me just come over to the structure, that coordination structure that has been supporting the scorecard in its development and moving towards its implementation. There is steering committee that involves the ALP, NEPAD CEO, the AMCO president, the water director from AFDP, the DBSA group executive, the Kamisa executive secretary, and the GWPSA chair, who's currently the former president of Tanzania, His Excellency Shirik Kwete. There's also an operational support group, which we call the core group, and they meet twice a month, chaired by AWUDA with AMCO and World Bank, DBSA, OECD, UNICEF, and the GWP Africa Coordination Unit acting as the secretariat, like providing technical support. And then there's a technical support group where we've got a technical working group, a number of institutions working in Africa, and also international partners. We've been supporting this work. They meet once a month. There's a research and analysis group where experts have come in to sort of drive the process. And then there are independent reviewers that also support in reviewing the work. This is just an overview of some of the partners that we've been working with, supporting in the development of the scorecard. So it's a range of international and partners in Africa who are contributing to this work. So this was the framework that was approved by the heads of states and governments. And basically what we have are three pillars. So it's like a sort of a theory of change where we are saying, you know, proper coordination in these sort of three pillars and investments in these areas under these pillars will lead to sustainable and inclusive water investments being increased. And then that contributes to the overall impact that we want to see where water investments spur economic growth and development through creating jobs, poverty reduction, improved health, gender equality, and inclusion. So the first pillar, the brown one, looks at the enabling environment for water investments. The second pillar, or the blue one, looks at mobilizing water investments for financing. And the last pillar really then takes it forward to saying, how do we enhance investment performance and sustainability? Because it's important that once these investments have been done, we become efficient, these investments continue to perform, and we ensure that there is sustainability on the investments that have been done. So under the first pillar, we are looking at water investment and governance, planning. We're also looking at the investment climate, where the investments will be made, sort of that environment. And then issues around social and environmental inclusion, which have become very important when we're looking at making investments. The blue pillar on mobilizing investments, there's sort of three areas we're looking at, and these are sort of the sources of finance, where we are saying we want to track how we are mobilizing investments under each of those. There's the government expenditure, there's the ODA, the official development assistance, and then we're also looking at this private sector and philanthropic funding that is also coming in and being invested into the sector. The last pillar on investment performance and sustainability will be tracking issues around investment performance and efficiency, and also investment sustainability. So this was the framework that was approved. And just to kind of, before we go deeper into what are the key result areas that we'll be tracking under each one of those pillars and sub-pillars. So this whole issue of AIP really comes around the issue to narrow the investment gap. We know that there's 64 billion per year that is required, has been reported by the Africa Development Bank for us to meet the Africa Water Vision and the SDG targets. And in reality, only about 10 to 19 billion per year has been invested in actually achieving these goals of water security. So the delivery of water investments across Africa remains below the target required to meet those goals. So that gap of about 45 to 54 billion has to be mobilized. And the whole idea of AIP is also trying to narrow, to contribute to narrowing that gap and bringing sort of a clear understanding of what those gaps are. So what is the scorecard, that framework that I just presented to you that was approved? It is PIDA 2, like I've already said, and shown how it's going to complement and work with another suite of tools, but also important that it is really aligned to WASSMO and is complementing the financing theme of WASSMO. And then this is being done so that we mobilize political commitment at a high level around financing for water investments, and that the card will be presented on a regular basis, as was requested in the approval in February to the African heads of states. It will also help to track and increase the understanding of the water investment gap that I just talked to, that we need to all contribute to narrowing. So the scorecard is really coming to assist countries to increase the understanding of where those gaps are. It will display the country level performance against high priority water investment thematic indicators that I'll be talking to soon in the next few slides. But more importantly, it's not a static tool. And one of the things that actually is critical is how are we responding to these investment gaps that will be identified. So the whole idea is to identify the investment needs, but also then develop response strategies that will respond to those identified gaps. So it's done in partnership with AUDA, AMCO, like I already said, and the whole idea is to enhance mutual accountability at all levels. So that's the scorecard. Again, I'm just going to go now into a bit more detail under each pillar, like what are sort of the result areas that we are going to be tracking. So we're looking at the enabling environment for water security and sanitation investments. And the issue of sanitation is a comment that has come up in the previous two trainings that have been conducted by AMCO in Southern Africa and the one Western Central Africa that was conducted last week, that we needed to be more explicit around looking at water issues and sanitation issues, and just not looking at water and assuming that everything is covered there. So there is that work now we also doing in terms of beefing up some of the indicators to pick up some indicators from the NGO commitment around sanitation, which will also now be highlighted in the scorecard, but I'll come to that in the next few slides. Just to say that these are sort of the key result areas under each of the sub pillars, sort of the sub themes on water investment governance, really looking at the coordination that is happening, and also looking at how water security, investment planning, and sanitation planning is happening. Looking at the integration of water and sanitation into national development plans, also international climate change and adaptation plans. So it's important to start understanding what we are doing in terms of water investments and how we are integrating that into different plans, both water plans. We're also looking at national development plans. We're also looking at climate change plans, because this issue of building climate resilient investments is actually quite critical. And then looking at a number of issues of the disaster management planning, water resources information, capacity, and also issues around transboundary investments. And then within the investment climate, really looking at the financial sector development, because this is quite key when we're talking around issues of investment, the issue of sovereign risk, and then the overall quality of governance. And there are existing indicators that that have been identified to kind of track this and also report on this. And then under social and environmental inclusion, really looking at issues of gender transformative investments, inclusion of women in decision-making, community inclusion, and issues around environmental impact assessment and climate risk assessment, which have actually become very critical in the way we also plan around this in order to create that enabling environment for investments. The second pillar, like we have already seen, is really looking at trying to understand how the financing is happening, and three sort of financing sources have been identified, and we'll be tracking issues around the government expenditure, trying to look at what else is coming from the other kind of sectors, but really building up already on a lot of what is happening under the financing theme, the ODA commitment, and sort of the private sector and philanthropic investments, also tracking those to see how much is also being mobilized from the private sector and philanthropic investments. And there are some qualitative indicators around this that have been proposed. And this is the last one, the last pillar around the investment performance and sustainability, really looking at the investment performance, looking at issues of tariff mechanisms, and issues around ring fencing, if that is happening, looking at the pricing efficiency for both water and sanitation, and then also looking at issues of investment sustainability, issues around climate resilient water allocation, and the impact of these investments, sort of the economic, social, and gender impact evaluation being done through some kind of qualitative questions that will be asked. But I'll quickly go through those indicators in the next few slides. So I'll skip this. These are just all indicators that are already, will be tracking at the impact level, but all these are existing indicators from already existing sources. But it's just to also see what is happening at the higher level in each country, sort of at the impact level. But I won't go into this because these are just existing indicators. All right, so I've already talked about the alignment to the WASSMO financing theme. And I think the idea has already been mentioned by Patrice. The whole idea is that all these parameters that are being proposed will be captured under the financing theme. There are quite a number of existing indicators that we are already picking up for the scorecard from WASSMO and other existing sources, and then a few that are coming through sort of some qualitative analysis just to help us understand some of the issues around tracking investments. This is just sort of the development process. Last year, we went through quite a number of consultations that led to this framework being developed. There was also testing of the indicator methodologies in 10 countries. And now there's this whole process around April, June, where we are kind of aligning to WASSMO and ensuring that the information that will be collected under WASSMO. So the water investment scorecard will actually be drawn out of WASSMO. And I think going forward, everything is kind of aligned to WASSMO reporting and the WASSMO processes. This is just to show that it's an iterative process. I think I already talked to this for the sake of time, just to say the key is this development of these response strategies in order to address the investment gaps. We report, learn, and then collect. So very important that whatever is developed we develop response strategies. Patrice, maybe should I move ahead into the indicators, or should I pause for questions and comments at this point?
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew, for this presentation on the AIP scorecard, the AIP pillar.
Yeah, I still have the indicators to go through quickly. So should I get questions and comments, or should I just finish everything?
I think it's better to get the question before we move into
the indicators.
Do you have slides to present?
Yeah, just the indicators now. I can quickly go through the indicators because most of them are already.
Just go through the indicator and then we move to the question, please.
All right. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. So I'll quickly go through the indicators. So you will see in my next few slides, I'll be going through the indicators that have been identified under each of the sub-themes and those key result areas that I talked to earlier. This is just a legend that we'll be following. So the green, these are already outlined in WASSMO. The idea is just to pull out these indicators, like I've mentioned earlier, for the scorecard. And then there are some that are yellow, that are qualitative indicators that are being proposed to just help us understand a little bit around the investments, gaps and needs. So there are a few questions that will be asked, and then there'll be a scoring that will be done. And in some cases, an aggregation of some sub-indicators that will also have questions. And then the red just shows that those scores will be picked from existing sources. So there are already some existing indicators that we are looking just to pull out the values to help us sort of also highlight some investment needs. So this is sort of under sub-theme 1.1, under theme 1 on around water investment governance planning. Just to give you an indication, I won't go through all of them. We'll share this slide with you, but you can see 1.11 is already an indicator that is coming out of WASSMO. That's green. The yellow ones now are the ones that are being proposed through sort of a primary qualitative research. So it's just scoring a few number of questions to understand the degree of development and implementation of the country's national water investment strategy. There's an aggregation of sub-indicators from 1.2128 to 1.2a. So a different kind of questions are being asked around the degree of development of implementation of those strategies. So this first one, 1.121a, for example, is looking at how water investments are integrated or the existence of a dedicated water investment plan. So you score 0 if there's nothing at all, you score 1 if it's integrated into some sectorial plan, and then 2 if you've got a dedicated water investment strategy that is guiding the overall management of water and sanitation investments. So that's what kind of the scoring basically looks like. And then we've got other sub-indicators, also looking at the integration into national development. Yeah, so it goes through a number of sub-indicators that are tracking sort of different provisions. One on climate resilience, the other one is looking at provisions containing gender. So there will be an aggregation that will give us the score for 1.12. So these are some of the issues that are being proposed. 1.13 is looking at degree of integration in national development plans. I mean, I won't go too much into that, but it's also aggregating sort of the different questions that are looking at how water investments are being mentioned or are being highlighted in the national development plan. So to aggregate, looking at rural and urban, that is also brought into account, and also looking at gender-specific provisions. So yeah, these are some of the issues. 1.41 is the one that looks at integration of water into national climate change and adaptation plans. Also, there's an aggregation, so some sub-indicators that are aggregated to give us 1.14. Just trying to understand that incorporation of water, climate risk, and gender inequality into national gender climate plans. Yeah, so this is to aggregate right up to 1.14 F. And then these ones are existing indicators coming out of WASSMO around disaster capacity of human resources, transboundary agreements. So this will just be pulled out of WASSMO as is. These are sort of the red ones I was talking about around the investment climate, where these ones will be pulled from existing sources, the AFDB index, CPIA index. The one on sovereign risk will come from the Africa peer review mechanism. The one on quality of overall governance, also looking at the Ibrahim index of African governance. So this is just pulling out these existing scores and ensuring that they are highlighted in the scorecard. When we move to 1.13, I think similarly qualitative, looking at the degree of women in decision making, there's a scoring that has been applied there. Also, looking at some of the class data information of vulnerable populations as a source to kind of address this scoring around looking at the degree to which women are included in decision-making processes of country water sector policies. If you go to 1.3, so similarly, and so a lot of them you see are qualitative. Just because of time, I won't go too much into them. So basically asking questions to try and see, for example, around the environmental impact assessment and climate risk assessment, the comprehensiveness of the country's environmental impact assessment. That's the indicator. So a few questions are sort of asked where there will be a scoring that will be done and then an aggregation at 1.34 to kind of come up with that indicator. Yeah, so that's continuation of that, what will be aggregated into 1.34. So I won't really go into that. This sub-theme, a lot of this information is coming out of WASSMO and GLASS on the government expenditure under theme 2 of the scorecard on water security and sanitation investments and financing. So the phase 3, you can see I think the one that we will be bringing in as a new one is the gender budgeting system, but it's a qualitative one, also just trying to understand how, what is the degree of implementation of the gender budgeting system in the country? Are they actually gender lines and references to gender specific issues that contain sort of, that are included budgeting for gender, for example. So just trying to track those investments as well. These ones are mainly ODA coming out of the credit reporting system of the OECD. So I won't go too much into that, but it's just pulling out those values from OECD. Similarly, that's something too. If we go to the private sector, there are indicators coming out of WASSMO, and then there's the one on the level of countries' effort to promote public-private partnerships, investment. There's sort of a qualitative indicator there that will also be asking sort of a few questions. That's 2.32, indicator 3.32, yeah, and then there's sort of some scoring that is also done there. So this is basically the financing theme. When we move to the third one on investment performance and sustainability, there are some that are coming out of FAO Acquisat 3.22, but there are other qualitative ones that are sort of trying to determine the country's capacity to track and monitor climate resilient investments. That's 3.21. So that's also a qualitative sort of set of questions that will be asked for scoring. And then the one of making an evaluation of the impact of water investments. It's also looking at the capacity to conduct evaluation. So there are quite a number of questions that are also being asked there, just to help us understand issues on investment sustainability. Yeah, so Patrice, I think I will end here. I'm just mindful of time and that you've got a full session on Go coming up. But just to say, we'll also be picking up, like I said earlier, some sanitation also indicators as has been advised in the last two sessions that have happened in the regions, where we also highlight issues to do with financing of or sanitation investments, so that they are also highlighted in the scorecard. Patrice, thank you very much. I think I'll stop here, and thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew, for this. So Andrew has presented the AIP scorecard, how it's integrated with the WASSMO. So do you have any question to Andrew? So we are seeing the process to integrate the scorecard into the WASSMO. So as you can see, some of the indicators are already in the WASSMO. We will integrate the new component, new indicator that is not yet in the WASSMO soon. So we are working with the IT team to integrate those indicators. So do you have any question to Andrew? One or two questions, please. Yes, start with, yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think not necessarily a question, but commendation on what AMCO is doing on the aspect of funding for sanitation and water and sanitation, the infrastructures and so forth. Now, the comment I wanted to make is that what unites us, of course, is life, and water is the prerequisite of that life. Without water, there is no life. Now, it presupposes that in all the things that we are planning and we are doing, if the whole of Africa or all members states have managed to have funding for these infrastructures, then of course life will become more secure. I wonder whether in this process, and that is what my comment would be, on the aspect of integration, so that how do we do it to ensure that we are not only speaking for purposes of planning, but actually translating this planning to implementation. And if you look back to many very good programs in Africa we have had, whether it is NEPAT or many other programs or projects, they start very well, they sound very well, but sometimes they fall on the implementation part. So I therefore hope that PIDA, as the objectives that are being proposed now, that it's not only again the same, that it sounds so well in the beginning and then later on it fades into obscurity. And I hope that for us to be able to do that, we have to get all relevant stakeholders, those to benefit from this project, as well as maybe the academia to get on board, as well as sometimes when there are solutions we seek, we should not go to the moon when solutions are here on Earth. So if a neighboring country has done better, it's better you call that on that country to come closer to you to be able to assist you. And this is why I said, Chairperson, that if there are others, in this case, North Africa has done well, we can be able to practically get down to those good practices, and then we zoom on them and then get these things done. Because otherwise, we can keep going on saying that we are looking for funding, and then sometimes we might go into debt of looking for this funding and then not have the capacity to get out of that debt. So this is just a comment I wanted to make following the presentation that is made there, which I think is very helpful going forward. I so submit, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for this comment. We'll come back to that. Take a question from George. There you go. George?
Yes, mine is a follow-up on whether the tool, the indicators, has been piloted in any of the countries.
Can you repeat, please?
I'm asking whether the tool has been piloted in any of the member countries.
Okay, good.
Yes, then also, NEPAD is already doing reporting and monitoring on Africa Agenda 2063. So these are integrated on the system. Like for Kenya, last year we reported on the Africa Agenda 2063 through NEPAD tool, so that this can also be part of the NEPA reporting mechanism.
Okay, it's good. Well noted. So, Andrew. So, any other question? So, Andrew, yes.
Patrice, should I make some comments?
Please wait. There is another comment
question.
here.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. Thanks.
Good morning. Okay. Thank you for Andrew for presentation, or good presentation. I have one question for the program of BAB 2. We submit by Water Resource Ministry Libya project for using solar and wind energy to extract groundwater in the pastoral, in the western region, in Jafara Basin as a transboundary aquifer, and we submit the project from 2020 and approval, and now in the stage S1, the definition of a project, and from we make a lot of meeting. One of the last one in 21 October 2021, and until now there are no any activity or fund for the project for the transboundary basin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Andrew, I will give you the floor to answer those of these questions, or maybe to respond to some of the comments from our participants before Amka will come in. Thank you.
All right. Okay. No, I think I think the first one was a comment. So I think very much appreciated this issue of driving implementation. And then just to say, for the scorecard, I think one of the things that has been emphasized even in the approval of the scorecard is that there needs to also be a report on how we are, the partners, the stakeholders are actually engaging to respond to those investment needs and gaps that will have been identified. So the tracking will be happening and will be reported in line with WASSMO, but the other sort of reports that will be going to the AU are actually on how we are responding. So that's why I put that emphasis on the response strategies. So where the investment sort of gaps are identified, and this is the reason why all these partners that I showed earlier are being brought on board, is the whole idea of saying, how do we then respond to these issues that have been identified? So very much focused on addressing the gaps and the needs that have been identified. So yes, I think the first comment is well taken. The question from George, I noted the gender one, and yes, definitely there has been discussion around linking and integrating into that report. But the first one I didn't quite hear it was the question on where has this been piloted? Or was that the question, Patrice? The first question from George?
No, the question of George was to know if there are some pilot countries where you have started the...
Yes. So we have sort of worked out of 5 countries where we currently have resources as JWP to support the process. And these have been in East Africa, Uganda, Tunisia, in North Africa, and Benin, Cameroon, and Zambia. But we're looking at bringing in 5 more countries, and we're looking at Kenya, Togo, Malawi, Central Africa Republic, and Tanzania. This is where we also have found some resources. And also the idea is we're also discussing with AMCO how we can also support these countries in strengthening their national coordination platforms. And in that also regard, allow for the piloting of the scorecard, but very much aligned to the process that AMCO is working on, strengthening the national coordination platforms. So we're also looking at providing resources to support some of the processes that AMCO is supporting around strengthening the platforms, including supporting validation workshops. Yeah. So I think that answers that question from George, hopefully, I hope. And then the last question from Libya around the Jafra Basin. We will have to follow up with the Aoud and NEPA Secretariat. I will ask Patrice to get your contacts, and we'll follow up with the water experts, Dr. Lauren Castillo, and also the colleagues in the Secretariat, Dr. Tuwela Nyenda, on this process. So we'll definitely follow up on this. I currently don't have information because I'm more on the GWP side, just providing technical support, particularly on the scorecard. But on the PIDA PAP2 projects, I'll have to put you in touch with those two colleagues. So Patrice, if you can get the details from Libya, and then we'll make the necessary follow-up. Thank you, Patrice, and back to you.
Okay, thank you. Octaraji, is it okay? You are fine with the comment from GWP. So Professor Moshood, you want to add something on?
Respected representative from Namibia, just to add to your comment, I think the essence of this, the presentation from Andrew, is about the fact that we have this PIDA project supported by African Water Facilities. And you will know that African Water Facilities is also a kind of product of the initiative from AMCO together with the African Development Bank to enhance infrastructural investment in water and sanitation sector in Africa. So, and to avoid that kind of your concern, this is the essence of this monitoring scorecard, to see how does this project, how are they performing? This project has been supported by African Water Facilities. How are they performing? We can monitor the progress. We can report the project through this scorecard. And in that case, we'll know what we are doing well, what we are not doing well, so that it won't just be usual donor investment and going down the drain without peer learning, as you suggested. And I think that is the essence of this scorecard, so that we'll be able to see, are we performing better? Are the investment really meeting the need of the water and sanitation community or not? And I think it's a kind of monitoring process, I think, that will make sure that we have value for the money that has been put in. Without this kind of monitoring and scorecard, we won't be able to see whether we are performing well or whether it's just business as usual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peter?
Yeah, I think bringing PIDA to reporting format of under the WASSMO, for me, as a person who was one time in the heading a region as a vice TAC chair for East Africa, when we used to have some kind of TAC meetings, they used to give a presentation on the investment that is being done under Africa Water Facility on the investment, and PIDA is one overseeing all those kind of infrastructure project development. It would be good with this new kind of initiative to really be embedded into the WASSMO, but it has to be practically given emphasis for all the countries, exactly the way this training has been going on for some years. These WASSMO indicators. For the new indicators, are you going to have a separate kind of overview or practically kind of doing it online, or it will be practically physically done in different countries? That is a question to Andrew, because now this is a nutshell kind of an overview from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Mahar. Andrew?
So, sorry, I missed Peter towards the end, Patrice.
He was asking about the new indicator.
Uh-huh.
The indicator that are not part of the WASSMO.
All right. Okay. So that's the issue around the integration.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So definitely, and this is one thing that we've been discussing with AMCAO over the past year. This integration of the indicators into WASSMO and the need to have brought this into this process that we are currently going through in all the regions. So the idea is that the new indicators that we have presented, a lot of them are qualitative, as you can see, the new indicators where certain scoring will have to be done by the countries, and the idea is, how do we integrate them at the moment? So we are in discussion with WASSMO. The idea is to have an Excel sheet for now when we launch that will also have these indicators and the scoring put in there, and then it will be integrated into the database. But subsequently, we actually looking at ensuring that these parameters are there in the WASSMO database and the computation is done in there. I don't know, Patrice, if you would want to add, because I didn't quite hear the question properly. Maybe I might have missed something, but maybe Patrice, you can also assist if I missed out on anything in terms of how we are looking at ensuring that there's that integration and that these parameters are truly embedded and part of the WASSMO reporting. Maybe Patrice, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. So as part of this, Peter, in addition of what Andrew said, so for the new indicator, I think the discussion is still ongoing with those the other partners to know how our member states will report those indicators, because we have indicator from AFDB, we have indicator from OECD, and we have indicator from I think from
the Ibrahim, Ibrahim.
Yes, from AFDB there's this Mo Ibrahim index. From OECD, there are other indicators. So we want to know and we'll start a discussion with them to know how our member states should input those information. Maybe they have a focal point within the countries, so we should link those focal points with you so you work together. So our focal point, the AMCAO focal point, will work with the other focal point to see how to input this information into the system. So this is the stage we are about the computation of those data in the WASSMO system. So it's not yet clear with the other partners how we will input it in the system, or we just use the information at the continental level. I think this is also the question that we might ask to those people during the next call group meeting, Andrew.
Yes, yeah, agreed. I think that's one of the things we investigating if there are country focal points, for example, for the AFDB country and policy institutional assessment, the CPIA, and also trying to also look, like, for example, for the OECD, how we can input those indicators. Yeah, so that's for the existing indicators, but the new sort of qualitative indicators will definitely be done, under sort of the WASSMO national coordination platforms. Yeah, so it's just those few indicators that were in red where we're still trying to make that determination, as Patrice elaborated on.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. So I'll give the floor to another participant. Yes.
Thank you so much, Patrice and Andrew, for a nice presentation. I have like two issues. One is clarification, whether my next question will depend whether I'll be making a mistake when I equate investment and financing. So maybe on your perspective, Andrew, how different do you differentiate the two, financing and investment? If they are the same, then I see the connection with WASSMO, that some of the information have been covered in the financing section. And so my next question is, how do you see, what are the divergence or convergence of the two systems, the WASSMO and the PIDA? Otherwise, I'm looking at them as being a very informative system that can stand alone as they are, because each of the systems is bringing up some of the very key information that one system cannot be part of the another system. I hope I've made my point clear. What are the point of convergence and divergence do you see between the PIDA scorecard and the WASSMO system, and the difference between financing and investment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll give the floor to Andrew to just answer.
All right. Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. Yeah. Okay, so I think the whole issue, maybe I'll start with the sort of the divergence, convergence question, and then work back to the financing investment. But the way we are seeing this is that a lot of the information that will feed in giving sort of this information around water investments is really already in WASSMO. And if you look at the theory of change, remember the framework that I presented, right? The thinking there is that if we have a good enabling environment, so looking at the water governance, looking at the issues of investment climate, and looking at the issues of social inclusion, and then looking at where the resources, the financial resources are being mobilized from. So those three areas of government expenditure, ODA, and the private and philanthropic, and then looking further now into how are those investments that have been made being sustained and being efficient. So we are looking at if those things are working, all three things are working, then it allows us to have this sort of increase in sustainable investments. So that's the theory of change around how do we increase water investments. And then just to come back a step further is we are saying that if you have to put in financial resources sort of that you get sort of these investments, because for you to have an investment, it means you have put in resources so that there are specific outcomes that you can get from that investment. So the financing part is you putting money into a project or whatever, and then it becomes an investment where you can actually derive some benefits. So what WASSMO is helping us with is it's already looking at a number of those key result areas that we are saying are critical under the different pillars for us to then say, this is the investment need, or these are the investment areas that we need to address so that we have this sustainable outcome, which is increased investment in the sector. So I think they really complement each other. And I think if we are to work with them separately in terms of data collection, there will be a lot of duplication. That's why it is important that everything happens under this one sort of clearinghouse, which is WASSMO, where all the countries are working. But in reporting now, we will pull out those indicators that are telling that story, that feed into that framework, that theory of change I was talking to. And then they will give us a picture of what the investment story in the country. But it will come out of WASSMO. So you will see that a lot of the indicators are already within WASSMO, but we're just pulling them so that they are under these specific pillars to give us sort of an overview of what the investment story is. So I think it's very important in order to avoid duplication and to build on this clearinghouse, this Africa-wide clearinghouse that is already doing a lot of the work. What the scorecard is just trying to do is to provide that narrative around the water investment gap. But really what everything is really much there in AMCAO, in the WASSMO, reporting system, and it's just definitely working off that. I hope that addresses, Patrice, the question. I tried to answer it as one question.
It's fine. Okay. Thank you. So I don't have something to add about what you just said. So if there is no question again, we move to the coffee break. Oui, Thierry?
Oui, merci Patrice. En fait, je pose la question à Monsieur André. Nous, le Madagascar, je pense que nous avons la même question que la Libye posée tout à l'heure là, parce que on a un projet qu'on a préparé ensemble dans le cadre du PA2 dans la localité, dans une commune qui s'appelle Tanamba-Monamputi. On a fait des discussions ensemble, mais à présent, je ne sais pas si ce projet s'est maintenu toujours au niveau de PIDA ou c'est déjà sans suite. Merci beaucoup.
OK. Merci Thierry. Andrew? So this question is for Madagascar. Andrew, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, the interpretation wasn't very clear.
Oh, the question is for Madagascar. He was saying
Yes,
that in Madagascar, they have a project, a PIDA project in some of the departments in Madagascar. And he was wondering if the project has been integrated into this, this initiative.
Yes, so all the PIDA PAP2 projects, the scorecard will be applied. This is something that AWUDA is trying to do once we've done the alignment with AMCO. But also, I think you can also get the contacts for the colleague from me, Patrice, so that we can follow up directly with AWUDA. But that is the intention of AWUDA, that apart from the country scorecards that will be developed, they also want to be using the scorecard for the PIDA PAP2 projects.
Okay.
But yeah, you can put me in touch with a colleague from Madagascar as well, and we can link them up through the water experts.
Okay, that's fine. So Thierry, il pourra te mettre en contact avec l'équipe de Madagascar pour avoir plus d'informations au niveau de votre projet. So now it's around 11, so we go for the break. We have the contact of Andrew. If you have any question regarding the AIP scorecard, so you can just send him an email, or you can send us an email to AMCAO, and then we forward it to Andrew Takawira. So thank you very much. So let's go for the break for 15 minutes.
Thanks,
and then
Patrice.
come back.
Thanks very much.
Thank
Cheers.
you, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Okay, good morning, welcome back. So, yes. Okay, so we'll continue with the Ngo commitment. So yesterday and today, we went through the WASSMO team, the different team of the WASSMO engagement, the WASSMO commitment. So today we'll go through the Ngo commitment. Because this year, we plan to integrate the water and the sanitation indicator together. We want to track the WASSMO, the Sharm el-Sheikh commitment, and the Ngo commitment at the same period, okay? We have integrated the Ngo commitment into the online platform, and tomorrow we have the opportunity to go through the online platform to see how it is into the online platform. So our presentation of today is just to show you, to refresh your mind about the AfricaSan Ngo commitment, the different commitment. We have 10 commitments under the Ngo, and to have some exercise on the indicator of the Ngo. And tomorrow we go on live on the website to discuss this. So as you know, the Ngo commitment is more or less on the sanitation. So our minister in charge of sanitation has agreed in 2015 to increase, to improve the sanitation landscape in Africa by the development of this Ngo monitoring and reporting. So we'll go through the different presentation, the different commitment. My colleague Emmanuel Uguru will present you the 10 commitment of the Ngo. After that, we'll have a session of question and answer. So our objective is by the end that you should understand the Ngo commitment, the indicator used to monitor and how to report the country progress against the Ngo commitment. You should be aware about the Ngo and the validation process in 2022. How to use the existing monitoring guidance. We'll go through the monitoring guidance with you. Identify the key steps. So this one, we will ask the full attention for those who are in charge of sanitation in their country, because they will be leading this Ngo process. Those in charge of sanitation in their country, they will be leading this Ngo process, okay? So it's to have to be familiar with the Kamisa multi-stakeholder commitment and its monitoring indicator. So the Ngo commitment we have, as I was saying, this presentation will go through we'll present to you the AfricaSan Ngo movement, the 10 Ngo commitment, the validation process for 2010, for 2022, the guidance, the evidence, and the WASSMO online reporting framework, some tips to run the monitoring, and then the introduction on the Kamisa multi-stakeholder commitment. So in this room, who is in charge of sanitation in their respective country? Who is in charge of sanitation? Please, who is in charge of sanitation? One, two. I know Madagascar is not around. Okay, she's there. Peter, Mr. Peter Mahal is in charge of sanitation. Well, in Egypt, who is in charge of sanitation? Is the housing, the minister in charge of housing? Oh, okay. So this Ngo commitment is mostly for you because you work closely with the WASSMO focal point to report this commitment, okay? So the Ngo commitment is qualitative. The indicator of the Ngo commitment is qualitative. In this room, who is hearing the Ngo commitment for the first time? For the first time, who is hearing about the Ngo commitment? Who is hearing about the Ngo commitment for the first time in this room? Yes, for the first time? C'est pas pour la première fois. OK. Dr. Tan, Nadia also, the first time? For Sudan, yes. Okay. So, but who has the experience, who went through the process 2 years ago? Who went through the process with the Excel sheet 2 years ago with AMCAO? Okay, we have our Kenyan team. Yeah, the last year where we asked you to fill an Excel sheet. We asked the members to do an Excel sheet to fill. Some of you fill the Excel sheet and send back to us. 2020. It was in 2020. I have to check. I don't have the list. Is it also? Okay. Yes, Mokta? You said? Even you fill the form, right? Okay. Okay, so our expectation for you, I don't know, Burundi, have you been able to fill this form in 2020? Then go commitment. Burundi. You are representing Burundi. I'm asking to the delegation from Burundi. Burundi, est-ce que vous avez rempli les indicateurs de Ngo? Okay. So please, but can we ask you to close your computer so we follow this thing? Only those who are taking the note can have their computer open, please. Can we just ask you a favor, please? Just close your computer so we focus on this and then we finalize it. Please. We are just begging you, please. Close your computer. Your account can know that you are an official assignment here. So, please, if you respond even at 8 p.m. the email, they will know that you have been in the workshop. Okay? But responding to the email while you are in official assignment, there's a question. They might think that maybe you are somewhere in Sharm el-Sheikh enjoying the beach. Or you know that you are in a workshop. So if you are in a workshop and you continue to send email, if I'm the boss, I will question the performance of the staff. So please, can you just close your laptop for 1 hour and then after, during the break, you can open and reply to your email. Thank you. So we'll go through the Ngo. We'll present you the Ngo commitment, the different commitment of the Ngo. And we have some exercise for you about the Ngo commitment. So the AfricaSan Ngo movement. So I was saying, so it was agreed on 2015 by our minister to improve the sanitation landscape in Africa, okay? And all our member states have agreed on that to report annually or every 2 years. The NGO was every 2 years on the NGO, the implementation from our member state about the NGO. So this process started in 2002 with the first AfricaSan conference, okay, where we have the formulation of the MDGs on sanitation. Then after, in 2008, we organized another meeting in Durban, where we have the Etiquini Declaration and the commitment, and the endorsement by the African minister on this, the Etiquini commitment. After, we have the AfricaSan 3 in Kigali, in Rwanda, where all Africa countries endorse this, the Etiquini commitment, and the countries develop their action plan to improve the sanitation in their country. The next meeting was in Dakar in 2015. So 2015 was the last, the final reporting against the Etiquini commitment, and then the NGO declaration. So the minister that met in Dakar, it was the last, the final reporting of the Etiquini, and then they decided to report on the NGO declaration to include the SDGs indicator into a new commitment that they call the NGO declaration. Okay, it has been signed by all our ministers, those who participated to the meeting, to improve the sanitation and to end. The objective of the NGO declaration is to end the open defecation by 2030. So in 8 years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we want to end the open defecation in all our countries. And so far, it's only 7 countries that have been able to perform. So in 8 years, we want to see more than 60% of our countries ending the open defecation. Okay? This is the target that our minister set in Dakar in 2015. Now we are in 2022. So we want to know, during this campaign also, we will know how many countries have been able to move where we have less than 5% of the population practicing the open defecation. And then from the 2015, another meeting was organized in 2028. We organized a regional meeting in South Africa, in Gabon and Nairobi, where we reviewed the baseline. The baseline result of the NGO have been reviewed, and we identified a national priority for each country. So, and then in 2019, we organized a meeting. The AfricaSan 5 meeting was organized in Cape Town in South Africa, where we had the Kamisa multi-stakeholder commitment. So the difference between the Kamisa and the multi-stakeholder commit and the NGO commitment is the Kamisa is a commitment made by the private sector, the NGO, and the civil society to improve the sanitation in the countries, to support the government to achieve the open defecation. So these are the commitments made by those actors. My colleague Emmanuel will show you, give you more information on that. And from the AfricaSan 5, we organized last year virtually the AfricaSan 6 meeting. It was the Africa Water and Sanitation Week last year in November, where we had the what's the name? The Windhoek Declaration on water, on sanitation. Okay, where the minister presented at the meeting, agree on a certain commitment to improve the sanitation in Africa. So this is the AfricaSan movement. AfricaSan stands for Africa and Sanitation. Okay, so this is where we stand, and this work is more or less dedicated is the work of our sanitation focal point, and they will work with the WASSMO focal point in collaboration with the WASSMO focal point. If you recall, last year, we have two reports. We have the WASSMO report, and we have the NGO report. But this year, we want to produce only one report. One report because the NGO and the WASSMO, they are complementary. Okay, you will see in the presentation. The NGO focus on the sanitation component, okay? They want to achieve the open defecation by 2030. And there are different stages that the different countries need to follow to achieve the open defecation within their country. So we'll go through the different stages, and there are commitments that have been developed to ensure that if we implement all these commitments, then we are free of the open defecation, then we improve the sanitation landscape in our country. Now, the 10-goal commitment. So we have 10-goal commitment, and for this session, I will give the floor to my colleague Emmanuel, who will present, who go through the different 10-goal commitment with you. After we have a practical session on the, we'll take one or two indicators of the goal commitment. We'll use the Excel sheet that we reported last year. We go through it, and tomorrow morning, we go through the online platform where you'll be responsible to report through the online platform. So I will give the floor to my colleague Emmanuel. He will lead us during this process. Thank you. So,
sorry, Patrice.
Yes?
Okay, I think you have just said the AfricaSan means Africa Sanitation. How about the Ngo?
The Ngo is the name of the city. Is the name of the city where the minister met to sign that commitment. It's in Senegal. It's in Dakar. That's why they call Ngo. So if we sign a commitment here, we'll call the commitment October 6th commitment. Okay? So most of the time you will see Etiquini, for instance, is where we sign the commitment, or Durban or whatever. It's everywhere we sign the Sharm el-Sheikh commitment. It's in Sharm el-Sheikh that the head of state signed.
Etiquini.
Okay, Emmanuel can give the information about the Etiquini.
It's a name. I asked about it is a name. Is it a name of a city or?
Yes, it's the name of a city in the Southern African region.
Okay.
Any other question? Okay, so thank you very much, Patrice. And we go straight to the 10 commitments. These 10 commitments, just a recap, were made by the ministers responsible for sanitation and hygiene. It is good or important that we note the difference between these commitments and the Sharm el-Sheikh commitment that gave birth to the WASSMO. The Sharm el-Sheikh commitment that we are monitoring through the WASSMO is the commitments from, or the decisions from the heads of state and government of the African Union in 2008. So when we say the heads of state, we are indirectly implying the presidents of all the African countries. But when you talk about the AfricaSan and Go commitments, it is not a heads of state commitment, but of course it is reaffirming the commitments made by the heads of state by the ministers responsible for sanitation and hygiene in Dakar, 2015. So we go to the commitments. These are the 10 commitments, and the first is on eliminating inequalities. The slides will be sent to you, so it's important to just get the essence of this presentation. So ministers have committed that they will focus on the poorest, they will focus on the most marginalized, and they will focus on the unserved. The purpose why they want to focus on these people is to progressively eliminate inequalities in both access to sanitation and use of sanitation facilities. And this will be done by implementing local strategies in country and emphasizing on equity and sustainability. So when you hear commitment 1 of the NGO, in a nutshell, to bring to your remembrance, it is eliminating inequalities. Commitment 2, they also committed that they will mobilize resources and support the enhancement of sanitation and hygiene at the highest level. They want to be able to disproportionately prioritize sanitation and hygiene in national development plans. And these big words that I'm finding difficult to pronounce, disproportionately, is what our madam from Malawi said yesterday, that there is no clear budget lines that is distinct from sanitation, hygiene budget lines distinct from sanitation. But lo and behold, here our ministers have said that they would disproportionately prioritize sanitation and hygiene in national development plans. We will see how we have made progress in achieving these commitments as we proceed. If you have any questions, please interrupt me, because that's the only way we can really understand the essence. You are free to interrupt me, please. So the key word you can use to remember the commitment 2 is prioritization of planning and strategies. Commitment 3, they also said that they will establish and specifically track sanitation and hygiene budget lines, and that they will consistently, from 2015, increase annual allocation of 0.5% of their GDP, their national GDP, to sanitation and hygiene. And those ministers responsible for sanitation and hygiene, they said they will do this thing before 2020. Can anybody tell me what year we are in now, even though we know? We are in 2022. We would see how we have made progress and fared in these commitments. But please note that commitment 3 is that they will allocate 0.5% of their national GDP, and they will be able to track distinctively the budget for sanitation and the budget for hygiene, and it aggregates to 0.5% of their national GDP. Commitment 4. Of course, the ministers have ensured that leadership and coordination at all levels will be sustained, will be strengthened, and across the different other sectors, which is going beyond the ministries of sanitation now, through the ministries of hygiene, Ministry of Education, in the case of Egypt, Ministry of Housing, and in some cases, environment and what have you. So they said they would, ensure and support very strong leadership coordination mechanisms on sanitation. And the key word you can use to remember is to build and sustain governance. Commitment 5, I'll go a bit fast, but I just want us to understand these commitments and how the strength or the magnitude of this commitment and how it relates to changing the sanitation and hygiene narrative. And the truth of the matter is, if we can achieve these 10 commitments, everything that pertains to the enabling environment in sanitation and hygiene would be translating into key results that we can see. Key results: access to sanitation services, access to hygiene services, COVID-19 will probably not have gotten to Africa. Commitment 6. We have, the ministers have committed that they will include safely managed sanitation services and the functional hand washing facilities in public institutions, in public spaces, in schools, and in health institutions. So access to sanitation and hygiene facilities in public spaces is the key word. Commitment 7 is that progressively untreated wastes will be eliminated. We know it is a challenge to do it all at once, but gradually they will eliminate the untreated wastes. They won't be messing around, and not just eliminating it to waste, but then encouraging its productive use. And in some countries, you see wastewater being, reused and purified for drinking water and what have you. Commitment 8 is that the government will enable and engage actively the private sector in developing innovative sanitation and hygiene products and services, especially for the marginalized and unserved. And in the course of our discussion during the water session, we saw that one way that the government can even enable or support the private sector is by, reduction of taxes or subsidizing, sanitation and hygiene related facilities. Commitment 9 is that we would establish government-led monitoring and reporting systems to be able to review, to evaluate, and learn from the processes. Of course, which is why some of the reason why we are here today. Commitment 10 is to establish active engagement with AMCAO's AfricaSan process. So for our knowledge, we can put that at the back of our mind that from commitment 1 to commitment 9 lies on the responsibilities of countries to report. But commitment 10 is both the countries and AMCAO. So if countries have said, hey, I participated during the 5th AfricaSan conference, I was here during the training workshop of Cairo. I was also there during the sub-regional validation meeting and what have you. Even though they have reported on that, it still lies on AMCAO to verify and also compare it with what we have in our records. Because all these meetings that we are having, these consultations, both physically and virtually, are being documented in AMCAO's records. So we can bring it out and know those countries that are actively participating and those that are intend to participate. So this is just for our information. We faced some challenges from 2015 when we wanted to develop the indicators for the NGO. Yes, please.
May you please, on those commitments, differentiate between commitments number 2 and number 5?
If I can do what?
The difference between commitment number 2 and number 5.
Okay, so commitment number 2 is focusing on planning, is focusing on supporting resources at the highest level. Actually, it relates strongly with commitment 3 because the support of resources includes financial, which commitment 3 also says that they would consistently increase 0.5% of their GDP to sanitation. But so yes, it's commitment 2 is on planning, on mobilizing resources, both internally and externally, to support sanitation and hygiene sector at the highest level. So commitment 5, on the other hand, is speaking to the human resource capacity gap. I think I didn't expatiate on this well enough. So they said they will develop and fund strategies to bridge the sanitation and hygiene resource capacity gap. So in simple terms, you develop strategies, you develop policies, you develop infrastructures and all of that, which is good. But if there are no human beings, you and I, all of us here, to manage and run these systems that have been put in place, then it will not work or succeed. So that is the key difference. One is in planning of establishing and mobilizing resources at the highest level. The other one is on supporting and strengthening human resource to be able to carry out implement those policies and strategies. Is it clear? Okay, like I said, you can interrupt me. So when we were developing these strategies, there were, of course, numerous challenges, and we just want to iron out or explain these strategies so that you know, in any case, if you are about to establish probably a monitoring system in your country, these are some of the challenges that you may, come across. The issues of developing indicators that speaks to the dynamics of the different commitments. So they have made 10 commitments. What are those indicators that we can develop that will address the different enabling environment issues? So it was a challenge, but of course we didn't do it on our own. We consulted stakeholders and the key stakeholders, and we were able to overcome that challenge. Another challenge that we encountered was the implementation or the practicalities of these indicators and how it relates to the different contexts, because every country has their own unique situation. So, but of course, we are able to manage. And just to inform us that our monitoring process, the AMCA monitoring process, is not cast in stone. It is a continuous improvement process. So from engagement and consultations like this, we keep improving the indicators, we keep improving the process, we collect feedback, and try to do all we can to overcome some of the unforeseen challenges, and especially with the advent of COVID. I would speak to that when we get into the presentation. So, of course, disaggregating gender and age, and who are those that we can consider physically challenged, and the disadvantaged. What do we describe or define those that are disadvantaged? So some of these were a bit of a challenge, but we were able to reach a consensus. And like I mentioned, the centralization and decentralization of each country nuances or unique dynamics. So for the benefit of those that probably have not really been actively involved in this process, AfricaSan Ngo monitoring is a movement as opposed to an event. So in the past, we got feedbacks that, hey, AfricaSan, it's a conference. Oh, it holds every 2 years, and after 2 years, we go back, and 2 years later, we'll come back again. So just to correct that impression, AfricaSan is not an event. It's not about the conference, AfricaSan conference, but it is essentially a movement that started with developing of course, the ministerial commitments, developing the indicators, consulting stakeholders to provide their input on what has been developed, establishing an AfricaSan International Task Force, that is the AITF, that's the acronym for the AfricaSan International Task Force, restructuring the task force, of course, by the members following their feedback to a more efficient and effective think tank on sanitation and hygiene, presenting this data to the restructured task force that had its that have its subcommittee on monitoring in this case, and they looked at the indicators, they provided their feedback, they sent it to AMCAL, AMCAL revised it, shared it with countries, countries were comfortable with it, and we went back to the AITF again. It's a movement. And finally, we were able to come up with those indicators in late 2017, early 2018. And when we were comfortable and all the stakeholders said, yes, this is good, we said, okay, we don't just want to have indicators, we want to still test. Even though everybody has provided their input, we've made this document very strong, but let's see the practicalities and the visibility in country. So we selected 3 countries to run some pilots, and those countries, of course, were based on criteria that were developed by the AfricaSan International Task Force and not AMCAL. Those countries were Senegal, Kenya, and Nigeria. And, we tested it. We saw it was easy, not easy, but it was more practical and easy to work with. And then before we launched the live round. So to complete this cycle, after the live round, what makes it a movement is that you monitor, you launch the campaign. No, let me take it slowly. You have this kind of meetings where you present the indicators. Probably there has been change from the past campaign. You familiarize it with the focal points. They understand what has changed. They understand what is expected. And then we launch it. Countries go back to their member states go back to their countries. They gather the stakeholders involved. They sensitize them. They allocate or distribute these indicators to the different multi-sectors involved. And those people provide feedback sent to AMCAL. AMCAL validates, AMCAL does the data quality assurance, sends it back to countries for validation. Countries validate and said, okay, this data is good to go. You can go ahead to prepare the report. We prepare the report. We launch the reports. We use the reports, the result of the reports now to inform the AfricaSan conference. So we don't just organize conferences on sanitation because we feel, we sit down at the secretariat and feel these are the issues. These are informed from the gaps and the bottlenecks that the AfricaSan monitoring result has reviewed. So that is what informs the thematic sessions of the conference. That is what even involves the title, the theme of the conference. And based on that, we bring all the stakeholders from near, far, global, local, regional. Everybody comes, discuss the issues, experts give best practices on ways to address those issues. And we, develop or draft a multi-stakeholder commitment, or the ministers responsible give a declaration that, okay, to be able to address these issues that this AfricaSan monitoring result has identified, we would take the recommendations and the solutions that have culminated from the conference into a declaration. So just for those that probably to answer the question from Malawi Sanitation Focal Point, the declarations do not just happen in the city, but they also are a product of the discussions and the recommendations that have culminated from the conference. And the essence is that these will be the priorities for the next 2 years until the next AfricaSan. And those priorities and those declarations, countries are expected to go back, or focal points or stakeholders, go back to your country and develop an action plan. So one thing is, okay. During the introduction yesterday, the high-level opening, Dr. Khalid Abuzed from Sedari mentioned that you cannot manage what you don't measure, or you cannot, yes, you cannot manage what you don't measure. The same principle applies to this monitoring process. You cannot solve your problem when you don't know your problem. They said a problem known or shared is half solved. So the essence of all this AfricaSan movement is that we want to be able to know exactly what are those problems. And in a particular ranking order, we want to know which of those problems are critical, that if you don't address this within the shortest time possible, then there will be calamity. So the essence of this is that we get the results, they make the declaration, we go back, develop an action plan, and start, putting up maybe not necessarily policies, but then of course, if we have to review our policies or develop or improve on our strategies or support the human beings that are working on this, which is commitment 5, to be able to deliver better, then you can now check or measure what progress you as a country have achieved. Because from your action plan, you probably say in the next 3 months, we will do this to address this issue. In the next 6 months, we will do that to address this issue. Then you can hold yourself accountable. And when you're coming back to the AfricaSan conference in 2 years' time, you're coming back with lessons learned. Of course, it's a knowledge sharing and of course, and peer-to-peer learning platform so that everybody can now share their experiences. And of course, there will be challenges, even though you have developed beautiful action plans. In reality, when implementing it, they may not be the case. So you can come back there and say, hey, I developed this and we thought everything was going to be perfect, but then it didn't work out that way. Please, Egypt, we saw that in your report, you are almost all green in sanitation. And this is a fact. Almost all green in all you're making excellent progress. What are you doing special or doing differently that we can learn from? Well, in the course of this, we will go into that. So this is the essence, and I have decided to spend much time on this so that we understand the very, reason why we are having this monitoring. Somebody may be having in their mind, before I ask the question, so I asked the question to myself, AMCAO is monitoring WASSMO. How then is the WASSMO different from the AfricaSan and Go? Can I pose this question to the audience? Do you want to try?
I don't know exactly, but WASSMO, we put exact result or number or reliable number. But in GOR, we put only a vision, yes or no, report any evidence, but not exact number.
Absolutely. So I would give you 25% of 100, but you tried, you did well. So that is one of the reasons, the differences, but they complement each other. So let's have at the back of our mind that this AfricaSan we are doing is not duplicating the process. But the major difference is that, okay, to fine-tune your answer, is that the WASSMO are quantitative data. You can quantify them. You can quantify them in percentages, you can quantify them in proportions, and what have you. They deal with numbers that can be measured and calculated. But the AfricaSan and Go are more of qualitative. They speak to the quality of the enabling environment. How are they faring? Because the truth is, the Ngo, which is quantitative, you can imagine it as the foundation of a house. And no, let me not use a house. A house is an inanimate thing. Let me use a living thing. You can imagine the Ngo as the roots of a tree that bears fruit. Then the WASSMO is the fruits. So for you to say in XXX country, only 20% have access to basic drinking water services or basic, no, we are dealing with sanitation and hygiene now, basic sanitation services. A latrine probably somewhere that everybody is sharing, as basic as that. So now the Ngo, that is the fruit, that is the result. Now the Ngo is now interrogating and investigating. Why do we have only 20% having access to basic, not even at least safely managed sanitation? So which leads us to assessing the enabling environment. Are there policies in place? What policies are in place? If these policies are in place, how are they being used? If they are used, are they aligned to the best global policies and strategies or policies? If they are aligned, what strategies have been put in place to be able to implement these policies? Or are they just sitting somewhere, lying in the shelf? Or are we just using it for the sake of when they say, oh, in God, is yes or no, red, yellow, you just go and measure it and put. To what essence? So what? So Ngo digs deeper. The AfricaSan Ngo digs deeper to be able to know why in the WASSMO there is a percentage of total population practicing open defecation, percentage of the population practicing or with access to safely sanitation and what have you.
Like an explanation for this result for WASSMO.
Yes.
Yes. Like a detailed explanation.
Yes.
Yes, for the result of WASSMO.
Yes, for the reason of WASSMO. So now to our, I'm sorry, please permit me because I'm explaining a bit deeper. But if you get the onus or the essence of this presentation, then you'll be able to understand the differences and the relation between it. So, like I said, the vision indicators are the outcome, the fruits of that refers to the quantitative data from the WASSMO Pan-African system. And the Ngo speaks to the enabling environment and measuring it against each country target. For country targets, for the enabling environment, we've established the indicators and what have you. But for country targets, every country has their targets. Some countries have said that this is what their targets would be, probably to provide access to 50% of the people would have access to these services or that services and what have you. So you as a country would be able to collect when you have monitored the enabling environment, now assess whether in stage 2, whether you are actually meeting your own country targets. And when you assess that, you will not be able to answer whether you are red, whether you are green and yellow. Then in going into the details, the commitments have been broken into stage 1 and stage 2. Stage 1 is the enabling environment that allows progress to be assessed through looking at the foundational structures. That is what I've explained. The stage 2 is tracking the achievement against the country targets that you have published. Some facts about the indicators. I've mentioned about the enabling environment. When you hear enabling environment, just imagine it as the foundational structures that are in place in countries and the country targets. The commitments are detailed, even though you have commitments. So you have commitment number 1, 2, 3 to 10. But under each commitment, you have specific indicators that are used to, when you aggregate them, you used to know whether you are doing well in that commitment or not. So probably from a program point of view, you can look at those commitments as your overall goal. What is this? This is what you want to achieve. Huh? And then you look at those commitments as the small little result or output. Have I achieved this? Have I achieved this? Have I achieved this? If you add it, will it be that I'm making good progress in the overall or not? The indicators for the NGO commitments are showing progress for enabling environment stage 1 and stage 2. And we use a traffic light monitoring system, green, yellow, and red to monitor the progress. This NGO monitoring is an improved version of the Etiquette monitoring. So when you hear Etiquette, beyond the fact that it was established in the Southern African region, Etiquette, it is also the monitoring during the MDGs. So that is a simple way to understand it. We had the Millennium Development Goals from 2005 to 2015, I think 10 years or so, 2000 to 2015, 15 years, yes. And after 2015, we all the countries agreed that we want to align with the SDGs. And that has produced the NGO, which closely aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, so before we move into the main business, Patrice, would you permit me to do an icebreaker so that we can? Okay. Colleagues, I seek your permission before I say stand up. Do you want us to do an icebreaker? I think we should do an icebreaker. So please, let's stand up. Thank you. Okay, let's stretch your body. Let the blood flow. Let the blood flow. You can do anything you like. Stretch. Okay, so we are going to play a game. And this game is inspired by the fact that some of us are sleeping. And for us not to sleep or for us to be alert, the brain needs to be alert. So everybody is going to think of an African country. I know we are not up to 55 here. Huh? We are not up to 55. So please listen, if it gets to you and you don't mention an African country, then we'll assume that you are still sleeping even though you are standing. Is it okay? So think of all the countries and listen to the persons. If he calls Nigeria, you are not permitted to call Nigeria. Call another country. And don't call United States of America or African country. So prepare. I know this will wake up wake our brains up. There will be no room for sleep after this exercise. I can assure you that. You are part of the game, right? Okay. I should start from there. Okay. But before you get here, they would have mentioned all the countries. Okay. All right. So we'll do the first row before we do the second row. If I point to you, mention an African country. I wanted to do by region, but I know that would be too hard. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If your colleague have mentioned your country, you're on your own. All right. So we go. 1, 2, go.
My country?
Not your country, any African country. So if you mention Sudan, Dr. Nadia will not be able to mention Sudan. Eh?
Egypt?
Okay, we'll be fast about it.
South Africa.
Tanzania.
Uganda.
Maurice.
Morocco.
Mali.
Burundi. Namibia.
Oh, okay. So we have one first sleeper. Okay, we start again. We'll give you time to think. Which African country, any country?
Nigeria. Kenya.
Zambia.
Egypt.
Egypt has been mentioned. So you need to pay attention. You can mention another country.
Madagascar.
Eswatini.
Joanna.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Comoros.
Comoro. No, he has mentioned, in fact, he just mentioned Comoros. Comoros. Okay, you mentioned Cameroon.
Oh.
But you were sleeping, huh?
Cameroon. Seychelles.
Oh, wow, intelligence.
Togo.
DRC.
Wow. Please, let's give these first people a round of applause. You can sit down. All of them are alert. No. The second people, are you people sitting down? Okay, we'll do that again for the second people. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Okay, so we move to the second segment of the presentation. You can start memorizing the countries, but unfortunately, as a lecturer, the example that they gave you during the class is not what they will set in the exam. So I can decide to use another thing, but be memorizing, be practicing. Okay, so this is the timeline, and we have decided to put it in between so that we are all aware of what the period or the roadmap to development of the annual report, both the WASSMO and NGO. And I speak on behalf of Patrice, because the monitoring are done together. That's why we are doing this training together. So we are in May. After this training, we expect that the process should begin immediately as you are going back to your country. You don't have to wait for any official letter or anything. Yes, it will come, but just start the process. Start, engaging with your stakeholders and the people involved. In June, from May to June, we expect that you have, allocated the indicators to those sector ministries, and they have started providing data. So let them provide information, collate the information, start the consultations in your country. And that should lead you to your internal national validation. So by June, we expect that you would have collected the data, you would have brought everybody towards the end of June to, validate this data from all the multi-sectors that have been involved. So that when this data is sent to AMCAL, it will not be that it is just only the Ministry of Sanitation or the Ministry of Sanitation and Health alone, or the Ministry of Sanitation, Health and Housing alone that have sent this data. It is important that all stakeholders are involved. Because, okay, let me engage us again. Who knows why we want to be able to engage all stakeholders? Of course, there are so many reasons, but issues of data, accessibility of data, the quality, ownership, and all that. But what is the most critical reasons? Let me save time. Okay, please. Thank you.
For mutual accountability.
For
mutual accountability.
Beautiful. For mutual accountability. Because this data, when we are presenting it to the heads of state and government summit of the African Union, we are not going to say it is the Ministry of Housing in Egypt that has this data. No, we will say this is the representation of the situation in Egypt as a whole. So if it is in your ministry that you just collect this data and you think it is okay, you just assume and estimate the result and you just send to AMCAL without consulting the different other relevant ministries. When you are sending it to AMCAL, AMCAL is publishing it as the result for that country, not for the Ministry of Sanitation. So it is important that you do a national data validation workshop, bringing all sectors, agreeing first before sending to AMCAL to publish. And then, of course, AMCAL will analyze in July, analyze the reports, present it into sub-regional snapshots, and, organize a sub-regional meeting for all the countries to be able to see how their regions are doing, how they are doing as a region. Of course, you know how you are doing as a country. And the essence is that we want to be able to extract the perspectives, the findings, the recommendations as a region. Like I said, AMCAO does not just sit at the secretariat and assume for North Africa, this is what it should be. We work with the results of this NGO and WASSMO. So the regional meetings would share, give the opportunities for different regions to share their perspectives. What are their priorities? What do they want to add to the report? So that for the different regions, we know what we'll be presenting. And then in August, we prepare the consolidated continental or Africa-wide reports. And this will be, Patrice will speak to that, but this would be taken forward through the African Union processes. Okay, any question? Yes, please. Let me start with Tanisha, please.
Bonjour, M. Matrice. Bonjour tous les collègues. En ce qui concerne la validation, je crois que il y a la question de la contextualisation. Il faut s'adapter au contexte de chaque pays. La manière de chaque pays, que chaque pays adopte pour valider ces données. Il faut voir, il ne faut pas imposer une démarche quiconque. Il faut laisser la liberté pour les pays pour monter une démarche pour la validation. Pour nous, par exemple, je prends la Tunisie, on a la réunion annuelle lors de la présentation du rapport national du secteur de l'eau. Là, on trouve l'assainissement, on trouve l'agriculture, l'eau agricole en disant, les finances et tous les partenaires des acteurs sont présents et on valide le rapport. C'est une approche. Il faut s'adapter, je crois. L'autre point critique, c'est, je reviens aussi à la contextualisation, on est pour l'assainissement et l'interprétation des indicateurs, ça diffère par rapport à ce qui a été prévu au niveau du système de la plateforme en WASSMO avec notre interprétation. Nous, on parle des ménages branchés au réseau public. On ne parle pas de la population bénéficiant des systèmes d'assainissement. Voilà, ce sont des points parfois sur lesquels il faut faire attention. Merci.
Okay. I hope I got the question clearly, but the first one you talked about the process that are involved in your country as Tunisia, and that there is a system in place for national validation, which is good. I think that is just a comment or an information. But what would be critical to us is when does that meeting hold? Does it hold within this timeline or after this timeline? Because that is another thing. Another thing that you can do if it is after this timeline is that if the country, cross-sectorial actors that are involved, if they were truly involved and they were the ones that sent this data to you, you may not necessarily wait for the general overall meeting, which probably would have been after this deadline, which the impact will be that your report will not be included. You may just organize something or even get their, like a document or something to say they were the ones that sent this data and this data, so a legal, something that validates or supports the data that they have sent to you. So that when it is being published, because AMCAO will not just publish, AMCAO will still give an opportunity to present what you have sent to them to us after the analysis. So you still have the opportunity to still make changes if it is very critical. But if they are the ones that gave you the information, you may not wait for the general national validation meetings that are held because it will be after the timeline. And that the consequence of that is that your country will not be involved in this process, despite the fact that you have given so much, you have participated in this meeting and what have you. So you can use another approach to get a validation or a supporting document to that claim. That's to the first question. Then the second one is, yes, interpretation of the indicator. That is what we want to do now. So those commitments that we have mentioned are just the high level. What we are about to do after this is the indicators. What is required? What are the indicators specifically? What is required? What are the criteria, the definition, the description, the evidence required, and all the nitty-gritties detailed. That is what we are about to go into. But Patrice, maybe you can add.
Yes, thank you. Abdelrahman, s'il te plaît, la dernière question n'était pas très claire par rapport à l'interprétation des indicateurs. La dernière question par rapport à l'interprétation des indicateurs, ce n'était pas très clair. Est-ce que tu peux reprendre?
Non, juste, c'est un commentaire, ce n'est pas une question, c'est plutôt d'attirer l'attention à ce que tous les points focaux, y compris moi-même, de faire attention en ce qui concerne la définition d'un indicateur quelconque au niveau de la plateforme WASSMO avec la définition de chaque pays. S'il y a une différence, il faut adapter, il faut revenir, c'est-à-dire à la définition prévue dans le système. Si vous me permettez, je reviens pour réagir en ce qui concerne l'approche adoptée pour la validation. Dans certains pays, le processus est un peu lourd et un peu strict. Comme chez nous, je ne vous cache pas, on est tellement structuré de telle sorte que toute validation doit faire le consensus via un consensus national, via la réunion annuelle. Et moi, je vous fais une proposition, si vous permettez, que ce soit pour l'AMCO ou l'équipe de WASSMO, de vous envoyer une invitation pour assister en ligne, même en ligne, à notre réunion, puisque la réunion annuelle en Tunisie, en plus des acteurs nationaux qui interviennent dans le secteur de l'eau, il y aura la présence de tous les partenaires techniques et financiers présents en Tunisie, de la Banque mondiale, la FAO, l'OMS, l'UNICEF, l'UNESCO, le JICA, l'AFD, tout le monde sont présents là-bas. Voilà.
OK, c'est bien noté. Je pense que c'est des commentaires par rapport à votre dernier commentaire sur l'interprétation. Oui, donc nous encourageons les pays à toujours se référer à la définition de ce qui apparaît dans le manuel du WASSMO. Pour certains indicateurs, on demande de se référer à la définition nationale. OK? Comme bien nous avons montré un indicateur, je pense que c'était sur la qualité de l'eau, on demandait de se référer sur la définition au niveau national. Quels sont les critères pour vous que vous pouvez considérer comme eau de qualité au niveau national? OK? Chaque fois, c'est ce qu'on dit. Au cas contraire, il faut toujours vous référer au manuel du WASSMO pour avoir plus de précision et éviter les mauvais reporting de ces indicateurs. Si vous avez encore plus de soucis, vous pouvez vous référer à AMCAO. On sera disponible pour vous répondre. Donc, si c'est au niveau de, je pense la même chose au niveau de l'interprétation des indicateurs par rapport au système du WASSMO et autres. Pour la validation des données, c'est vrai que vous avez déjà un processus au niveau national, mais je ne sais pas si on vous demandera sûrement d'essayer d'intégrer ce processus-là au niveau du WASSMO, parce que nous, on travaille au niveau continental. Donc, on ne pourra pas s'adapter à la situation de chaque pays. Ça sera un peu difficile de s'adapter à la situation de chaque pays. Mais on vous demande juste de voir comment est-ce que vous pouvez, pour la courte période qu'on vous demande, si vous pouvez déjà nous envoyer certaines informations avant d'attendre le processus au niveau national. Donc, c'est tout ce qu'on peut dire par rapport aux contributions de M. Abdourahmane de la Tunisie. Merci beaucoup. Vous avez d'autres questions? Nous sommes là pour répondre.
I think it's okay, yeah? Yeah, okay. So let's get straight down to business. I've spent much time giving us the background so that we understand. Now is the practical. So this commitment is from the Ministers for Sanitation and Hygiene, and AMCAL has the responsibility to monitor this every two years, biennially. It has 10 commitments, like you all know, but if for each, or the totality of all the commitments, you have 49 indicators that has been disaggregated for the urban population and the rural population. Each of the indicators are linked to a criteria. So you don't just, put red or yellow or green, but you have to be able to closely link it to the criteria. If you satisfy that criteria, that is what should inform your scoring. Just for emphasis, stage 1 indicator tracks the enabling environment, stage 2 indicator tracks country targets. These information are provided by the focal points for sanitation and hygiene, and it is this information that you can really closely use it to link how the progress is being achieved in the vision indicator. In this case, the vision indicators here are the WASSMO, which are the outcome indicators that results to how countries are faring in access to sanitation and hygiene or use of sanitation facilities or hygiene facilities. When you open the indicator document, we'll open it here and we'll do the practical. There will be a session for that. But when you open the indicator document, you will see something like this. After the commitment, the title of the commitment, just so that you know how to interpret it and understand it. This is the stage 1 indicator that tracks progress that have been achieved in the enabling environment, whether there are foundational structures in place or not. The second one is the stage 2 indicators. And just so you know, for example, you see that stage 1 indicators or enabling environment indicators for commitment 1, for example, maybe like 4 or 5 or 6 or 3. And then you need to achieve at least 1 or 2 of those indicators. It is stated here. That is the criteria for you to be able to score the stage 2 indicator. I will give an example to that. But what this arrow in the middle is saying is that the requirement to score, to move into the stage 2 indicator for you to report on your country targets, you should meet the criteria of that indicator either being green or yellow. There is never, ever, ever a situation where you score red for an indicator that is a key criteria to score stage 2 indicator, and then you move on to score the stage 2 indicator. Okay, before I get into that, let me just give an example. You cannot say you do not have sanitation and hygiene policy. There is no sanitation and hygiene policy in place, which is a critical indicator for commitment, for a particular commitment. And then you now want to go to your country targets to say you want to score how your country is achieving based on the results of a strategy. That means you need to have a strategy. And the strategy needs to be implemented. A couple of targets should have been met for you to be able to now know if your country is achieving or not achieving. During after the baseline was 2018. After the baseline of 2018, we got feedbacks from countries and we saw that, and then of course from the AfricaSan 5 conference, which is the Kamisa multi-stakeholder commitment, they said that we need to be able to know how hygiene is faring. Stop lumping these two sectors together, even though they are related. you keep assuming that sanitation includes hygiene. Let us know how much is going for how much effort is going to hygiene and how much is going for sanitation. And based on that, we introduced the sanitation, the monitoring of hygiene indicators. And we have quoted the statement, how they put it in the Kamisa multi-stakeholder commitment. It says that we call on AMCAL to continue to support the INGO vision and commitment monitoring process and strengthen the approach to better evaluate progress in hygiene through disaggregation of the dedicated monitoring indicators. This is a commitment from the last, a statement or declaration from the last, this penultimate, let me not speak grammar, from the AfricaSan 5 conference. So because of this, AMCAL now said, we will no longer just say, how is sanitation doing, and implying that hygiene is part of it. We now disaggregated the indicators, and you will see some of the changes. I've mentioned it in the course of discussion that AMCAL did not just wake up from our sleep, from the good side of our bed, and went to the secretariat and say, well, no, I think we need to change this indicator. That is not what happened. That is not what happens. This information came from this regional feedback from stakeholders, meeting notes, points like this, your contributions here, they all matter because we are taking notes. The review of the working documents based on the conference, the AfricaSan 5 Kamisa multi-stakeholder declaration, and country consultations. So this was what informed the changes. And what changed is, even though we have, developed the hygiene indicator, we updated the guidance document. Guidance document 1, guidance document 2. I will explain that in details. The input sheet was updated. If you were part of the previous just immediate past monitoring, you will see that there are indicators for hygiene. Yes, please.
To not forget our usual comment on the map.
Absolutely.
The southern border have to be updated, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Patrice,
of Egypt.
Do you want to say anything? We have noted that, definitely.
The previous slide.
Oh, sorry. That should be corrected and will be corrected.
Okay.
It's just an oversight.
Okay. Thank you, Emmanuel.
So the guidance document 1, there are 2 documents for this NGO. The first document is speaking to country process. How do you establish a monitoring, in-country monitoring and reporting process of the AfricaSan? It outlines why do you even have to do this? Why do you even have to monitor? And how do you monitor it? It provides an overview of the commitments from commitment 1 to 10, and then it explains the staging of the indicator and suggests ways that we can organize this meeting in countries. Commitment 2, guidance document 2 is about the indicator document. It talks about the commitment in details, and this is the question I think Mr. Abdurrahman from Tunisia has pointed out. It gives the details of the commitments, it gives the details of the indicator and the criteria, it gives the detail of what evidence is required, the scoring checklist, and further information in case you are having difficulties with understanding the semantics or the grammar that has been put in the document. And it also provides links to where you can find additional resources in case further information does not suffice. So this is what the document looks like. I wouldn't want to use this one. Probably during the practical, you see the details. But just for our information, the top is the declaration, the commitment as it appears in the declaration. The second one is the monitoring logic I've explained. This third one is now the criteria of what you should check before scoring yourself red, yellow, or green. And then the fourth provides evidence of what documents that you have said you have, please share with us. And then the fifth is further information in case you still do not explain or understand what has been explained. If you read this other section, just under this colorful box there, you can now probably get a better understanding of what that indicator is talking about. And lastly, this is one of the important change that we have, not change, updates that we have included in this system. In the past, countries were finding it difficult to even understand the terminologies or the resources that we have provided. So we now said that, okay, we would now put specific questions, checklists to say, do you have this? Yes. Do you have this? Yes. Does this happen? Yes. Is this thing put in place? Yes. What period is this? Yes. If you check all those boxes, say yes, 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 then you can score yourself green. If you score 2 out of, maybe there are 4 boxes, and then you score all of them green, 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 and then you score 1 yellow, and that one that is yellow is the most critical one, you will not be able. No, let me come back again so that you understand. If you have 5 rows, 5 lines, and out of that 5, you checked 4 over 5. Logically, in arithmetic or in assessment, you tend to have done very well. You say 4 over 5 is a good score, even though you didn't get everything. But in this Ngo monitoring, it is different. So there are situations where you score 4 over 5 or 3 over 4 or thereabouts. And because one particular indicator that you did not score, you don't have it, it doesn't exist, is critical, then that one alone can bring your score from green to yellow. That is what this checklist is about. So it's just to guide you in case you have provided your data, you've read everything, and you've scored. It is also good to just go and assess yourself. It's like a personal assessment. Evidence, and I'm going to be quick. Long story short, if you have provided documents, if you have said you have a sanitation policy, please send us the documents. If you have resources well enough in your country, we encourage you to send the hard copy documents. This will also help, strengthen our library, the knowledge hub that has been established at the AMCAL Secretariat. If you do not have the resources, please send a link to these documents. If you do not have a link and it has not been uploaded, please carry your Android phone or your iOS phone and snap it and send to us. Now, there's something critical about this evidence. You may have the evidence as your national development plan with 1,527 pages. And then you just send it to AMCA and say, inside this document, we have a section or a chapter, sanitation and hygiene, that addresses public health and blah, blah, blah. Sorry for the word, please excuse my word. I'm just saying. It will be difficult for AMCAL to read all the 1,725 pages before we go and find where this thing is. So in as much as you provide data, provide the documents, provide a page reference to say, for this particular indicator, this is where you will find it. And it will help our lives to justify the scores. This is what I've mentioned. But the last point here is, it is recommended that the sanitation focal points because one person cannot do it alone. So when you go back, have a small team that you can put together within your ministry. So this is not the general national coordination platform or your national sanitation sector review or task force group. Just like a team of 2 or 3 within your ministry, within your unit or department that can help you, source for those data and support you, because most times it's difficult for one person, even within the institution, to coordinate. So you need an assistant or some support for this activity. And before I go into the practical sessions, this is a tip for preparing in-country monitoring meetings. So when you go back, in case you are confused as to what do you need to do, Patrice has mentioned yesterday, you need invitation letters. If you are having challenges with this invitation letter, reach out to AMCAL. AMCAL can prepare a template of the key points that you can include in this letter. This letter should be supported with relevant background documents about the UNGO process, what we are monitoring, what we want to achieve. Most times you just prepare a letter, even though it's a high level that signs it and sends to another ministry. If it is responded, if it is being actioned by the other ministry, recipient ministry, it is just as mere diplomatic reasons that a high level person is sending it to me. That's why I need to respond. But it is important that if you add the background information, what we are doing, what we want to achieve, then the person, even if he's a novice, will understand and will be able to make more informed decisions. The documents, like I mentioned, I've mentioned that, and then a working group should be established. You know, not just your internal 2 or 3 supports, but then a working group. In some countries, you have sanitation working group. In some countries, it is STEM, sanitation task force. In some countries, it's called National Sanitation Sector Group. So, but then these are the key, at least the primary people that should form that sector working group. AMCAL focal points, your technical advisory committee, AMCAL focal point should be the chair actually of that group. You, the sanitation focal points, are the national coordination coordinator for that country. And then if you have an M&E person, should also be part of it. We need representatives from all the sectors: health, water, sanitation, education, housing, local government. And then it is also important that you bring in development partners, because they are really of help, I must confess. Some of this monitoring that we did in the past wouldn't have been possible if UNICEF, WaterAid, and the likes of them had not supported with through their country offices. Please exhaust all your options. Reach out to as many development partners or NGOs that are working in this sanitation and hygiene sector. Civil society is also important. Some of us don't like to work with civil society. Let's be frank with ourselves, because they call a spade a spade. And sometimes they criticize some of the hard work that we are doing. So it's just a matter of bringing them on board, getting them to understand what is being done and your vision, what you want to achieve, and marrying them together with your work so that both of you can work together effectively. If you leave the civil society to do their thing on their own, they will assume, they will make their decisions and advocacies based on assumption. And it is very heartbreaking to see that we go through all these processes, we try to give our best to make this sector work and to change the narrative, and then somebody else is busy criticizing our work. So they are very important stakeholders. And of course, the private sector. Well, I will speak to that lastly now. So that is it. And these are some of the documents. We'll share the presentation. But before we go into the practical session, Patrice would facilitate that. But I just want to mention the multi-stakeholder commitment. What is it? What is this multi-stakeholder commitment? This is the product of the AfricaSan 5 conference. The AfricaSan 5 conference is the 5th Africa Sanitation Conference series in the history of sanitation conferences. It was held in Cape Town in South Africa. And all the stakeholders, from governments to civil society to local authorities to development partners to private sector to academians, research institutions, non-state actors, name it, we are part of it. They were in attendance physically and otherwise. Now, after the conference and after the results or the outcome of the result of the discussions, technical discussions and recommendations came out. They put together, articulated it into a document. And one of the key outcomes that relates to our monitoring is that they want AMCAL to be able to monitor, but this time around, not with member states, but with the multi-stakeholders involved. So there are 4 multi-stakeholders involved. There is the development partner. There is the local authority. There is the civil society network, and there is the private sector. And all these people are critical stakeholders. Of course, the government is the umbrella, the coordination structure that manages all these actors. But they said, let us know how much intervention, let us know how much resources or the areas that these different actors are supporting sanitation and hygiene in Africa. The essence of this is that we don't want to go to Egypt that has scored green in everything. And because we know that if we go to Egypt and pumping more money to people that probably do not need the sanitation services as much as another country, we will get some benefits for whatever reasons. So we want to be able to, or probably we are not aware, and I'm speaking as a donor or a civil society or anything, we are not aware that Egypt do not have issues, sanitation and hygiene issues. So we feel from our analysis that we need to support them. But if there is a system in place, this Kamisa monitoring system, that informs development partners of interventions that are already existing, NGOs or development partners that are already in a particular country, then they will not go and duplicate the efforts there. So this Kamisa statement is supposed to inform the effective channeling of resources by and through the development partners, the private sector, the civil society network, and the local authorities, so that everybody can have an even and equitable access and use and service. It will be a thing or a sad thing if one part of a region or one part country is benefiting more while the neighboring country is suffering. So this is the essence of the Kamisa stakeholders, and it reaffirms the decision, the Sharm el-Sheikh commitment, it reaffirms the Ngo commitment. It is not reinventing the wheel, it is complementing to it. It is for AMCAL to monitor with the stakeholders that have been mentioned, and it is for the promotion of sanitation and hygiene. So in essence, are there any other questions? Because we are about to round up now. If there are no questions, in essence, what we have learned is that the Ngo document have been developed by AMCAL through a consultative process. It is important that a coordination platform is set at country level to be able to support this process. For your information, this system is now integrated in the WASSMO system. So we will not use the old based Excel sheets. We would be going digital because everything is going digital. And the changes have been made in the criteria, in the indicator documents, and you need to have evidence when reporting on this. You need to be able to provide your stakeholders all the relevant documents. Either you print it or you send a soft copy, but whatever you do, please send it to them in advance so that they can understand. And when they come for this meeting, it will just be a matter of feedback, and it will fasten your process. In some countries, physical meeting of more than 20 people is still prohibited. So if it applies in your case, you can, of course, adopt the virtual approach. And the Kamisa statement, like I mentioned, reaffirms the commitment of the Ngo. It reaffirms the commitment of the Sharm el-Sheikh Declaration. And then it is also feeding to the reporting to the heads of state and governments. I thank you for your time. And at this juncture, I hand over to Patrice for the group session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel, for this presentation. Do you have any questions to Emmanuel about the Kamisa? Yes, Alex?
Thank you for the nice presentation. Actually, it's not a question, maybe it's to share the situation in my country regarding to the issues of sanitation, especially when it comes on the issue of putting enabling environment for dealing with the issues of sanitation. Sanitation in Tanzania is handled by two ministries, that the Ministry of Water, which deals with constructing infrastructure for sewerage and treatment. When it comes to the issues of pit latrines and toilets, something like that, it is dealt with the Ministry of Health. The challenge we are getting there is that we don't have a specific document like sanitation policy. However, the issues of sanitation, for example, we have a water policy, which has issues of sanitation in it. And we have the health policy also, which has issues of sanitation in each. Now, when it comes to a question, for example, in the previous data collecting campaign, there was a question, do you have a sanitation policy? It was very difficult for us to answer yes or no, because when you say sanitation in the water, I mean, when you say water policy, the issues of sanitation are covered. When we say the policy of health policy, also the issues of sanitation are covered. This is the challenge we are facing. I don't know whether if I'm asked, do you have a sanitation policy? What do I answer? Yes, but it is within the water policy. Oh, yes, it is within the health policy. That's a critical issue for us. Thank you.
I was tempted to direct this question to Mr. Peter Mahal, but I would just answer it directly. So yes, if you check the commitments, commitment 1 to through 10, commitments 2, like you highlighted, and commitment 2 particularly emphasizes on establishing a planning or building a planning structure in place. And another commitment also emphasizes on disproportionately prioritizing sanitation and hygiene. So if sanitation that we know mostly implies hygiene has become a priority to separate hygiene so that you know what is going for sanitation and you know what is going into hygiene, then it is of utmost importance that you should have sanitation and hygiene separate from water. And I'll give you just one reason. You have water policies, yes. You have, in that water policy, sanitation and hygiene is covered. But if you and I are frank, you realize that for purposes of the volume of the documents and for other reasons, things that should have been spelled out clearly and elaborated on would probably have been summarized or put aside because you don't want to have so bulky documents. So this leads us to the establishment of or development of the Africa Sanitation Policy Guidelines. AMCAL, if you watch the documents we've placed on the table, AMCAL developed with support of partners and key stakeholders, the Africa Sanitation Policy Guidelines, so that countries can uptake it roll it out, and develop their own specific sanitation and hygiene policies. Yes, we know that in most country cases, there are, integrated in the water, but it is important to have a standalone. It is also important that even if they also exist, like in your case, they need to be critically analyzed according to the best practice core elements that is required of a global sanitation policy, which this document has ironed out or explained. So I would want to encourage you, and probably this will be a major feedback or takeaway to your country, that you have a copy of the Africa Sanitation Policy Guideline, ASPG, and take it back and advocate that your country should have a standalone sanitation and hygiene policy. Because truth is, the contexts are different, the thematic areas and priorities are different, and we need to align to the best practices. Most of the sanitation policies that are existing are still speaking to basic access, basic facilities, while we should be talking about safely managed facilities. I hope I've not been able to confuse you, but to convince you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. Any other question, please? Alex, I hope it's clear. So we have a session on that policy, yes?
Yeah, I think for us, it's just to complement on the discussion of policy. In the case of Namibia, we have sanitation policy on the one hand, and then we also have a policy on hygiene, which of course has aspects of sanitation. So in the ministry responsible for water is the one that coordinates all these policies. And then we have what we call the WASSMO forum. That is a sort of all stakeholders forum, which again is coordinated by the ministry responsible for water and attended by all other ministries, inclusive of the Prime Minister's office, as well as what did you say, civil societies. Yeah, they are part of that. So I think in terms of institutions, we are okay. The bottleneck is implementation, and that's why we are really emphasizing on how best we can learn from those that have managed to implement beyond what we are planning. So if we can learn from that, we will be very happy. If there is a magic wand that we can be thrown to see how that can be done, we will be happy to do that. So implementation really appears to be the challenge. On a lighter note, the presenter was making a very good demonstration on saying that, yes, you have put up this infrastructure there, but the problem then is, why is it only 25% or 15% using it? Then it made me think that perhaps we should begin to have some form of uniformity of these infrastructures that are put there. Like we have our phones here. If I'm in Namibia, the charger that charges Huawei or what is the other one? Apple and so forth, it's the same, it's uniform, it applies everywhere. So that if in Egypt or Tunisia, they have a certain design of a sanitation infrastructure, it could be the same design that you can find maybe in West Africa, in Southern Africa, and East Africa. And I'm reminded then of the word ngo, understood that it is for dignity. So sanitation is equal to dignity, mathematically speaking. So I hope that is what will be able to assist us going forward in implementation. I so submit here.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for this very, very useful question. It is important, it is apt. So I can only say that here, our host country, Egypt, have made outstanding progress. And we cannot leave Cairo without tapping from their wealth of experience and progress. From the last In the past, during the baseline, they were not part of the monitoring for one or two reasons. But during the past campaign, they participated and we would present their scorecard so that you see they have achieved very good progress in across all the indicators. So we can learn from them. And this is essentially the reason why we are gathered here, not just for understanding the indicators and what have you, but to also learn and share experience with and from each other. So, but just to also commend your country, Namibia, you guys have made outstanding progress in having a standalone sanitation policy and a standalone hygiene policy. That is excellent. And I also note that the AMCAL leadership is also in discussions with the AMCAL president to be able to see how to improve these policies. Some of the reasons why these are not implemented may be as a result of how probably they've been formulated theoretically than in more of the practicality of it. And of course, the times that have changed with the advent of COVID-19 and what have you. So there may be some bottlenecks that are hindering the implementation. But be rest assured that while we are learning here from each other, we are also putting in place systems to be able to support country to not just upgrade or update their policies, but for us to be able to channel or direct the development partners and the actors, the intervening actors, to the right areas where they are required. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Emma. Any other question, please, before we move to the next presentation? Oui, madame.
Merci de m'accorder la parole. Et je remercie tout d'abord le présentateur. Vous venez de nous dire que c'est mieux de séparer l'hygiène et l'assainissement.
Oui, c'est ce qu'il vient de dire.
Oui, mais pour ce qui concerne le concept d'assainissement, des fois, on a du mal à bien comprendre l'assainissement de base. Si vous dites qu'on va séparer l'hygiène et l'assainissement, ça devient encore plus compliqué tant qu'on avait encore du mal à comprendre l'assainissement de base. Où est-ce qu'on... la limite entre l'assainissement de base ou l'assainissement global. Quelle est la compréhension, la définition que vous donnez à l'assainissement de base dans ce processus? Merci.
Emma, can you answer to... Désolé, madame, j'étais un peu occupé sur d'autres engagements. Là.
Okay, thank you, Madam Jean. Jean. I hope I pronounced your name well. Jean Francine. Okay. So we have explicitly defined the sanitation, what basic sanitation is, what safely sanitation is, according to the global processes, the SDG requirements. So in the WASSMO, you also have what, for example, just to give you a guide, percentage of population practicing basic sanitation services. So in that case, basic sanitation services means you have a shared facility. First, you do not defecate in the open. You do not practice open defecation. So you have a shared facility, a latrine, the one that they dig hole in it, and you know where you excrete it. It is managed and passed, and when it gets full, it is packed and taken to a safe area where it is treated or disposed. So the essence is that you have a basic facility that allows you, maybe Patrice, you explained to her, I don't think she's getting the interpretation well, but you have a basic facility that helps you to dispose that. It doesn't mess around the area. You also have basic sanitation facilities within a particular area that is shared. Safely now, this is the one that we have been practicing during the MDGs, that at least we don't mess up our environment. Safely now is the one that has to do with a bit of the advanced facility that involves a toilet, WC, water system, that you sit, the one we use in our homes, that you sit, you can flush, and then it is passed through a sewerage system. And then at the end of the day, when it gets full, a tank comes to clear it, takes it to a safe site where it is disposed or treated or reused. You understand? So these are, Patrice will explain, or somebody who can volunteer to explain in French. So one is you have a generic old pattern of managing your sanitation facilities, sanitary facilities. You are not doing it in the public. The second one is that you are managing it in a very efficient way. You don't have to go outside of your house to go and share. You have one. Each house, each home has its toilet facilities. Let me give another example with water. So maybe you understand better because they are related in terms of the SDG monitoring. You have where you go a well or a pump, a point where, water point where you go and fetch water and you come back within a particular perimeter. That is basic. Then you also have the one that is in your house that's immediately, like we go to the toilet now, when you finish using the sanitation, what we have here is safely sanitation facility. After using it, you use the safely water services. On the tap, you have the water in there. You don't have to travel a particular mile or meters to get water. So these are the differences. But the details have been highlighted in the document. And I think Patrice will share. Yeah, okay, that has been shared. And if you have any questions in understanding it, please consult us. We would further explain. Thank you.
Okay, il y a d'autres okay, okay, il y a d'autres comments. We have other comment online from Rick. Rick. Okay. Okay. So is Rick Johnson from WHO, who is saying that under team 2, so the team 2 of WASSMO, say there will be an input describing the definition of the global indicator for basic sanitation and safely managed sanitation. So we'll share this link with you, so you have the access to all the detail. So about the definition of the global indicator for basic sanitation and safely managed sanitation. So I think even yesterday, we presented a definition from the GMP report, okay? So we'll still share this link with you to have more information on that. Thank you, Rick, about that. So now we'll have a presentation. So just in our program, we're planning to have a case study, to have an exercise about the Ngor report. But we thought that is also important for you to know from a country that is doing very well into this AfricaSan Ngor commitment. And one of those countries is Egypt, who is hosting us. So my colleague Emmanuel will also go through the country scorecard, because at the end of the Ngor monitoring process, we develop a country scorecard to present an overview of the performance of the country. So my colleague Emmanuel will present we show you the overview of the performance of Egypt, and then our colleague from Egypt, Engineer Mambo, will also come and just share with us a few slides about how they perform well regarding a two commitment of Ngor commitment. Thank you. So Emma, how far?
Please give us some seconds for the documents to open. Okay. So I'm just going to go through for you to know how to interpret these reports. Okay. For you to know how to interpret these reports, it will be sent to everybody. We needed to finalize it before sharing. So when you see this circle here, okay, on the first column, you have the different commitments, how they are. And then you have for urban and rural. After that, you have the enabling environment. And on the last column for this side, for the left-hand side, you have the country targets. So we have decided to put 2018 and 2020. Like I said earlier, the North African region, not just Egypt, weren't, they didn't participate in the baseline monitoring, but in the last monitoring, they were brought on board and they participated. So from the results, you see just 2020. But for your country, when this is sent, you see a comparison of how you made progress in 2018 and how you are making progress now. The report explains itself. This is green. And what this means is that they have scored, they have made very good progress, or they have scored excellent in all the commitment 1A, commitment 1B, all the different sub indicators. And when we aggregated all of them, it's resulted into commitment 1 as a whole being green. And if you scroll up, you realize that this cuts across the different indicators. There are some reports, country reports, that when you look at it, it is very colorful like a rainbow. It is as beautiful as it may look. In actual sense, it is not the case, because when it looks like a rainbow, it shows that there are some areas that are not performing, there are some areas that are performing and all that. So, but in this case, you have green, green. For the other column now, where you have dash, that dash there means the country targets. And even in the country targets, they have also scored greens. So that's to show that they are making progress in the enabling environment, and they are also making progress against, when you compare the results against their own country targets, they are also making progress. For commitment 10, you realize that it is yellow. And at least this is what makes this report different, because like I said before, they didn't participate in the previous monitoring process and all that. So there is no way they would have scored green in this commitment. So when you open your document, you should see that that's the first page in the landscape. The second page now speaks to the question that our colleague from Burundi, Madame Jean-François, has asked, what is safely and basic? The definition is here, and this is just a snapshot of JMP. We just wanted to compare the results for sanitation in 2017 and for hygiene in 2017, and then correlate that with how we have made progress for 2020, this past Ngo. So when you read through the documents, you read the global goals, SDG goal 6.2 for sanitation and hygiene, and this is what it is. So you have basic sanitation, you have limited sanitation, you have unimproved sanitation, and you have open defecation. The details are there. And then for hygiene, it is that you have a basic facility, or you have a limited facility, or you have no or zero facility. When you go up now, it now explains how that major vision, major commitments came about. So for 2020, you see that indicator 1A is green, 1B is green, 1D is green, 1E is green, all green. So you can compare your results from 2018 to 2030. Under is 2018, because they didn't participate, the information is not there. So when you read through it, you see the results, the narrative of what those mean. It is explanatory. After this presentation, you'll be able to see. You'll be able to understand better. So there's a key that has been prepared for you. What red is little progress or off track. Yellow, that color orange, is that you are in between red and average. Yellow is that you are average. Light green is that you are heading towards excellent, and green is that you are excellent. And then when you see a gray circle, it shows that data was not submitted for that country. So it is not that you are not making progress, but for that indicator, they didn't submit data or probably did not meet the criteria. This is just the key. And then you can use to know if country are on target for the country target, if they are off track or on track or in between. So that's how you go through the document one after the other. You read through it. And then at the very bottom, yes, at the very bottom, you see that this is just one commitment. And for that commitment, they have not participated in 2018. That's why their score is yellow. So this now aggregates the scores for indicator 1, 2, 1A, 1B, and all that. We have also input the indicator. So when, for example, when you see commitment 7A, you may not know what commitment 7A, and we didn't want to stress you to start going or referring to the indicator document. So we now decided to put a reference sheet of the full indicator descriptions for your information. So it's tiny on the screen, but when you look at it with your computer, you can see better. I don't know if you can see. So commitment 1A, when you see C1A, you see, has there been an objective? The same goes to all of them. Sorry, is just an explanation. So that's how to read the country report. Maybe I'll just run through the sub-regional. Yeah. It is okay, yeah? All right.
Question?
Thank you. Question?
Yes. Thank
Yes,
you.
madam.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel, for this informative presentation. My question when we estimate the situation, can we use as a pilot areas or from all countries? For example, my country, Sudan, is very big, and how can I estimate the situation of sanitation and hygiene? Can I take the data from pilot areas or defected areas, or what? And if yes, if no, which statistical methods did we use to? I need some advice from this. Thank you.
Yeah,
My question.
let me see if I can make an attempt, huh? So you are saying that is because of the situation in Sudan. Sudan is very big, and of course, the volatile situation, you may not be able to collect data from all the regions, huh?
Yes.
Okay, so AMCAL's monitoring is not an enumerative monitoring. Patrice mentioned that during the WASSMO. So at this stage of monitoring, we are not going to monitor the I don't know the grammar to speak, okay, we are not going to the field to collect the household monitoring or household survey or that to be able to know the aggregates or the collective for the local government, for the sub-national government before you now do it at the national. What we do is that we expect that as a country in your department or ministry, there is a unit responsible for, at least you've been collecting data over the years. So in a situation where it does not exist in your units, I'm getting there, then you can now reach out to the, of course, if any of the data does not pertain to you, you should reach out to the different other sectors for them to be able to provide you with this data. I think your question would be answered clearly when we go into the practical exercise so that you see even what the data, what we require. But we also now have options. If you have exhausted all the options at your country level and you still do not have data, there are sources that AMCAL have provided that you can visit online and you see your sanitation and hygiene or water situation. But why we are putting that as the last option is nobody can describe you as best as you describe yourself. If you leave other people to describe your situation, then whether good or bad, you will just be forced to align with what they said as an external observers. And sometimes it is estimates that they do. They don't actually go around the countries, the fields to collect this data, unlike you will do. So, but take a look at the indicators first after during the practical session, and maybe you can get a better clue.
Yeah, so in addition of what Emmanuel said, I think we are not, if you have issue, if your country is big, you have a large country and you can't go everywhere, okay, because of X, Y, Z reason. So just report to us the information that you are able to collect, okay? You should not risk your life to go into an area where the government is not controlled. It's not only the situation of your country, many countries are like that. They can't collect they can't have the situation for the overall country, but they should provide us the information that they are able to collect from where they are sure that their security.
And I explained this point in my report, because if I collect data, it's and it's not complete, it's not be representative for my country. And my point is to represent the lack or the limitation of why I didn't collect from whole country.
Yeah, we understand that situation. So when you are reporting through the system, you will see a section on comment.
Yeah.
So even us during the reporting, when we are consolidating the information, we know why we only have this situation for this country.
Yeah.
Okay, we have many countries like that where the authority cannot go beyond a certain level because of the insecurity or other situation that is impossible for them to collect the information
It's
beyond
not,
that.
sorry, it's not for security issues.
I just say, give an example.
Yes.
So it can be the insecurity, it can be the flood, it can be any type of.
Focusing the many projects of sanitation and water supply, they concentrate in some areas.
Yes.
Not in all areas. This is
Yes,
point.
just report
Thank
what
you.
you can, what you are able to report. Just send us those information, and then we will know how to, during the reporting, which information we will put during the consolidation based on the comment you mentioned in the section comment. Yes, Dr. Nadia, before, please, Dr. Nadia, before. Deactivate your.
In Sudan, we develop units in Ministry of Water Resources. It's this unit is water, environment, and sanitation, and is responsible for all water sanitation in Sudan. They develop a focal point in every state, and they collect data from different states to the central unit. And this subunit develop their data and the challenge and the request for developing this. Now in 2020, they developed a strategic plan for water and sanitation in Sudan, and this is included for every 13 state or 16 state might be responsible, and they make meeting and workshop, and they collect data and transfer it to the central data center in water resources, the Department of Water, National Water Corporation. Now we related the policy and of water and sanitation supported by UNICEF, and this plan and their implementation, and they prepare total budget to implement this strategic plan and policy.
Okay, Thank you very much, Madam, for this contribution. Yes?
Yeah, good afternoon. Just my addition to the question of my colleague there from Sudan. I think the issue of collecting data, it is divided. For example, in South Sudan, it is divided to the level of the government. For example, we have a central government in Juba. It is responsible. For example, like for sanitation and water, it is responsible, the central government. Then we have in the state, we have ministry that responsible for water and sanitation. Then you will go to the sub-government there in the state. We have county level. They are also collecting the data. So the data is coming from the ground up to the level of the central government. All these levels are reporting. The county report to the state report to the central government. This is the way how you can collect the data. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, last comment before.
Thank you so much for discussion and the presentation that we have seen so far. I have one which comment regarding indicator on safely managed sanitation, which I think this is the right platform to talk about, because we have been facing problem on how to report it. And we tried to raise the issue to the global office. There were very delayed response. Then when yesterday you said one from GMP will be presenting today, I was waiting, but I don't know if she'll be presenting or not. So the issue is on safely managed sanitation, which excludes.
Wait. Rick, are you connected?
Oh.
Wait.
Yes, I am connected actually. This is Rick Johnston from WHO. I co-manage the Joint Monitoring Program.
Okay, yes, Rick, thank you. So there are one participant here with a question on the safely managed sanitation. So he asked the question yesterday, but I said that you'll be connected today to answer those questions. So please go ahead now.
Thank you
so
much. Okay.
We did have some presentations at the two other regional workshops, but I'm sorry we weren't able to join for yesterday's session. So if you have specific questions, maybe I can take them now, or you can, I'll put it our contact email in the chat so anyone can JMP.
No, he can ask now. He has one specific question, so all of us will learn from your feedback.
Thank you. So the issue is on counting the safely managed sanitation facilities where the shared facilities are being excluded. So in the African context, some of the households share toilets, especially in compound households, where there are so many tenants with some few stances of toilets. So with safely managed, those compound households that share toilets are being excluded. And for that case, some of the African countries attaining safely managed sanitation is like a nightmare, especially in rural area where, for example, in Tanzania and Kenya, there are Maasais which live in Boma, or in urban areas, or especially in unplanned settlements where the tenant is a common way of living. Then those kind of settlement won't reach the safely managed sanitation. So it's very difficult for countries like those to attain a safely managed and set a target that one day they will attain safe access to safely managed for all if the sharing issue is being neglected. But in literature, there are evidence that show if at least 5 households share a toilet, is safe enough to count as being hygienic. And when I say we, I mean, when we monitor sanitation, we wonder why this concept of at least the sharing of at least 5 households is not taken on board. While there are scientific proof that show that any sharing of up to 5 households is safe hygienically. So the neglection of the sharing is scary or jeopardize many or some of African countries to reach safely managed sanitation for all. That was my concern. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
thanks. And it's a very important point. The global definition for safely managed sanitation and also for basic sanitation explicitly excludes shared sanitation facilities. And part of the rationale for that is about health impacts, because there are epidemiologic studies that show that even at low levels of sharing, 2-3 households, there is an increased risk of some health outcomes. But even more importantly, there are human rights considerations, such as dignity, privacy, available to access at all times in the middle of the night by women safely, that are just more difficult if you have shared sanitation facilities. So I completely agree that in some settings, at least in the short term, shared sanitation facilities are the practical approach to go forward. And it is also possible to make sure that that shared sanitation facilities are safe and are clean. But for the global indicator, they're just not part of the basic or safely managed sanitation indicators. However, countries are free to set their own national targets that maybe go beyond 2030. So I think I think countries could agree that the ultimate goal is that everyone has a private, clean, safe toilet for their private use, but it might take a longer time frame than the 8 years that remain for the SDGs to achieve that. And that's okay. Countries can set targets that go past 2030.
Hello, is it okay? Is clear?
Yeah, fine, because they said countries are allowed to set own targets, but here the targets are regional. They are for Africa. They said to attain a safely managed for all. Now, how practical is that? If individual countries are going to set, it's fine, but then if you collect, then you get a regional picture, you are more likely to fail to talk about reaching that target of that kind. So if I still pledge that if we could accept a maximum of 5 households to share, then we count that as safely managed. If it's at all by design is improved, if we agree, then I'll be happy. But I take the feedback positively that keep it back to our country.
Okay. Rick, any additional comment?
No, just that the SDG framework does encourage countries, but also regions to set regional targets and also regional indicators that might be different from the global indicators. So every country has committed to monitoring the global indicators, but that doesn't mean you can't also monitor additional indicators like use of sanitation, including shared facilities, as a kind of complementary or possibly a regional indicator. However, I think people also need to consider the historical rates of progress, and looking at the past 20 years or so, we see 2 percentage points, 3 percentage points per year is a very good rate of progress, and in many countries it's 1% or less. So I think even if you would include shared sanitation, it would be a challenge to get to 100% coverage with a different indicator. Honestly, even eliminating open defecation by 2030 will be a challenge in some countries where it's still widely practiced.
Okay. Thank you very much. So Rick, for your presentation, I think we might see after the break, because yesterday we started the meeting yesterday, where we finalized the team of the WASSMO and then go now. So we still have in our program, we have around 1 presentation on the National Coordination Platform. After the break, we will take the break in the next 10 minutes. We'll take the break for 1 hour. So before we start the NCP, we can allow you maybe 20 minutes to make your presentation and then Q&A. So I will ask to our colleague from Egypt, Engineer Mahmoud, to come and share the experience of Egypt. So regarding 1 commitment, how they were able to perform regarding the committee's commitment of Dengo. So Engineer Mahmoud, is Mahmoud, right? Sorry. So Engineer Wafe Mahmoud. Okay, so So I just presented only one commitment. Yeah, okay, so.
Thank you, Patrice. For this commitment number 7, eliminating the waste and encouraging it's productive. We face the many challenges as the same countries face. The first one is data collection, data availability and reliability. Of course, multiple sources of the data. Was conflict in collecting the data and low safely managed percentage of services for wastewater. In addition to funding issues for treating the waste and tracking process. Okay. In the first challenge for data collection, let me transfer my experience in this issue. First, we held a meeting with other colleagues in many institutions and organizations in order to think and organize how to progress this mission and which organization is responsible for the specific data. And after a while, we reach a concept that the CABMAS and the Ministry of Housing is the most important source of our data for in-good commitments as it related to wastewater services. Okay, and of course, tracking untreated wastewater is a challenge itself, as you cannot measure the untreated waste. You exactly and logically measure the treated wastewater, but the untreated waste is a challenge. So we thought how to deal with this problem. We have to know the exact population and how they connected to the service of wastewater. By this, we reached to the approximately the amount of untreated waste. Of course, funding, I didn't find any solution. It's a high-level leadership mission. And of course, a tracking monitoring system funding, it's not my responsible, but we deliver the leadership, the problems and challenges we faces, and it's important to make their decision in this problem. Slide. Yes. For actions and measures, I mentioned before the CABMAS. CABMAS here in Egypt is an organization and responsible for collecting and analyzed data at the national level. So country-led system of census and WASH data under leadership of CABMAS was very useful for the annual bulletin for tracking untreated wastewater amounts, and also the CABMAS report about the households and people connected to the services according the type of the service. Also, the midterm sustainable development plan, and it contains rising the coverage percentage and rehabilitation for networks and wastewater treatment plants of course, geographical and environmental development. It's important to have geographical and environmental aspects in our plan. It helped a lot. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer Wafa. So if you have any question, please, I should just share her experience, the experience of Egypt regarding the performance they have done under the Commitment 7, eliminate untreated waste and encourage its productive use. So this is how Egypt proceeds to have a green score in all the questions we ask on the Bengal commitment. So do we have any question to Engineer Wafa about this performance on the Commitment 7 or other commitment that they have been able to reach the green line? Question? Will you be able to replicate it in your country? Regard what she has done, or what Egypt has done on the elimination of untreated waste and elimination of untreated waste. Madame, tu as une question? Tu as une question? Pas de question.
Pas de questions, mais juste par rapport à cette présentation de l'Égypte, nous avons aussi un système de suivi appelé Sésame. Il en a pour le secteur eau et surtout pour l'assainissement. Et dans le cadre de l'assainissement, il en a défécation à l'air libre, l'hygiène menstruelle, le lavage des mains, traitement des eaux usées, déchets solides et déchets liquides. Donc, nous n'avons pas de problème.
Okay, so Madagascar is saying that they don't have problem regarding this commitment. So they all more or less has the same system like Egypt. This is what she just the director said. So any other comment here before we move for the launch? Yes, Mr. Peter Mahal.
Yes, actually, we had a side talk yesterday with in charge of the sanitation for Egypt. What we have in a challenge with South Sudan is that we have the sanitation in urban sanitation is within the housing as they have here, and then for rural sanitation is still with the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. So we still have two parallel institutions running the same thing. So it would be good to learn from Egypt, because even our colleagues from the housing, I don't know whether they have some bilateral visits with them or not yet. It would be good for us to get some informative documentation from them. And we have agreed yesterday that we will have to learn from each other so that we can have even that housing, whether they have the policy, because what we had is a water policy that was developed in 2007 for all of us, 3 ministries that time, but now 2 ministries. One has been amalgamated with the third one. So water policy is covering all the sanitation, the urban, the sanitation, the rural, and is sketchy. It's not that very much, Emmanuel has already presented very clearly on the issues related to sanitation, the policy. We wanted to have a streamlined policy on sanitation and hygiene, to have its own policy, which some countries have already done. And then for the realities, wastewater management, it is something that is looking like it has to be named as an orphan up to now. So it is good to learn from Egypt with that very good experience with Dr. Wahba. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Peter Mahal. Engineer Wafa, you have a contribution to what he said?
Thank you. And we agree with the opinion that the policies should be okay. The policies should be focus on the all urban and rural, but under the one organization. May it have many or sub-national levels for each one according to the geographical types and many classifications, but the you know, the sort of the umbrella, the top of the policies governing these issues should be one, and after that we can make this control to better coordination. I mean, one organization to be responsible is better to make this coordination and governing the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. He was also asking about the documentation. So if you can give him more document about this process. Do you have documentation about it? Document, manual, or other product?
Yeah.
So can you share that with us?
Yes, Mr. Engineer.
Peter Mahal.
Yes, Peter, we can provide you with these documents. Okay, of course. You and everybody, every colleague.
Yes, so you can share with us and then we'll play with all the participants. Okay, so thank you very much. Emma, you want to say something?
I have a question for Engineer Wafa. When we talk about waste now, is it both the hard waste and the fecal waste? So both the hard waste, the tissues, the papers, the bottles, and the fecal waste, the one that comes from latrine and toilets. Is the policies you have, is it for the two different kinds of waste? Then the second question I have is tracking the amount of waste, fecal waste now, the toilet waste. You said you have a system to track the amount of fecal waste that is being disposed to the environment.
Yes, untreated, yes.
So I want to understand.
It is not. It is. I said we meet and start thinking about how to track this untreated waste. Okay, but there is, of course, there is no method or approach to track the untreated. It's logically to track the treated. Okay, so we can by knowing the information about number of people connected and how they connected to service. Okay, sanitation services. You have the managedly safe services, that one, and others without service, but they have many disposal methods. For example, some of those dispose directly in open surfaces, water bodies. Other in the ground, underground, injection or something like that. So by knowing the number of people and how they connected to the service, and the average consumption of water for the person, so you can make an approximately the amount, calculate the amount of untreated fecal. it's our method. I don't know if anyone have other method can share with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As we are ready for the launch, we will stop talking that, and then after the launch, we can continue talking about this untreated. So, Rick, please, we are going on for the launch for 1 hour. So after the launch, we can give you the floor to make the presentation before we move to the next point in our agenda, please. Is it okay? Okay.
Perfect.
Thank
See you in 1 hour then.
Yeah. Okay. Bon appétit à tous. You know where there is the restaurant for the lunch, and then come back in 1 hour. Merci beaucoup. Please, they say our colleague, the accountant, want to say something about maybe the increase of your payment.
Good afternoon. All. In fact, they have not received their payment, talk less of increasing their payment. Please, we are making arrangement for COVID tests. So if you know
Okay, welcome back. So we will start with, we'll continue with the presentation from WHO, the World Health Organization. So they will have the presentation, they will present something on the SDG 6, their monitor, okay? So I will give the floor to Rick Johnson, who is connected to make a presentation. Rick, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks so much. Let me just share my screen.
Okay, you have maximum 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'll finish
with
before that,
Q&A, with question and answer.
Before that, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon virtually. So my name is Rick Johnston. I'm based in World Health Organization in Geneva, and I'm going to talk about a few of the indicators that we're involved in monitoring under SDG 6. So I'm sure everyone knows that there are the different 11 targets. I'm sorry, there are 8 different targets under SDG 6, and they have a total of 12 different indicators that are monitored globally by different custodian agencies who have been identified by member states through the interagency and expert group on SDGs. And that's a group that is made up of countries. It consists of 28 national statistics offices, including Egypt and also Tunisia from North Africa. So the IAG then has designated custodian agencies for each of these indicators. And I'll talk briefly about 6.1, target 6.2, and part of 6.3 that I'm involved with monitoring. So first, let's look at targets 6.1 and 6.2 around drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene. These are monitored globally by the WHO UNICEF Joint Monitoring Program. We published our first SDG baseline report in 2017 and have since then published updates every 2 years in odd years in 2019 and 2021. So for all of these reports, we draw on national sources of data. We have over 6,000 in our database that we used for the most recent report. And before publishing a report, we always go through a country consultation to make sure that we have the most recent data, that they've been interpreted correctly, and countries often give us feedback or additional data sources. We're going to do this again towards the end of this year so that we can publish the next households report next year in 2023. We also produce reports on washing schools and healthcare facilities in even years. We're working on those now. But for today, I want to focus on households. And also, I know that some colleagues are listening in French. And from our website here, you can download reports in different UN languages. So all of these reports and other resources are available in French and in Arabic, as well as in English and in Spanish and Russian. So let's turn to drinking water first. The way that we monitor progressive realization of drinking water services is this ladder approach, where at the bottom of the ladder, you have people with no service at all, drinking water directly from ponds, rivers, or dams. Next up is unimproved drinking water sources, like an unprotected dug well or an unprotected spring. And then the top 3 rungs are all people who are using some kind of improved drinking water source. Could be piped water or a borehole or a tube well, could be protected dug wells or springs or even rainwater, even bottled water and trucked water are counted as improved sources. And that's the metric that was used in the MDGs. But for the SDGs, we break that group up into 3 different rungs. If it takes more than 30 minutes to go to that water point, collect water and bring it back home, we call that a limited service. Whereas if it's within 30 minutes, then that counts as a basic service. The top rung on the ladder, the main SDG indicator of safely managed drinking water services, requires that it should be an improved source, but it should be accessible on premises, it should be available when needed, and it should be free from fecal and priority chemical contamination. And at the global level, the chemicals that we're tracking for this include arsenic, because those occur naturally, they have very serious health outcomes, and they affect large populations. I wanted to show an example of how this ladder is built for an African country. So these are the data in our most recent report from Sierra Leone. where you could see that 73% of the population was using improved water supplies. Most of them were within 30 minutes, so 64% counted as at least basic services. And then if we look at these three elements of safely managed, accessible on premises, available when needed, and free from contamination, it's free from contamination that's the lowest in Sierra Leone at 11%. So that ends up determining the safely managed drinking water indicator. But in some countries, it's accessible on premises that's the limiting factor, or even availability when needed. So it could be any one of those three. So then we can build up the whole ladder. The people who don't have improved drinking water sources here, you can see 16% using unimproved and 12% using surface water. And if we look at Africa as a whole, the continent in our most recent report had 69% of the population using basic drinking water and 39% using safely managed drinking water. And actually at the continental level, it was accessibility on premises that was lower than free from contamination. And especially in rural areas, that can be the limiting factor. But many countries also struggle to have data that's nationally representative about drinking water quality. Ideally, water quality data comes from routine data collection by ministries or by regulators. And indeed, we have a lot of examples of that in our database. But especially where a lot of people are using private supplies or in remote, hard to reach areas, it's hard to get that kind of water quality data. So one solution has been to make use of household surveys that are regularly done in countries and to give the household survey teams training and equipment so they can measure drinking water quality in the field. And that's what was done in Sierra Leone in the multiple indicator cluster survey. It's been done in about 50 different countries now. So it's a well-established module that's available for household surveys. Next, let's look at sanitation. And I was happy to hear earlier there were some questions about sanitation definitions. And I was also happy to hear that people agreed that there should be separate indicators on sanitation and hygiene. They should be separate from water and even separate from each other. So for SDG target 6.2, we have two indicators. This is 6.2.1a on sanitation, and we'll come to 6.2.1b about hygiene. Here we have the same kind of 5-rung ladder approach that we just saw for water. At the bottom of the ladder, open defecation, no kind of toilet facilities at all. And then unimproved sanitation means the use of some basic or some primitive pit latrines that don't have, or it could be hang latrines or bucket latrines, really primitive systems. Then improved facilities, those include flush toilets that connect to piped water or septic tanks or a pit or to dry pit latrines, which could be VIP or could be twin pit or any kind of pit latrine that has a slab that can be cleaned. You can also have composting toilets that are getting more popular. Those all count as improved. And then those are further broken up into these three categories. If the improved facilities are shared with other households, that counts as a limited service. I discussed this before the break, that's partly for reasons of health, but also for concerns about privacy and accessibility, especially for women and girls, just making sure that people can use the toilet safely at any time of night, should they need to. So then the facilities that are not shared get counted as basic services. To be counted as safely managed, there's a higher level. The facilities should not be shared, but also they should either be safely treated and disposed of on site in situ or removed and treated off site. And if we think about taking it off site, that could be through sewer lines, but it could also be through pit latrines or septic tanks that are emptied and the fecal sludge is taken off site for treatment. You can also have pit latrines and septic tanks that have not been emptied and the waste is still effectively contained and even treated in situ. So that also counts as safely managed sanitation. Here's an example from Sao Tome and Principe, where most of the population, about half, uses improved sanitation at 53%. There's relatively little sharing, so 48% has basic sanitation, and that's split up into 17% of the population that has sewer connections and 36% that use some kind of on-site, septic tanks or improved pit latrines. So if we look at the sewer, we know from national data that about half of that gets treated with secondary processes or better. So that counts as safely managed. That's 8% of the total population. And then a lot of the people with on-site sanitation report that they have not emptied those. So they count as disposed of in situ and safely managed that way. And unfortunately for Sao Tome and Principe, we don't have any data about the tanks and the pits that do get emptied, how much of that reaches treatment and is safely managed there. So adding up the wastewater treated from sewers and the disposed of in situ, you get to 35% safely managed. And then you can build up the ladder this way. You can see in Sao Tome and Principe, there's still a lot of the population, 43%, practicing open defecation. If we look at Africa as a whole, it's 27% of the population with safely managed sanitation, 42% having basic sanitation, and still 16% open defecation. And open defecation over the last few decades has been decreasing by about 2/3 of a percentage point per year on the continent as a whole, much higher in some countries, but on the continent, less than 1% a year. So this would need to double in order to eliminate open defecation in Africa by 2030. I want to show the Sao Tome and Principe, but the JMP produces country files that show all of the available national data sources. So if you wanted to see where those statistics were coming from, you can go to the download page and see the national data sources. Here, in the case of Sao Tome and Principe, we have a number of surveys and one census. In some other countries, we also have administrative data coming from regulators or wastewater treatment plants or ministries. Now, that second indicator for target 6.2 is on hygiene, and this is about having a hand washing facility with soap and water at home. It's a very basic level of service. We say that if people have a hand washing facility at home, but it is lacking soap or water or both at the home, that counts as a limited hygiene service. These data all come from household surveys, and it's important to not just ask people, do you have a hand washing facility? Do you wash your hands? Because we know that people tend to over-report. So what happens is in these surveys is the survey team says, can I see the place where you wash hands after using the toilets? And then the surveyor goes there and checks, is there water, is there soap? And that's a more reliable measure of having the means to wash hands in the home. In 2020, we found 79 countries around the world have data on basic hygiene services. Our biggest data gaps here are high-income countries because they don't do those kinds of household surveys. They assume that water and soap are universal, and they may be or they may not be, but without data, we can't put them in the global database. So Africa as a whole does have high data coverage, but you can see low service coverage with, at a continent level, only 37% of the population having basic hygiene services. And in sub-Saharan Africa, of course, it's lower than in Northern Africa. So we shift from the joint monitoring program to a collaboration that WHO has with UN Habitat for SDG target 6.3, which is on water quality and wastewater. There were also some interesting discussions earlier about the challenges in monitoring wastewater. This indicator talks about the proportion of domestic and industrial wastewater flows that are safely treated. And you can see up there's a link to the report that just came out last year. So just very briefly on the methods, we report separately on total and industrial wastewater. That's led by UN Habitat, and it draws mainly on a questionnaire that's circulated by UNSD that countries fill out every 2 years. If the countries don't fill them out, it's very difficult to get a picture about total and industrial wastewater. So the data coverage is less for that one. For domestic or household wastewater, WHO leads on this, and it's very similar to safely managed sanitation, but some differences. It's about volumes, not populations. This one does include shared facilities. We were talking earlier about whether shared should count or not. It doesn't for 6.2, but it does for 6.3. But for 6.3, only sewerage and septic tanks are eligible to have safely treated wastewater. And that's because the wastewater includes black water from toilets, but it also includes gray water, so from other household uses. So we consider that gray water especially doesn't go into pit latrines, which might be treating the excreta, but not the whole household wastewater flow. So in the report last year, we had I think it was 42 countries that had data on total wastewater flows safely treated, but not very many in Africa, and not many of the big countries. So I think only 18% of the global population was covered for total wastewater flows. But for domestic wastewater flows, where WHO does use additional reports, sector reports, the data that the JMP uses, for example, we have much bigger data coverage. So we had data from about 80% of the world's population, and found that just almost half of the world's wastewater was discharged without safe treatment in 2020. But we'd love to get more data from Africa, where you can see that there's still a lot of data gaps. So I'm wrapping up. I've just been talking about a few of the indicators within SDG 6, but the different agencies coordinate through what's called the Integrated Monitoring Initiative for SDG 6, or the IMI. And there are IMI websites you can see here to learn more about the methods or the recent data. You can make your own graphs like those maps that I just showed. And if you want even more details about how the indicators are calculated, that's all available in what are called metadata files, which are available on the UN's website. If you'd like to contact us for more details, you can contact me at info@washdata.org for the JMP indicators, or my colleague Florian Thévenon at UN Habitat. We also today didn't discuss the 6A and 6B indicators that are monitored under GLASS, but you're also welcome to reach out to the GLASS for information on those ones. So Patrice, I turn it back to you, and would be happy to have questions or clarifications. Hello, Patrice. I think you're on mute, or I can't hear any audio, actually. I did put some links to some of these resources in the chat earlier, so I hope people can see those. Go to the websites that I mentioned for more information. If anyone has any comments or questions, you can put them in the chat box as well.
Okay, Rick, we have some few questions here. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, I can.
Okay, good. So we have some few questions from Sudan. Okay, Adam.
Thank you for presentation. My question, jump data had a specific documentation. Is it, for example, UNICEF documentation had a system of data collection, and also JUMP had another system. What's the difference between two types of data system?
Okay, so the JMP is jointly managed by WHO and UNICEF. So in both cases, we work through our country offices, and our country and regional offices help to identify data sources and make sure that we have this country consultation to verify the indicators before they're published. But it's very much one process between JMP and UNICEF. There are not separate UNICEF indicators or data. It's all through the JMP.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other question, please? Question about the indicator? Do you still have issue about the definition of safely managed sanitation? Or is the right person now to ask those questions? Yes, Mr. Peter Mahad.
Yeah, I think what I wanted is in terms of the integration of the data processing, like the indicators, all the indicators. Is there a harmonization coming on board between AMCOW with the GMP kind of reporting, GLASS, and etc.? So I think it is internal maybe, but we need to know, because we in countries, we are like kind of burdens of timing of reporting and by different agencies. I know there are different categories of data we are collecting and the information we are getting, but we need to have kind of harmonized kind of approach and coordinate it. So it's more a policy question. Thank you.
Okay, Rick, over to you.
No, I completely agree that there should be coordination around data collection, and if it's possible to align global, regional, and national processes, that would be the best. I just put in the chat a link to the sdg6data.org site where all the different global indicators are available in one place, but they're collected on different timescales. So a lot of them are updated every 3 years, some are done every 2 years. Some use questionnaires and some use modeling. So it's hard to, I think, have all the data collection done at the same time. Also, some of the data are very different. 6.4 is very much about agriculture and 6.6 is about environment. So I think different people would be involved at the country level in those different indicators. But I think it's a good question about how much the SDG global indicators can be or should be aligned with regional ones like AMCOW or the Ngora ones. And I think probably at the global level, there has to be a small number of overall indicators, whereas at the regional and the country level, especially, there might be many more indicators that go beyond what's expressed at the global level. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Any other question, please? Des questions? Yes, Kenya, George?
Yes, mine is on the reporting template of the industrial waste, whether it has been developed and disseminated to other member states. Then secondly, on the wastewater, there was an initial Excel template that was developed and shared. Whether it is the same still being used to calculate the volume of wastewater safely treated. Thank you.
Yeah, so for the wastewater indicators under 6.3, the UN Statistics Division sends out a questionnaire every 2 years, and I'm putting the link to that in the chat, and that's what is used for the total and industrial wastewater indicators, which were put out in the report last year. But we found very many countries simply don't fill in the variables, especially around industrial wastewater. I think there were only 12 or maybe 18 countries that provided complete data about industrial wastewater, and most of those were in Europe and North America. So it would be great to have more national engagement in completing those questionnaires when they get sent out. I know that UNSD will be sending out the 2022 questionnaire later this year, I think probably in November or so. So there will be a chance to fill those data gaps if your country is not currently shown in the database. And I'll put a link to the report in the chat as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other question to Rick, please? Okay, Rick, I think all of us here, we are satisfied with your presentation and the feedback you have given to all the concern of the participants. So we'll share the email address of the dedicated email address if you have any additional question regarding the GMP or the glass report in our report. So you can send directly your email to that and they will be happy to assist. So thank you very much, Rick, for this presentation. And we will move now in the next point in our agenda.
Thanks so much. Bye now.
Okay, so now we have the we have shared with you the manual, the handbook for the NGO. Okay, so we would tomorrow we will go on live to to show you how to input the information into the NGO system. But today we want to show you how to report it, just to understand the reporting of the NGO for those who are a bit new in the system. Okay, so we will use the Excel sheet that I've been using 2 years ago, knowing that is the same Excel sheet that we transfer into the online system. If you understand the Excel sheet, you understand also the online system that will be presented by you to tomorrow by my colleague. Okay, so I'm going to present we'll just present the Excel sheet, the data collection tool we use for the NGO. Last year, we'll identify 1 or 2 countries and go through the question, answer the question, and then discuss to move with in the next point. Okay, so allow me to present the questionnaire. Okay, so I will take a countries who speak English, and then we will go through the questionnaire. So normally, my colleague Emmanuel presented 10 commitments of the NGO. Okay, and under each commitment, you have various indicators that help you to track the achievement of those commitments. Okay, so we identify 2 commitments here. I select a country and then go through the answer. Okay, so who is ready to? So let's choose randomly. Maybe let's choose, for instance, Sudan. Okay, Dr. Nadia is here, so you will help us to answer the question of Sudan, and all of us will see the performance of your country regarding this template. Okay, good. So we choose Sudan. So this is the Excel sheet we are going to. I have not shared this one because this is no longer useful for you. It's an online system. Tomorrow we go on live for you to understand the different questionnaire. Okay, so here we have the first commitment. First commitment is commitment 1 of the NGO is focus on the poorest, most marginalized and unserved, aim at progressively eliminating inequality in access and use, and implement national and local strategy with an emphasis on equity and sustainability. So into bracket, we have national and subnational. Okay, so the first question here, you see C1A is commitment 1A. First question from the commitment 1 for Sudan, sorry. Has there been an objective, nationally representative study, assessment of the poorest and the most vulnerable population to identify inequality in sanitation and hygiene access and use that has been recognized by the government. First, you will see we have different answers, okay? If your answer is right, it means that the study, there has been no national assessment of sanitation and hygiene inequality in access and use that has been recognized by the government. If you choose the yellow, it means that there has been an assessment of the sanitation and hygiene in access and use. The study has been recognized by the government. The study was conducted within the last 3 years. I hope for the Francophone we are following. The study is not representative of all area of population in the country, or does not specifically cover both sanitation and hygiene. If you are green, there has been an assessment situation, sanitation and hygiene inequality in access and use. The study has been recognized by the government, and the study was conducted within the last 3 years. It is recognized by government as a comprehensive, nationally representative study. The assessment specifically covers sanitation and hygiene. So these are the 3 answers. You should have to choose one of them regarding that study. Okay? So now, for instance, if I just ask you, where do you stand in Sudan regarding this study? Have you been able to conduct a study or an assessment on inequality in water and sanitation? Where do you stand when you see the 3 colors? Use the mic, please.
For water and sanitation, it is Sudan is a big country and more than 16 states. So we don't cover all the country for monitoring sanitation and water quality. Mainly, they concentrate on the Darfur and Khartoum and Kordofan. And this is covered because this is due to the facilities is not enough, and budget or support from NGOs or the government is limited.
So by where do you stand after all the explanation? Is it red, yellow, or green? Where do you stand after the explanation you have given? Where do you stand? Red.
Wait, just so that she understands the question well. Dr. Nadia, so this question now is, we know that there are some international aids in Sudan. There are development partners that are supporting Sudan on sanitation and hygiene. So the question is there any document that they have, or any documents that has been created or developed on sanitation and hygiene?
Yes, as we told you before, we prepared a strategic plan for water, sanitation and hygiene and water quality for the different states.
Okay, so that document.
We have a document of this.
Yes, that document that you have. So what we will now do is we would look at the document and check if there is an element of that document that speaks to the marginalized population. For different countries, it may differ, but if in that your national development plan, there is an area on sanitation and hygiene, and the issues around sanitation and hygiene does not just focus on people that are, able and capable, but also includes the less privileged, the internal displaced population, or maybe people that are, I don't want to call them disabled, but people that are physically challenged. So if that national development plan has sanitation inside and also has a way of bringing everybody or addressing their needs, then you can now score yourself green. If the document exists and there's sanitation and hygiene, but it does not expatiate on those groups, those marginalized groups, then you can score yourself yellow. But it's important that you understand the question and read the criteria. In fact, you scroll up now, you will see some checklists so that you answer those questions. And if you answer it, you'll be able to give yourself an appropriate score so that you don't underscore yourself when you are supposed to be reporting the actual. Thank you.
Yes, so the essence of we are presenting this is for you to understand the color code, the explanation of the code, okay, the color. You know that if you are red about this, this is the explanation. If you are yellow, this is the explanation. This is the, if you are green, this is the explanation. Now we have other session where you have to answer the question, okay?
In yellow, Sudan in yellow.
So Sudan is the assessment and inequality has been conducted in Sudan. The study has been recognized by the government.
We are in yellow. The government know the vulnerable areas, but because the country is very big and as said Dr. Nadia, the facilities, the budgets, administrative problems, and so on. This is limited. This is a big challenges and limitation to get the whole commit.
So the study has been recognized by the government.
Yes, no.
Yes, no.
The government knows the areas, no area, but implementation. It's this is the challenges and this is the limitation.
So you are still at the level of you are still conducting the study.
Yes, we know the areas, the vulnerable areas, and so on. But how to reach these areas, how to implement sanitation and hygiene in this is a problem.
For me, it's not very clear. So it means that
we are in yellow areas.
No, don't impose the yellow. We just
because red extreme, no, and green is extreme. We are in middle.
If I want to, you conducted the assessment.
I support my opinion this because some NGOs and agencies work in Sudan, but in fragmented areas. For example, in Kordofan, Darfur, some in East, but not coverage all Sudan. And also government concentrate on the towns just for sanitation in, for example, Khartoum and big towns, but rural areas not covered.
Okay, so you just answer yes or no. So the study has been conducted in Sudan, yes or no?
The study, yes.
Yes. The study has been recognized by the government, yes or no?
Yes.
The study was conducted within the last 3 years.
Yes, 2 years.
Good.
Yes.
The study is not representative of all areas, so it means that you are in yellow.
Yes.
So this is what I was asking since.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused between.
Sometimes we are just binary. Sometimes binary in my head. I just want to hear yes or no and then chicken out. Yes, Mr. Peter Mahal.
What I understood from the focal point for sanitation, she mentioned 2 places that are actively very busy with assessments, Khartoum and Kordofan. That means her statement is correct. That means there are other areas, it is not comprehensive. But these 2 areas have been very actively, and now she confirmed for 2 years within. But do you have the data, the document that shows that within those 2 years, you have the evidence document that even if it is done by NGO, or done by the ministry. If it is there, then actually you fit into that. You fit into that yellow.
Dr. Nadia can to speak this point. The last conference for sanitation do in WASH. Can explain this point?
This is a forum prepared by UNICEF, supported by UNICEF, and they make a strategic plan. This is depend on information from different states. So all this state have a challenge.
Okay, please let's continue with the exercise. Okay, after you can ask, please let's finish this at least with Sudan. Then after you ask question, please. So in Sudan, the assessment is recognized by the government at the urban and rural level. Is it yes, yes? Okay. Normally it's yes. Yes. The assessment is dated within the last 3 years. Yes. The assessment include and use of both sanitation and hygiene. No? Yes. Is it yes or no? So the assessment include access and use of both sanitation and hygiene. Huh? Partial is no, right? Or yes or no? We can't say partial law.
Well, we can imply, let me help Dr. Nadia. You can imply because just like the GWP presentation, they presented on water. But of course, we know that African Ministers' Council on Water also covers sanitation. And when you talk about sanitation, we also imply hygiene. So even though it may be stated in the document, sanitation, of course, we can imply that hygiene is also covered because it's a subset of it. But then we would like to see the document. But for this exercise, I think we can imply it and see what the result shows. Thank you.
Okay. The assessment is nationally representative. Is it nationally representative? Wait. Is nationally representative?
Let me help him again. I'm the Sudanese advocate. So Madam Tameni here has said that Sudan is big. She keeps stressing that Sudan is a very big geographical location. And Mr. Peter has also buttressed that the studies have been conducted in 2 areas. I've forgotten the name you mentioned. But so if it has been conducted in 2 areas and there are still a large proportion of other areas that have not been assessed, then you can imply that it is not a national representative. So we can put no for this exercise based on that.
Okay, thank you. But you Sudanese, what do you think? Is it because when you say the 2 areas, do you think that is no?
And this is supported by NGOs.
Okay, so you can see here the system has put just yellow. This one is not new, this is the calculation from the system. So you see from here, it means that from Sudan in urban is yellow, and in urban and in rural is yellow. Now we have the section on evidence requirement. What Mr. Peter Maha was saying is where you should put now the link or anywhere you can download the document. Please, let's just wait, we finish with Sudan, and then after you ask it. Otherwise, I will not finish this exercise. Please. Yes, I will do the last question with Sudan. And then. Now, let's do a last question with Sudan. They are now saying from that assessment, Do current country sanitation and hygiene strategic plan address the need of the poorest, most marginalized and unsafe population? Do current country sanitation and hygiene strategy plan address the need of the poorest, most marginalized and unsafe population? Now we go here to the checklist. Okay, let's see the checklist. The current strategy plan on sanitation and hygiene significantly address the need of the poorest and most vulnerable population. Does the strategy address this? Yes or no? Use the mic, please.
Yeah, I think the strategy cover all the area and the state. Okay.
Okay, so let's put yes here. And it cover urban and rural.
Yes, rural area especially.
Not urban, rural.
For the rural area mainly.
Not the urban.
For urban, there's only a problem of wastewater management, and we use injection of waste inside and deeply in groundwater. This is mainly in urban water. Only Khartoum we use water treatment plant. But most urban area in Sudan, they use, they inject the waste inside or deeply in the groundwater, ground area.
So it does not cover the urban and rural. So now there are dated access target and milestone. Do you have access? Do you have targets and milestone in the strategy at urban area? You have target?
It is only for rural area.
Rural, okay. That's
only rural area.
So you can see here from the situation of Sudan, you are red here on urban area and you are green in the rural area, okay? So now you come and answer here the question urban, red, and rural, green. And now if you have any comment, the evidence here, and any comment regarding why we have red, you mentioned also. So now the other question, C1C, they are asking, I hope you understand a bit how you will answer the question tomorrow, okay? Even using the online platform. Is user satisfaction in rural area tracked at local level? Are you tracking the satisfaction of the user? Sudan. So they are asking now, are you tracking the satisfaction of at the rural area? Because in the rural area, are you tracking the satisfaction
rural
of?
Area, yes, because they in rural areas supported by NGO for traditional pit latrine.
Yes
for
or no,
sanitation.
Yes.
And they have awareness or health education in rural area also, and they try to show to teach them how to wash their hands and be for example school club water hygiene and they aware the students and they prepare a club for every school, and this is school responsible for hygiene in school, like washing and waste management, like this in rural area.
Okay, ma, thank you. So now, is it yes or no at the rural area? Yes. So you track the satisfaction of the user?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So here at the rural is yes for Sudan. Okay, so you still answer those type of questions. You will see, you continue to ask and then you will reach here you will see the stage 2. Okay. For stage 2, there are some conditions. My colleague Emmanuel show you the different stage to answer the question. So to move from one stage to another, there are conditions. Okay. You should fulfill all the conditions for stage 1 to move to stage 2. Okay. And the online system has been set in such a way that if you don't fulfill the stage 1, you could not answer the question of stage 2. Okay. They will direct you in the other section. So you will see here at stage 2 here, we are now asking about the target. Are the target for reducing inequality are on track? So here, we are asking to answer this, you should have C1B. C1B should be green. You are seeing here where they mention C1B here. So to answer this question, you need the C1B to be green. What is C1B? So this is the condition, the first condition for stage 2. C1B should be green. What is C1B? C1B is here. You understand this now? This is C1B here. Okay, C1B should be green. What is the color here? The C1B is red and green here. Because here we are asking if the current sanitation and hygiene strategy plan address the need of the poorest. Okay, so here you have red and green. And to move to the next stage, all this here should be green. Okay, so when you are doing this one, you should be sure that what we are planning at the rural area should be also applied to the urban area. These are the conditions to move to the next stage. Okay, so this is how this tool has been developed to help the country to improve their policy or any tool that they have developed within the sanitation area. Okay, so you can report this year that you are at this stage, but next year you put the effort in place to move to stage 2. So this one, it can be even your action plan or your policy a document that you can use at the national level to know the level of implementation of the different policy and study you have been doing in your country, and to know how you are fulfilling the commitment of the NGO. Okay. See, from here, if we are in Sudan, we just limit at stage 1. We can answer the question of stage 2. Okay. So this is just an example. So we'll take another country. Thank you very much for going through this exercise with us. I hope everything is clear, madam. So it's just an exercise, and it's the same thing we will go through tomorrow. So see, it's very easy. Then go. Okay, you just need the information to report the value of the data, the value of the indicator. Okay. So now we move to another country and then choose another commitment. Okay. So I will choose randomly Madagascar. And I will change this one in French. So now I will choose Madagascar and choose a commitment. Then we'll go through the commitment and see how you perform in Madagascar. Okay. Okay. Okay, for Madagascar, we are choosing the commitment. We are choosing commitment 3. Okay. Which is établir et faire suivre les budgets dédiés à l'eau et à l'assainissement. Okay. This commitment is regarding désolé, je vais changer en français. So, cet engagement, c'est par rapport au suivi budgétaire. OK? Oui. Donc, on va prendre l'exemple de votre pays. On va essayer de répondre à cela. OK? Existe-t-il actuellement un plan d'investissement national pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène qui tient compte de la directive 1.4 pour l'accès à l'assainissement de base, l'accès universel à l'assainissement. OK?
OK.
Donc, on va aller au niveau de Madagascar. En milieu urbain, il existe un plan d'investissement pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène.
Non.
En milieu urbain.
Non.
Non? En milieu rural?
Non.
Le plan d'investissement répond aux ODD 1.4 sur l'accès universel à l'assainissement de base.
Non, nous n'avons pas encore de plan d'investissement.
Donc, il n'y a pas de
Nous
plan
avons-
d'investissement à Madagascar. Ici. Donc, on met partout non, non, non. Donc, dès qu'on met non, 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 ça va directement au rouge. Vous voyez, nous? Donc, le rouge, ça veut dire que, voici la signification du rouge. Il n'existe pas de plan d'investissement national actuel pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène au niveau de Madagascar. Ça, c'est la réponse qui nous donne le rouge là. OK? Donc, on va aller à la prochaine question. OK? Donc, on va à la prochaine question. On dit maintenant C3B. Existe-t-il actuellement un plan d'investissement national pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène qui tient en compte la directive 6.2 pour un assainissement géré en toute sécurité?
Non.
Donc, pour les plans d'investissement, il n'y a pas de plan d'investissement actuellement à Madagascar, pour l'île, c'est ça?
Nous n'avons pas encore de plan d'investissement. Nous avons resté sur la politique et la stratégie nationale de l'assainissement. Et c'est pour cela que nous n'avons pas encore de budget national pour le secteur assainissement et hygiène. Nous se contentons tout simplement de partenaires. Donc, c'est au niveau des partenaires qu'il y en a le plan d'investissement, mais ce n'est pas au niveau national.
D'accord, très bien. Donc, ça veut dire ici à Madagascar aussi, il existe un plan pour l'assainissement. Non. On va mettre ici non. Non. Ici non. 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 Et non. Donc là, à Madagascar, c'est toujours le rouge. OK? Le rouge, ça veut dire que il n'existe pas de plan d'investissement national actuel pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène. Si on va maintenant à C1, C3C, existe-t-il un moyen de suivre les budgets et les dépenses en matière d'assainissement et d'hygiène dans les différents organes gouvernementaux sur une base annuelle? Bon, maintenant, on va au niveau des questions en bas. Il existe un mécanisme permettant de suivre les dépenses en matière d'assainissement et d'hygiène.
Oui, il existe au
En
niveau-
milieu urbain.
Oui, c'est pas
désagrégé.
C'est pas séparé.
C'est
oui.
à ce niveau, façon nationale.
Oui, façon
Donc,
nationale.
on peut considérer que c'est urbain et rural. Que ça suit, ça prend en compte le milieu urbain et le milieu rural.
Oui.
OK, donc on met oui ici. On met oui ici. OK?
OK.
Le mécanisme permet de suivre les dépenses de toutes les sources.
Oui, c'est au niveau de la direction financière au sein du ministère, mais
OK.
c'est dans le cadre des financements extérieurs, financement avec les partenaires, mais ce n'est pas de budget national.
D'accord, très bien. Donc, le mécanisme a la capacité de suivre les dépenses d'assainissement
Oui,
de manière isolée.
oui.
Le mécanisme a la capacité de suivre les dépenses d'hygiène.
Oui.
Donc, ouais, là, maintenant, c'est vert-vert, pour cet aspect-là. Le vert-vert, ça veut dire, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire qu'il existe un mécanisme de suivi des dépenses en matière d'assainissement et d'hygiène dans l'ensemble du secteur de l'assainissement et d'hygiène qui est consolidé chaque année. C'est bon? Maintenant, on met ici le vert obligatoire pour obtenir le score C3D. Donc, si vous n'avez pas le vert à ce niveau-ci, à C3C, vous ne pouvez pas aller à C3D. Voici C3D ici. C3D, c'est le niveau 2. OK? Donc, vous voyez que vous avez besoin du vert en haut pour passer au stage 2 en bas. OK? Donc, comme vous avez eu du vert sur le C3C, parce qu'on met ici, pour le rouge, la condition, c'est le C3C. OK? C3C vert, C3C vert, C3C vert. Donc, comme vous avez eu vert, vert partout, on passe maintenant ici. On dit, le budget a augmenté depuis l'exercice précédent.
Le budget a augmenté depuis l'exercice précédent, mais c'est dans le cadre de la convention, c'est-à-dire pour les budgets avec les partenaires. Ce n'est pas le budget au niveau du ministère budget de l'État.
OK, donc ici, c'est le budget des partenaires. Le budget des partenaires a augmenté, mais pas le budget de l'État.
Oui, pas de budget de l'État, mais c'est en convention avec les partenaires, mais c'est mentionné dans le budget pour le...
OK, donc ici, on voudrait savoir si le budget consacré à l'assainissement et l'hygiène augmente ou a atteint au moins 0,5%. Donc, on ne veut pas savoir si c'est budget partenaire. Donc, est-ce que pour les partenaires, ça fait partie du budget national?
Oui.
OK. Si c'est pour les partenaires qui font partie, tu réponds maintenant parce qu'il ne faut pas trop se casser la tête par rapport au budget. Si on dit budget national, c'est le budget interne, budget externe. Externe, c'est la contribution des autres sur le budget national. OK? Donc, si la ligne budgétaire qui a été approuvée, soit au ministère des Finances ou bien au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale, a augmenté par rapport aux dépenses, aux activités de l'assainissement et autres, vous mettez yes. OK?
OK.
Donc, la partie étatique peut rester statique, mais comme la composante du budget, ça prend en compte les autres composantes, si ça augmente, si on passe d'une année à une autre avec un accroissement de X%, donc on considère que non, le budget a augmenté. OK? Mais pas statique. Le budget qui a été approuvé par le ministère des Finances, bien par la loi des Finances, ou bien au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale. Donc, pour Madagascar, c'est comment ici?
On a eu une augmentation pour chaque année parce qu'on a des objectifs actuellement pour Madagascar propre en 2025. Donc, on a augmenté à chaque année le budget. Et maintenant aussi, on a développé la lutte contre la défécation à l'air libre. Donc, il y en a des partenaires qui sont venus pour soutenir Madagascar dans le cadre de la lutte contre la défécation à l'air libre. Et je ne sais pas si on parle aussi par rapport au COVID-19, dans le cadre de l'hygiène, le lavage des mains. Il y en a aussi la contribution des partenaires dans le cadre de la lutte dans le cadre de la lavage des mains avec du savon.
OK, très bien. Maintenant, au niveau du budget, est-ce que le budget est à plus de 0,5% du PIB?
Ça, non.
Non. Parce que l'objectif, c'est d'atteindre 0,5% du PIB. OK?
Oui.
Donc, à Madagascar, comme c'est le vert, c'est le orange, c'est le jaune, on dit le budget augmente, mais n'a pas encore atteint 0,5% du PIB. J'espère que vous comprenez l'exercice maintenant. Donc, c'est un exercice très simple que vous pouvez faire au niveau national. Vous voyez, là, pour l'engagement 3, c'est fini. On passe à l'engagement 4. OK? On ne va pas le faire maintenant. On a juste fait un exemple. C'est bon? Il y a des questions par rapport au remplissage de l'engot. Demain, on aura des sessions avec notre informatique pour aller sur la version en ligne. OK? Mais c'est le même exercice qu'on va faire. Oui, Thierry?
En fait, c'est juste une appui par rapport à l'explication de madame tout à l'heure. Avant, je pense que la situation, ça va être changée un jour. Parce que maintenant, Madagascar a une vision vers la situation de l'assainissement et de l'hygiène. Avant, au niveau du ministère, il n'y a pas de la direction générale chargée de l'assainissement. Donc maintenant, c'est placé quand même en deux, assainissement et puis à l'hygiène. Donc le rôle de ces deux directions généraux, c'est de mettre en place le plan d'investissement dans le cadre du secteur assainissement et de l'hygiène. Donc ça va être changé un jour. Merci beaucoup.
OK, très bien. Donc, espérons que d'ici 2030, vous allez atteindre 0,5% du PIB. OK. D'autres questions par rapport au fichier sur l'exercice d'Ingor? J'espère que vous avez compris un peu les indicateurs d'Ingor. Ce n'est pas très compliqué. OK? Oui, monsieur Peter Mahal.
Yeah, I think what I was trying to follow up is that Madagascar, in terms of putting plans for sanitation and hygiene in country, it seems there is a implementation by the partners on provision of services, sanitation and hygiene. And there is no plan for sanitation and hygiene. Is it correct in that way? Meaning the partners are the ones who are just implementing things that have not been put in the national plan. That is the question.
Non, les partenaires basculer tout de suite dans la mise en œuvre alors qu'il n'y a pas de plan. C'est ça l'inconvénient parce que il n'y a pas de plan en cohésion entre le ministère et les partenaires. Donc, les partenaires se basculent tout de suite dans des mises en œuvre sans plan d'investissement. Voilà.
OK, mais si vous avez des ressources maintenant, si vous avez des partenaires, est-ce que vous pouvez demander la rédaction de ce plan d'investissement-là? Peut-être ça peut faire partie d'une recommandation à votre ministère pour la rédaction de ce plan d'investissement pour pouvoir au moins atteindre l'un des objectifs, bien répondre à l'un des critères de Ngor, puisque actuellement, Madagascar n'a pas de plan d'investissement dans l'eau et assainissement.
Oui, comme ma collègue vient de dire, c'est vrai que maintenant, on va mettre en place le plan d'investissement, mais le problème du ministère, c'est que les partenaires constatent que le ministère, c'est comme le ministère ne s'engage pas parce qu'on ne met pas de budget, il y a 0 budget, donc c'est pour cela qu'on n'a pas pu mettre en place le plan d'investissement, mais dès que l'État s'engage pour mettre des plans d'investissement, même c'est pas très élevé, mais des budgets pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène. Je pense que c'est très facile de mettre le plan d'investissement.
Donc, il faut développer un plan. Hein? Oui. Vous allez développer un plan d'investissement. Moi, je pense que ça doit être le début, pas le début, mais ça pourrait vous pousser à développer le plan d'investissement. Là, les partenaires vont s'aligner au plan d'investissement pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène à Madagascar. Parce que si vous voulez atteindre vos objectifs, tous les partenaires doivent s'aligner au plan d'investissement, assainissement et hygiène de l'île. Sinon, si chacun vient et il intervient, ça sera un peu difficile à la fin de savoir qui a fait quoi et où et comment est-ce qu'on peut mesurer l'impact par rapport à vos objectifs. C'est juste une proposition. Hein,
En fait, Madagascar, maintenant, c'est en train de faire la réforme, notamment en termes de la politique nationale de l'eau, de l'assainissement de l'hygiène. Ces documents-là, c'est en cours de validation au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale, je pense. Okay. Et puis, après ça, il y aura la mise en place du plan d'investissement, c'est ce qu'on a dit tout à l'heure là. Donc, je pense que ça va être changé la situation. Ce n'est pas comme aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup.
D'accord. OK. Merci beaucoup. Donc, partagez avec nous le document dès que c'est disponible. Si c'est disponible d'ici la fin de l'année, veuillez partager le document avec nous. OK? OK. Merci beaucoup. Oui, Madame Francine?
Merci de m'accorder la parole. À entendre ce que nos collègues viennent de dire, est-ce que vous ne voyez pas que ça serait mieux d'avoir une autre colonne pour les commentaires? Vous voyez, c'est pas toujours facile de répondre oui ou non. C'était ma préoccupation.
Ah, oui, il y a une section pour les commentaires.
Ah, il y a une colonne.
Oui, il y a
pour les
une colonne pour les, il y a une colonne pour les commentaires. Voilà la colonne pour les commentaires ici. Commentaires. OK? Il y a une section pour les commentaires. Donc, si aussi, le Madagascar, vous pouvez aussi vous inspirer du plan d'investissement. Pour ceux qui ont déjà développé cela ici, ils peuvent partager avec vous. Vous pouvez vous inspirer du modèle qu'ils ont utilisé pour faire le vôtre. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez?
Oui, nous acceptons s'il y en a des esquisses comme quoi on peut travailler déjà pour comment établir, parce que dans le secteur eau, nous en avons déjà à peu près, nous en avons besoin de 100 millions de dollars par an pour atteindre les objectifs. Mais pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène, nous n'avons pas encore identifié combien exactement dans le cadre du plan d'investissement.
OK, très bien. Je pense qu'on a un autre pays de l'Afrique du Nord, on a la Tunisie. Monsieur Abdelrahman, vous avez un plan d'investissement dans l'assainissement et l'hygiène, n'est-ce pas? Pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène. Est-ce que vous avez un plan d'investissement pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène au niveau de la Tunisie? Voilà, donc la Tunisie a un plan. Tu peux partager avec moi, là, il va partager avec les, si c'est possible.
Oui, on dispose pour le secteur de l'assainissement et l'hygiène, il y a des lignes budgétaires spécifiques au niveau de la loi du budget, spécifiques pour que ce soit l'assainissement ou l'hygiène. Pour l'assainissement, il y a deux sous-lignes budgétaires. Il y a le budget national au niveau de l'investissement qui sera effectué par le pouvoir public, c'est la contribution du public, c'est l'État. Il y a les investissements qui ont été définis et réalisés par l'opérateur, l'Office national de l'assainissement, dans le cadre de son plan d'action et dans le cadre du budget annuel de l'Office. La même chose pour tout ce qui est hygiène, c'est la direction de contrôle de la qualité de vie qui s'occupe du contrôle de la qualité des eaux de boisson, y compris la qualité des eaux de surface, à travers des systèmes de contrôle sur tout le territoire. Voilà.
OK, très bien. Merci beaucoup. Donc, dès que j'ai le document partagé avec vous, vous verrez aussi comment vous pouvez vous inspirer de ces documents. Merci. You had a question when Sudan were discussing.
Yes, my question is on the first commitment,
Mhm.
whereby you were talking about whether countries have had a service on sanitation and hygiene. So my question was, are you expecting countries to have standalone studies on that? Because like in the case of Malawi, we usually have integrated household service, which mainly collect information on the socioeconomic status and welfare information of the population. And among other things, it also collects data on the access and usage of sanitation services. So I just wanted to understand, are you looking for a standalone study, or maybe we can also consider this integrated household?
No, if you have a study that integrates all those aspects, you can still consider it to, you can answer this question with those studies. Okay? If the study that you have conducted is integrated and answer and take into consideration all the question we have asked here, you can still respond by the green or whatever. on that. Okay, so there is no need to conduct a specific study regarding the question. But if you have conducted an integrated study, we'll take into consideration all the aspects, all the criteria we are asking here, that's fine. Okay, just put the link of the study or the reference where we can verify the information.
Patrice, juste.
Oui.
Je pense que c'est pas du modèle, du plan qui est notre problème là, hein. Parce que on a déjà ce plan-là avant, c'était en 2017, 2015 comme ça, mais juste la décision prise par exemple par le haut niveau, et aussi juste que le plan qui a été fait avant, le mettre à jour. Voilà, c'est comme ça. Donc, si vous pouvez le partager, c'est une bonne idée quand même. Mais s'il n'y en a pas, on arrivera de faire ce plan-là. Mais ce n'est pas le plan de notre problème.
C'est l'argent le problème, le financement le problème.
Voilà, le problème, c'est ça. C'est une partie de la décision de au niveau du financement. Voilà notre problème.
OK. D'accord. Oui, Willy? Après, on continue de...
J'ai juste deux petites questions pour comprendre le programme. La première, c'est de savoir si on se trompe, au lieu de oui, on met le non, si le programme peut corriger. Autre question, c'est en rapport avec le plan d'investissement. Si on a à la place du plan d'investissement, on a un fonds pour l'assainissement, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas moyen de répondre au lieu de non, oui, on répond partiellement?
La dernière question, ce n'était pas clair, s'il te plaît.
Pour la dernière question, je demande si à la place du plan d'investissement dans l'assainissement, on a un fonds en rapport avec l'assainissement.
Un fonds.
Un fonds, un fonds. Comment est-ce que maintenant on peut répondre entre oui ou non? Je pense qu'on peut répondre partiellement.
Oui, mais le fonds, c'est sur quelle base? Parce que pour avoir le fonds, c'est sur la base d'un plan qu'on... Bon, moi, ma connaissance, le fonds, ça vient à la fin du processus, en fait. Donc, on a un plan sur lequel on peut avoir un fonds. Ou bien même pour la mise en place d'un fonds au niveau national, c'est sur la base d'un plan, en fait. Parce que même pour avoir un décret, si on veut créer un fonds au niveau national, ça va sur la base d'un plan qu'on a eu à développer. Et à la fin, on utilise cela comme un outil de politique pour pouvoir créer un fonds d'investissement ou bien un fonds d'investissement dans l'eau et l'assainissement. Donc, on va sur la base que si vous avez déjà le fonds, ça veut dire qu'il y a un plan d'investissement qui est, oui, il y a un plan d'investissement qui est là. OK? Bon, moi, c'est ma compréhension, parce que le fonds, généralement, on ne peut pas avoir le fonds avant de créer le plan. Oui, Abdelman, ce n'est pas pour vos pays, comment?
Si vous permettez, je voudrais partager avec vous une petite réflexion par rapport...
S'il vous plaît, la Tunisie partage avec nous son expérience.
Merci. Je voudrais dire que la question de la planification, ce n'est pas un objectif en soi, dans le sens que la planification, je crois que pour la majorité de nos pays africains, doit toucher les trois aspects. D'abord, le service de l'assainissement pour la population, c'est-à-dire la collecte des rejets des eaux usées. Puis, le volet 2, c'est le traitement pour protéger le milieu. Et le troisième volet, comme je vous ai dit, pour certains pays qui souffrent de pénurie d'eau, c'est la réutilisation. La réutilisation, peut-être, ça nécessite un investissement supplémentaire pour améliorer la qualité, pour qu'on puisse réutiliser ces eaux. C'est pour faire face à la pénurie de l'eau et la non-disponibilité. Chez nous, on est en train de faire de la stratégie Reuse 2050 pour faire face au problème de pénurie d'eau en Tunisie, pour essayer d'utiliser le maximum des eaux usées traitées dans le secteur agricole pour un peu soulager notre ressource pour les réserver pour l'eau potable. Merci.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Merci. D'autres contributions? En avant sur le prochain plan, la prochaine question. Des questions? OK. Un instant, je cherche un truc là. Je voulais présenter.
Patrice, can I make a contribution?
Yes, please go ahead, Emmanuel.
Okay, so while you're searching for that, it is important. I wanted to address the question from Burundi. Burundi, Monsieur Willie, are you with me? Your earpiece, is it on? So that you understand. So for all of us here, the Ngo is not a yes or no. Let us have that at the back of our mind. Let us clarify that. It is not a yes or no answer. It assumes the traffic light system of either red, yellow, or green. Yes, it is qualitative, but the qualitative nature of the Ngo is the red, yellow, or green. What is bringing the issue of yes or no is, or they are the criteria, the checklist that we have prepared to make it easy for you to be able to answer the question. So for example, the yes or no is coming from the checklist of, for example, in indicator C3B. Is there an investment plan for sanitation and hygiene? You tick it, you know that there is. Yes, there is. Is there an investment? Does this investment plan address 6.2 on universal access to safely managed sanitation? Yes. Does it address hand washing facility? Yes. But that yes, 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 or no, no, no is not the Ngo question. It now would inform you to know whether you are supposed to score red or yellow or green. So that when you are answering this question or when you are going back to your countries to organize your internal in-country meetings, you don't tell them that the Ngo is a yes or no scoring system. It is a traffic light scoring system with a checklist that provides the information of whether you are on track or not on track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for this, the precision about this. So it's not a yes and no, as he explained.
Question?
Yes, madam. Who?
Oh.
Yes, Dr. Tamen.
First, Mr. Peter. Okay, I want to explain in the evidence or the justification, the column of evidence and justification. We put our opinion, or we put, for example, the documentation where I give the information, for example, report also, and for just mention a report, or I write my justification and cited the reference.
Very good question. Very, very good question. So in the Excel sheets and in the online system, we have created a space for sources. In the WASSMO system, we refer to it as source of verification or means of sources. So, but for the Ngo, we have put it as evidence, source of evidence. You can either put a link to the document, we click on it, it can be downloaded. Or if you have sent the evidence as an email, you don't have it online, you send it to AMCA as a Google Drive or a document. Then you put in the box, in the comment of the evidence box, that this document has been shared with AMCA. The title of the document is so, and the page reference for this question is page number this. So you send the document and then you write the comment in the box, because that comment will also help us when we are doing the data quality assurances to know if you have sent the document or not. Thank you. Mr. Peter, please go ahead.
Yeah, mine is a support argument to Emmanuel's response and to Burundi concern. Saying yes or no in this questionnaire or in these tabulations designed by AMCAO Secretariat, it is a trigger that is actually, if there is yes, that means there's progress showing that what the countries has promised or committed to do, it is moving forward. If it is a no, that means will generate later on red, meaning there is no progress. So when it is yes, it is an indication that there is a progress, and you know what is the meaning of yes for your implementation on commitment against goal commitments. So that is what I wanted to say, that it is a real, it has a lot of meaning when you say yes and make it easy and there is a progress. That is what I want to add to what Emmanuel was telling to colleagues from.
Also, yes, so from that, the yes or no we put there is just to make the process a bit easy, but at the end of the day, we have to produce a report. So the report you are seeing is not a yes or no report. This is a report we produced last year. So from the answer you provide on the NGO report, we will be able to produce a comprehensive report to know the status of the implementation of those commitments in your countries, okay? So you should always think about providing, there is a session on comment. So after the color where you stand, you can always add a session on the comment or a link to access the document who can justify the document that you have, or something that can justify the element that you have mentioned, okay? So this is what we prepare for you regarding the NGO. Before moving to the next presentation, it's only 5 or 10 minutes, the next presentation. We want to show you a video, so you will just listen to the video and then we move to the next point, okay? So that's the video I was looking. So just listen to the video and then we, and hope all of us here knows about the GCA. It's the Global Center on Adaptation. So we're listening to what the CEO of the GCA was saying regarding the inaction of our activity in the water sector, also in climate change. This was last year in Kenya. So just listen and then we move to the next point of our agenda.
One main. If you read this report, you need to keep one main message in your mind. If the world stays within 1.5, adaptation in Africa is not only possible, we can do this, it makes imminent economic sense. It is the smartest thing to do. But we must start now and we need to scale up fast. We have to make climate adaptation everyone's business. So the results in the State and Trends report, they're clear. Adaptation, climate adaptation, it pays. $1 invested in weather and climate information services, $1 gives between $4 and $25 in benefits. $1 invested in resilient water and sanitation not only saves lives, it creates between $2 and $12 in benefits. African countries that invest $1 in climate smart crops can see between $2 and $14 in benefits. Adaptation, again, the central message, makes economic sense. Well, we also looked at the other side of the coin. What are the costs of inaction? Everybody speaks about the cost of action, but what are the costs of inaction? Well, the solutions to make agriculture more resilient and better adapted to climate change They're known. So what is the cost of adaptation of agriculture food system in Africa? What is it? It's around $15 billion per year. So what are then the costs of inaction if we don't invest those billions? The cost of more frequent and more severe crisis response, disaster relief, recovery pathways, well, it is $200 billion a year, 13 times more. It is, in fact, inaction, not action, inaction that is expensive. So delaying adaptation action will only increase those costs. So we either delay and pay, or we take bold action now and here and we prosper.
Okay, thank you. So it was just the message that the CEO of GCA was given to the student last year at the University of Nairobi about the cause of the inaction in the adaptation area. So even in the water sector, we can also start to think about the cause of our inaction. Is the inaction that costs more than doing something in the area of water and sanitation. So we are all informed now about what we're supposed to do in our countries to reduce the cost, and also to see how to accelerate the implementation of the commitment and see how we can achieve what we agree on in 2030. So the cost of inaction is more than the cost of the action. I think this is what I wanted to show the video, okay? So when we say we don't have money to do this, but the cost of not doing it will be more than even investing $1,000 of doing the activity. Okay, thank you very much. Any other comment about this before we move? Asad, you want to say something? Okay, thank you. So we move now to the last presentation of today. It's very short. So give me just 10 minutes for this and then we close by 5. So today we'll talk about the National Coordination Platform, okay? So Emmanuel, you have that your list for the platform. I will ask to each country their status. The National Coordination Platform. To take note, to know if you have, you don't have, you remember.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we will start by knowing if you have the NCP. The National Coordination Platform we are talking here is about coordination mechanism within your countries to collect and to report the data in the water and sanitation sector, not specifically on the WASSMO, okay? So you want to know now in your country, do you have a coordination mechanism where you have different stakeholders working in the water and sanitation sector? So we'll go through each country, you answer yes or no, and tell us the frequency of your the meeting within your coordination platform. And we assume that the platform is led by the government for most of you, okay? So we'll start with our friend here. Do you have a coordination mechanism within your countries? Is Namibia? Okay. Do you have the coordination mechanism within Namibia, a coordination platform? And what is the frequency of meeting?
Yeah, I want to answer it, but I would like, with your indulgence,
okay,
to decentralize that question to my colleague.
Okay, so we'll go there and then, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Namibia, he will answer that.
No problem, thank you. Rwanda, you can't decentralize. All the countries here, yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, in Rwanda, recently last year, we created a national SDG 6 working group, and also combined WASSMO and SDG 6 indicators working group. So it includes different ministries, different institutions related to all of those indicators, and we do meet twice a year, but we can meet also anytime in need without waiting twice a year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who is leading the?
The Rwanda Water Resources Board,
okay,
institution which I'm working for, is leading the team, the group, and especially I'm also I'm assisting the Deputy Director General to follow up the group activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there is something available in Rwanda. Mr. Peter Mahal, in South Sudan.
In South Sudan, we have a different level of platforms. We have a platform on sanitation and hygiene. We call it Sanitation Hygiene Technical Working Group. And it was dormant for some time, but we initiated it. We revitalized the system. Our country is famous with revitalization. So we have the sanitation hygiene, we call community-led total sanitation technical working group, where all the ministries that are working on sanitation, they come together. And we are supposed to do it every Tuesday, every second Tuesday of every month.
Okay.
That is for sanitation and hygiene. Then we have the South Sudan Water Sector Steering Committee. It is supposed to be every month, but nowadays it's not moving. And this is on water. We have WASH planning and coordination meeting. We do it every 6 months. So we are soon to do another one in June. We did one in February. So we have those bodies.
Okay, okay.
And bring all the ministries together.
Okay.
And the Minister of Health also, they are leading on cholera task force.
Okay.
IDSR. So
Yeah.
we are part also.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, in addition of that, last year during the visit of AMCAO, ICT member in the country, then during that workshop, we create another coordination platform. We call the line ministries together, then we come and set and divide the indicators of the WASSMO to the focal points from different ministries. Then that platform, I think it is in place. We have the contacts, numbers, emails. Then I think after this workshop, we shall go and call them again and we start the process of the launching of the WASSMO.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam, Sudan?
Yes, for Sudan, last year we prepared a workshop, but it's not.
I thought before that, do you have a
Yeah.
platform? Do you have a coordination
Yes,
mechanism?
yes, we have coordination and we prepare focal point, SDG focal points from 17 goal and from different minister, and we agree with them to make a group for preparation data and filling WASSMO data and how to work together as a group.
So in your group, which
Yeah.
ministries are part of it?
I think this is 16 minister. Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Water, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, and Ministry for I think also we have NGOs, FAO, UNICEF. We involve these people together, and we have Ministry of Education and Ministry of Housing, all this, and Ministry of Infrastructure, and all the ministers, we invited them to work together as a stakeholder to get information from these people and help us to prepare SDG implementation work.
Okay, and what is the frequency of your meeting?
What?
The frequency. How often you?
I think we every year we
Every
meet.
year.
Every year we
Okay.
meet together in Ministry of Water Resources.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
In Tanzania?
Thank you very much. We managed to form the team during data campaign complaint on data campaign collection of 2019. The team from all ministries with the parameters to respond. We managed only to meet twice, especially on submitting the data to the AMCAO. And the plan maybe is to meet after this session. So our platform is formed by different ministries with the information to feed in the data collection campaign.
Okay, thank you. En Tunisie, Amdraman, en Tunisie, vous avez une plateforme de coordination au niveau de la Tunisie?
Non, ce n'est pas une plateforme en vrai sens du terme, mais plutôt une équipe qui travaille sur le système WASSMO. Et vous avez assisté à une réunion de cette équipe. C'est presque la même équipe qui travaille avec moi pour le rapport national. Il y a une certaine harmonie, synergie entre nous. Il regroupe tous les intervenants du secteur à partir du ministère de la Santé. Ils ont tous l'accès à la plateforme. Le ministère de la Santé, l'ONAS, l'électricité, la compagnie d'électricité, le secteur de l'agriculture, l'environnement, il y a un collègue qui avec puisque l'Agence nationale de protection de l'environnement, c'est elle qui contrôle le milieu récepteur et les autres surfaces. Voilà, on s'est réunis de façon un peu régulière à l'occasion de la revue, l'occasion peut-être la prochaine au mois de juin de se préparer pour la campagne WASSMO.
D'accord. Okay, merci beaucoup. So in Tunisia, they don't have there is a team in Tunisia. Okay, they are very they used to work together. So there is a very good team within Tunisia that work together on the issue of the data collection and reporting. Okay. So now, Messi, Namibia, Malawi, sorry.
Yeah, in Malawi, we have a donation team, which usually meets in annual basis. But due to COVID, I'll say that due to COVID, for the past 2 years, we did not meet. But for the sake of WASSMO, we also have specific contact persons from the various ministries, departments, and agencies where we are supposed to collect the data for the various parameters.
And the frequency of meeting is before the COVID. How
It's
often?
annual.
Annual.
Yes.
Okay. So in Malawi, annual. Egypt is Egypt.
Okay, we'll talk about SDG. In SDG unit in Kamisa, we can find the SDG Observatory, where you can find the 17 goals, included the goal 6, with it's all indicators. We conduct all observatory with cooperation with the UNICEF.
So you have a coordination platform in UNICEF. Sorry. You have a coordination platform in Egypt?
For SDGs.
Okay. Okay. And as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Mauritania, est-ce que vous avez une plateforme de coordination pour l'eau et l'assainissement, pas seulement pour le WASSMO. Hein.
Alors pour la Mauritanie, présentement, actuellement, il n'y a pas un plan de coordination pour ce travail. Mais on peut noter qu'auparavant, jusqu'en 2016, nous avions une coordination. Nous avions déjà une coordination qu'on peut activer. Et je pense qu'on va se servir de ce que nous avions pour l'activer, pour continuer à travailler dans ce cadre. Merci.
D'accord, ok. Merci. Et l'Afrique, bon, vous n'avez pas actuellement, c'est ça?
Ouais,
ok,
ouais.
D'accord, merci. Namibia?
Yes, we have a platform of WASSMO whereby all line ministries that have bearing on the questionnaire are included. In each line ministry, we have a focal person, except the Office of the Prime Minister, where we really want to establish a focal person on issue of risk, disaster risk management. And we meet frequently, especially during the collection of the data. The data last 2019, we meet maybe around 4 times. But currently, after the campaign, our statistician from the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Forestry, land management reform, they are going to focal points just to follow up on the question that they could not answer during the campaign, so that we are more prepared during the upcoming campaign.
Okay, and the frequency now for
the frequency now after we have submitted the 2019 data, we are not meeting as a group, but we meet as on a focal point basis to say if you have a answer that is needed to be given by Namibia statistic agents, for example, you go to those guys and they respond. So it's bilateral mostly.
Okay, thank you. Madagascar?
Oui, en fait, nous avons une plateforme de coordination. Madagascar est très dynamique. En fait, elle s'appelle le Cluster Watch.
Cluster Watch.
Cluster Watch. Ce cluster a une réunion périodique, normalement deux fois par semaine. Non, oui. Non, c'est pas 2 fois par semaine, c'est par quinzaine plutôt. Mais si il y a des problèmes au niveau d'urgence, donc ça va changer par semaine. L'objectif de cette plateforme, c'est que de faire le partage, d'attendre l'orientation au niveau du gouvernement et de collecter des informations. Et il y a aussi le base de données. Donc, il y a le responsable au niveau de la base de données. Et aussi, nous avons créé au sein de cette plateforme un petit groupe qui est chargé de l'orientation quand même du secteur du plateforme. Voilà, c'est ce qui se passe.
Ok, d'accord. Merci beaucoup. Merci. In Libya?
For NCB, we implemented, as you know, a project like that for the monitoring and evaluation for water sector in North Africa as a MWINA project. It's funded by African Water Facility and African Development Bank. For the NCB, for WASSMO system, WASSMO to prepare the report, for implementation that we make we work in 2 levels. The first level For the sectors, it's related our relation to the water sector. And for the second level, for the main or the unit or central unit, it's mainly from water resources. For monitoring and evaluation and follow-up, the reports and for collect the data, we have many sectors as a Ministry of Health, Ministry of Plan, the Statistical Department, Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, Industries, Ministry of Local Municipality, Inhabitation Ministry, and the sectors belongs to the water ministry, like man-made river project and desalination company and the water and sanitation company. All the people there are the membership of the central unit for monitoring and evaluation for WASSMO, and to prepare the situation, a water situation report that's implemented every 2 years to collect the data and update for all the information about the water sector and the uses of any other sectors. Thank you.
And the frequency of the meeting, what is the frequency of the meeting in Libya? Of that platform, how often you meet?
For meeting, as you know, in the last years, as a COVID-19 affected, we meeting by Zoom and by phone because the COVID-19 affected. No meeting, as mostly is a virtual meeting. I was a Zoom meeting.
Okay, thank you. In Egypt?
Egypt, NCB members don't meet regularly because, as we mentioned before, don't meet regularly because, as we mentioned before, the lack of financial support and the reason of COVID-19. But last year we two physical meetings all day long has conducted with all members from many ministries like Ministry of Water and Irrigation, Ministry of Housing, CABMAS, and many other entities.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. You want to add something on what, Doctor? Okay, let's finish the others, please. Okay. It's the same, man. Same. Same. You. Okay. Burundi, Madame.
Oui, comme je l'ai déjà souligné pour le cas du Burundi, il y a un décret numéro 100/17 janvier 2015 portant création, mission, organisation et fonctionnement du Comité national de coordination du secteur de l'eau et de l'assainissement. Les membres de cette commission, c'est au niveau de la tête, c'est prévu le deuxième vice-président de la République avec le ministère ayant la gestion de l'environnement et l'assainissement dans ses attributions, le ministère de la Santé publique, le ministère de l'Énergie et des Mines, ministère des Finances et Planification du Développement.
Madame, excuse-moi, on n'a pas trop le temps pour... Bon, on veut juste savoir si c'est une plateforme, si
Oui,
ça prend en compte tout le monde, c'est le plus important.
Oui, ça existe avec des ministères qui ont en charge les questions de finances, d'eau et d'assainissement.
Et la fréquence des réunions?
C'est 2 fois. C'est
2 fois par an.
an. Oui, oui.
OK, très bien. So in Kenya?
Yeah, thank you so much, Patrice. in Kenya, we've had a very strong and structured coordination mechanism in our policies documents, but it has been inactive for the last few years. So an example is that we've been having an SDG 6 coordination mechanism at the PS level, for that high level, which was bringing together all partners to ensure that we monitor SDG 6, that is on the voluntary reporting system. And the way we were meeting for the last, before the slow pace of meeting, we were having quarterly meetings called interagency coordination mechanism meetings. And below the quarterly meetings, there were technical working group and with specific thematic areas. So that is how we've been structured in terms of coordination, and it involves all the ministries, Ministry of related to WASH, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Water,
and
Education.
the frequency, can you repeat how often you meet?
Yeah, we've been having quarterly meetings.
Quarterly,
and
before the
below
COVID.
that, technical working group that were meeting on ad hoc basis before the quarterly meetings. So, and then the national one, which was for SDG.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank
so
you.
overall here, we have around 99% of the countries who have a formalized working group. I think I only notice it's only one who does not have a working group. Okay, so our objective here is for you to walk through the national coordination platform for this campaign of the WASSMO and for further campaign. Okay, and our expectation is to increase the number of indicators you reported if you walk through the national coordination platform, because within the platform you have the actor working in many areas. And if you involve them ahead of time and they are aware about the type of information they should collect, it will be very easy for your country to submit the information of the WASSMO. Okay? We are working with partners during this campaign, for instance, GWP. GWP, we support around 15 countries. We support the national coordination platform. We support the validation meeting within the 15 countries. I don't know yet the list of the 15 countries, but they have identified 15 countries where they work together with the national coordination platform. Okay? So that's why they have been participating in our meeting, to know the member of the platform and the representative of each country. Unfortunately, we have a representative of GWP Uganda, but the participant of Uganda could not make the trip. But you know, Wycliffe, we can also send an official introduction to Wycliffe. If you are responsible for the East Africa also, you can also contact the different people who are here from the East Africa region. So you will have the contact of those coming from the East Africa here. Okay. From East Africa, you have Kenya. See, this Kenya. You have which East African countries again? Burundi. You have Rwanda from East Africa. You have Sudan, East Africa. No, he refused. Okay, anyway, you have the countries represented here. So it's an opportunity for you also to take their contact, so you will know how to work with them once we finalize the agreement with GWP. Okay, so with GWP, we support few countries that we have identified within their working group, the countries where they have a team, they have a budget to work with the coordination platform. So we will work with a representative for GWP if your country is among the 15 countries. Okay, we'll let you know about it, and then you will, they will support the member state financially to organize a validation workshop. For the amount, I don't know yet, but the support will be financial. Okay, GWP will support around 15 countries. So now, what is the coordination platform for us? The platform, as you can see here, is to strengthen the quality of the data reporting within the WASSMO system. Okay, it's to help our member state to improve the reporting. That's why our objective is to strengthen this platform, the existing platform within your country, to see how to make it functional. Okay, so the scope here is to serve as a multi-stakeholder platform for water and sanitation and hygiene. So a multi-stakeholder, so it should not be only the member of the government official. Okay, you should include the NGO, the UN, UNICEF, WHO as part of the coordination platform. Okay. Now, here in terms of the scope, so we have the role of the platform. The key highlight for the platform is the coordination platform will be shared and co-chaired. This is just a suggestion. We know for most of the country, it's led by the government, okay? It's expected that the member will recognize that the strength of the platform is dependent of the commitment and the contribution made from each member and meaningful for their participation. The NCP will contribute to a comprehensive and robust monitoring and reporting framework within your country. Okay? And the NCP, the membership of the NCP should be institutional, not individual. Okay? So now in terms of the objective of the NCP, as you all know, the role and function of the...
You sent this presentation for us?
I know.
Please send it.
Okay. So the role and function of the NCP is to organize and validate and facilitate the national validation meeting at countries level, okay? To ensure the coordination of the data collection and to submit the report, the data through the online platform. At the NCP level, you have the member of the NCP. Their role is to organize capacity development. So for instance, if you are coming from at the end of this meeting, if you have the feeling that you should organize a TOT, you should organize a training to your country. So you can still organize a training. We are giving you all the tools, all the PowerPoint presentation to organize the same training within your country. So organize a training, facilitate the data collection and reporting. Okay, I think I will continue with this one. Please, our colleague, which they are doing another meeting, please, please. Noise, we are making a lot of noise here, please, and it's disturbing us, please. It's not disturbing us, the noise from the back. Okay. So the membership of the NCP
Check this.
Okay, thank you. It's okay. The IT. Okay, in terms of the membership, this is what we are suggesting, okay, for the NCP. These are the key members, those who should be part of the NCP, okay? You can see the Ministry of Health, Agriculture, and others. UNICEF should be a key member of the NCP. And these are the additional members, the other ministry you should add as part of the NCP. We will share this presentation with you. I forgot to add it in the list of the document, okay? So this is, yes. Yes, the private sector should include, that's why you put NSA, the non-state actor. Non-state actor, they are private sector. You see, you have NSA here. Private sector, they are part of the non-state actor. Yes. Non-state actor, okay? They are not government, they are NSA, okay?
What's the criteria of selection?
Come again?
The criteria of selecting the NSA.
No, there is no criteria of selecting. You just identify based on the need, okay? So you involve all the ministry that, you involve all the institutions that are, you invite all the ministries that are involved in the value chain of the water, okay? The water and sanitation. So here you have the Ministry of Health, the Environment, the Statistics, the local government, the national education, and others. So there is no exhaustive list here. Oh yeah, you understand? So it's just a suggestion from us. Yes.
For the case of private sector, what are the criteria of selecting an organization from the private sector?
It's a, you can, water utility. The water utility can be the public or private sector, for depending for the country. And you know we have indicator on water utility. Okay, it's just an example. Even in terms of the treatment of the waste. Okay, so most of the time is a private sector that will proceed like that for the treatment and other. Okay, the wastewater, the treatment. So most time is a private sector. You see is hospital, maybe is in French we say brasserie, where they fabricate the beer and other. Okay, it's a private sector. It's not most time the government. Okay, all those who are involved in the water and sanitation sector should be invited as part of the NCP. Okay, and even the private sector can give you a small, can contribute financially to the private, to the NCP. So we have a last presentation about how you should work. It's a 2-slide after we close this meeting for today. So now just sorry, the computer is misbehaving, so. Okay, please allow me to finish this and then we can discuss in the bus when we are going to buy our thing. Okay, so here, this is a suggestion on how you should work. You can work, you could work at the national level. So here you can see, these are the list of the indicator of the WASSMO. Okay, so to start the process, you should have a list like this, all the 180 indicator of the WASSMO. This column here, the column here, you can now put the ministry in charge to collect the information. Okay, so you have the WASSMO. You have the list of the indicator here. You have the ministry in charge of collecting the data here. Okay, so this is the first exercise. After this meeting, this is the first exercise you should do in your country. So from this one, you will identify who should collect and who should report this information. Okay. Now from that, you now have where to find the data. So this is a list where you can find the data, the Ministry of Water. I think we have presented it in yesterday and today, where you should find the data. We'll share this presentation with you as well. So also where you should find the data from the international agency. You have FAO, WHO, World Bank, the CIA, World Fact Book, and the UN ISDR, the EGDA, the UN Water Glass, the GMI database. Okay. So if you don't have information from your countries, you can also check in this database to see if there is anything available that. Also, a suggestion to acquire the data, if you remember, Egypt proposed something in terms of sending a letter to the ministry, the other ministry that are in charge of the WASSMO. So here the letter will start from the AMCAO, for instance, will send a letter to your ministry informing about the data collection campaign. Then your minister now will also send a letter to other ministry requesting them to the data. But for that, you need to do the initial exercise that we presented in previously, where you need to identify the type of the indicator that each ministry should report. So the letter that your minister will submit to the other minister will have the information, the requested information. Okay, so it should not be a blank or just a letter without any information. Yeah, the ministry in charge of water and sanitation should send a letter, for instance, to the ministry in charge of finance requesting the data for 2020 for each for this specific parameters. So knowing that when you organize the validation meeting, the officer that the Ministry of Finance will identify, he will come to your meeting already with the data that you are looking. Okay? Please, this is the process you should do to accelerate the process within your country. So it's not when you have all the participants in the room that you now present the data. No, please. They should come at the meeting with the information. Okay? So once you send the letter, once your ministry, your minister send the letter to his colleague, now it should be specific, as we mentioned. Is to mention the type of information they are requesting. Now you have to do the follow-up. You as the officer in charge of the WASSMO in your country, you should do the follow-up to know who has been assigned for each ministry to submit the information or to attend our validation meeting with the data. So you should also ask to make sure that they have the dedicated personnel to do that. Then you organize your meeting and you submit the report to AMCAO. Okay? This is a simple process to do to convene the member of the National Coordination Platform. Okay? Please. Now now I will skip this one. Okay, so you have to do an initial assessment from your country to identify the ministry that would submit the information. This is the first step to do. after the meeting, you print out all the list of the indicator of the WASSMO. Now you assign, you say, okay, from this indicator, this is a statistic, this is agriculture, this is X, Y, Z. The letter you prepare now to the other ministry, you mentioned, sir, we request this information from your department, X, Y, Z information. So the officer they will nominate to participate in the meeting will come with all the data you are requesting. And you mentioned the year you want, the data up to 2020. These are the information we are looking. And when you are inputting the data in the system, there are some criteria you should take into consideration to avoid the duplication or the quality of the data. So you should define the computation method. We already define everything. As I say, you prepare the list of input data. Then you check the alternative source of data. Every time that you receive the data, you always need to check the alternative source. You train the staff if there's a need, and then you check the definition and the unit, which is very important, and the currency. Okay? For all the currency in the WASSMO is USD. So you should always refer to the value of the USD during the reporting period. And you check also the unit. You will see for the total population, is the unit is 100,000. Okay? So if your population is 10 million, you should not report 10 million in the WASSMO system. You should report 10,000, knowing that the system will multiply by 100,000 and give the number, the exact number. So always check the unit before reporting the information into WASSMO, please. And then you assign somebody to input the data. If you are too busy, if you are director in your ministry and you don't have time to input the data, you assign somebody to input those information. So it's part of the quality control within your country, okay? So I think all of this, I have presented the report. So the last thing I will present now from the 2020 report, you will see the type of data we receive from you, how we work on the report, and then how bad was the data we received last year. Okay? So let me, please, I will do it after. So I will just finish this. On a presque fini. Okay, as you can see here, this is the histogram I'm sharing with you. When we are talking about the issue of the data, the quality of data, okay? So you will see here, the indicator submitted. You see, this indicator submitted is blue. I will increase it. And then the indicator after the quality review are red, okay? So let's see how you perform. So now you can see, it's a bit clear. It's okay. Okay, you can see the blue here is when you submitted the information, okay? And the red is after the quality check from AMCAL. Okay, you will see how we cut the information. For some countries, we could not even report the data. I can tell you for 2 countries that submitted the data, we could not put it in this list because the data was too bad. Okay? We could not even use 1% of the information. It was too bad, the type of information we received. Okay? And the country is here. So you can see, these are the type of information we want to avoid for the next reporting, please. You will see the blue here is the information before the quality check, and the red is after the quality check. For some countries, you will see it's around 10 to 20% that we have reduced in terms of the indicator, okay? So let's ensure the quality of the data when we are working during this reporting to avoid this type of gap, okay? And you will see for some countries, we could not even move with the process. You can see the country, they are listed here, down here. Other one, we could not even put them in the system here, okay? So you can laugh and see your country where you stand, okay? So Rwanda, you have seen your performance. So you can see that after the quality check, if the data is not, we will not report it in the WASSMO system, okay? Please, let's ensure the quality of the data when we are submitting to the WASSMO, okay? So you can see the performance of your country here, and you can also see the performance for each region here. After the cleaning, you can easily see where we have the good and where we have the bad information, okay? So what is important is not the number of indicators you are reporting, is the quality of the information you are reporting, okay? Any question on the quality review? So tomorrow, my colleague will go through the online system with you. So to ensure that you don't make any mistake for this campaign, okay? Mostly at the level of the population and the unit of measurement. Is it the volume? Is it other thing? Always check that. And if there is any issue, you can contact AMCA and we'll see how to manage it. Thank you. Enas, before we close.
Should we bring our laptop with us tomorrow or it's not?
It's a requirement. If you don't have a laptop, you don't enter here, please. It should be a requirement. No, okay, but
seriously.
No, but seriously, it's recommended to come with a laptop. If you don't have, we'll find a way to work together. Okay, it's recommended, but if you don't have, we'll find a way to work together on. Okay.
Okay, but we need this two presentation.
Huh?
You have to send us
yes, I will send the presentation.
last, okay.
Yes. The NCP. Okay, I will send it. Promise. Yes, I will send to you the last report. You have seen Sudan? Okay, so thank you very much. So this was the last presentation for our training, the WASSMO and the Ngo training. Tomorrow, we'll go through the IT system with my colleague. You have been assigned, or you have been assigned a password and ID. Tomorrow, you'll be aware about that, and then we'll go on live with one exercise, okay? Exercise on the Ngo, exercise on the WASSMO for you to have an idea on how to input the data. Okay, thank you very much for your active participation, and see you. I don't know, Edward, any information, please? Okay, thank you very much. And please, let's just, for those who want to go out after, so we can meet at the swimming pool and then we will go out, okay? Thank you very much. Bye-bye.